Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope everybody's doing well. So great to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning. This is our economic elevation training. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I hope everybody's having a great day. And let me know if you guys can hear me okay, because I want to check my microphone and make sure everything is going the way it's supposed to go. Okay, thank you, Shabar. I appreciate that. All right. And yeah, so today is an interesting day because there are some things happening in the economy that I want to cover with you guys and discuss, and it has to do with some of the stuff going on with Trump and the tariffs and all this other stuff. And I thought that it would be fun for us as an economic exercise to really talk about what one might expect for a day like today, which I think he's calling it Liberation Day or something like that. And this is a big deal. This is something that's going to have a profound, perhaps lasting effect on the U.S. economy. And it's just one of those things where, as much as you want to say it's good, everything's going to be all right, the reality is that there's a lot of uncertainty that's out there. And as I've mentioned to you guys, uncertainty is not something that is not something that works well for financial markets. So ultimately, I think the big question is, will Trump's tariffs help or hurt the economy? He could will he destroy the economy? Nobody really knows at this point. I can tell you what the experts are saying, and I can tell you what I personally believe, and that will sort of help us to know what's what. All right, so what I'm going to do is hit a couple buttons here. I'm hitting buttons, and the buttons are not the buttons are not buttoning, so I'm a little bit flustered because I'm a little annoyed. But this is why you test stuff. You got to test stuff in advance, because if you don't, then stuff like this happens. By the way, last night some of you came by where we were talking about the trip to Ghana. So it was great to see a lot of you, and I hope you'll consider joining us on a trip, because I'm telling you, going out of the country, especially going out of the country with your people, really makes a big difference. It's a lot more fun to travel with really cool Black people than it is to just travel with a random group. And so we did that with Egypt, and it was really transformative in so many ways, and connected us. And people walked out of there doing business with each other, lifelong friends, just hanging out, dating each other. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. So I would encourage you to consider doing like group travel with other Black people, especially if you're finding that being in the United States is a little bit stressful, or something like that. All right. So, so I'm sending out the text for those that are a little bit late, and unfortunately, I can't. Normally, I might stream outside so you can watch it later, but this one I can't do that because technology, just because that's what technology does. And also, I want to. So let's start with the tariff conversation first and foremost, and I can kind of give you an oversight in terms of what tariffs do and why tariffs matter, and what this might mean for you and what it might mean for the economy. So tariffs basically are protectionist. Tariffs are designed to put up a barrier for outsiders that want to do business in your economy. It kind of just says, look, if you want to make money here, you got to pay a tax. And so ultimately, I know, Daniel, the text didn't go through. I just sent it 20 seconds ago, so it'll come through in a second. If it doesn't, then let me know. So tariffs basically will they allow you to create incentives for people to do business within your community, right? And so it's kind of a trade off. It's kind of a trade in terms of saying, look, you scratch my back, I'm gonna scratch yours. But if you're not scratching my back, I'm not scratching yours anymore. And so the benefit of tariffs, to some extent, which would actually benefit even the Black community, is that tariffs allow you to protect your community. You protect your market. You basically say, if you are taking and you're not giving, then you're going to have to pay for that. You can't just come and take stuff, take, and not expect to give something back and think that that's okay. That is not okay. So to some extent, from a theoretical standpoint, the tariffs actually are okay, and they kind of make sense. They on the surface can make sense, and there are some situations where tariffs are necessary, where you kind of need a reset. You need a scenario where people are going to be forced to acknowledge your economy and give as much as they take. You know, it's almost like if you have a relative who's taking money from you and they're not doing anything for you, at some point you may say, well, this isn't a fair relationship. This is creating a trade imbalance. I'm doing all the giving and you're doing all the taking. So you're coming up, but I'm coming down. You know, you're the cold water, I'm the hot water, and together we're making warm water. So you're hotter, but I'm colder, and this isn't fair to me. So on that regard, a tariff can make sense, right? In that regard, I don't want you to walk away thinking tariffs are always bad or thinking tariffs are bad just because Donald Trump is the guy who wants to do them. That would be faulty thinking. Now, the problem though is that tariffs, if you know, also as we've talked about economics, um, you know that that relationships matter, right? Relationships matter, and so the thing is, you know, when you reset a relationship, when you reset an economic relationship, you're creating some chaos. You're creating some volatility. It's just like if I am in a relationship with my wife and I say, you know, this ain't right. I'm doing I'm paying all the bills and you're not doing nothing. You're not bringing anything to the house. You're not bringing nothing to the table. I'm bringing everything to the table. I need you to bring more to the table, or we're not gonna have a relationship no more. Well, to some extent, I'm kind of taking a chance. I'm giving her an ultimatum, and she may take me up on that. She may say, okay, fine, I'm out of here. I'm going to go date the guy down the street. Right. And so that is kind of what is happening with Trump in Europe and Trump in Canada and Trump in Mexico, is that Trump is renegotiating relationships with a lot of American allies, basically saying to Canada, look, you guys have been screwing us. If you don't make an adjustment, we're not going to do business with you anymore. And the Canadians are coming back and saying, well, screw you. If you attack us, then we're going to attack you. So they're fighting back. So again, think about it just like a relationship. If you confront your partner, you may have a legitimate reason to confront them. That's the funny thing about it. But war has a cost. War has a cost. So a trade war has a massive, massive economic cost. And so I go to my wife and I have a legitimate gripe. She says, okay, fine. Well, so I say, I'm not going to take out the trash no more because I think you take me for granted. Then she says, okay, fine. I'm not cooking for you no more. And I say, well, fine. Since you ain't cooking for me no more, I ain't going to sleep with you no more. And then she says, well, fine. Since you ain't sleeping with me no more, I'm not going to talk to you no more. Right. And so sometimes you can either see the relationship end, or you can see the relationship deteriorate. Do you understand? The depth of the connection between the two parties is impacted by this back and forth. Do you follow what I'm saying? This escalation of a really tense situation. So right now, Canada is escalating. Canada is getting gangster. Canada is like, well, if you give us a tariff, we're going to give you a tariff. And then but then Trump is coming back and literally saying to Europe is another place, another continent that he's fighting with. And he basically said, anybody who retaliates, we're going to retaliate to your retaliation. Well, guess what? They're going to retaliate to the retaliation of his retaliation, to the original retaliation, or something like that. You get what I'm saying? And then it just escalates. It becomes a problem. Okay. So actually, before I jump into the tariff thing a little bit more, I got to ask y'all a really important question. Well, it's kind of important. It's important because I respect your opinions, and I know a few more of you have come in. Um, okay, so here I want to show you all something. Some of you may have seen it. If you follow my podcast and stuff, you may have already seen this. If you haven't, then you'll see it now. All right, so I had a talk with my team, and they really want me to adjust my background, and I like my background because I like my Panther and and everything else. And they were like, no, we can make sure the Panther's in there. So we would like to make some adjustments. And I said, okay, sure. So I let them make an adjustment, but I told them, I said, I'm going to take a vote. I'm going to let my favorite people, the people that come to the morning class, because you're all the most serious, you're the most B1, you're the most committed. Don't get me wrong. I got 3 million followers or something online on different platforms, but y'all the ones that I really appreciate and admire the most because you're the most serious. I like serious people. I love everybody. I love everyone who supports, even at sort of micro level. But to me, I believe that the what you invest in the most is what pays off, and so you're investing in your future, you're investing in your families, you're investing in your wealth. You're coming in here every morning. I mean, that's powerful. That's like you're really adding your goals in life to the basic infrastructure of your very existence, which is to me absolutely phenomenal. And I want to congratulate you on that. I want to be real clear that you're not like them and they not like us. No disrespect to nobody else, but they not like us. Right? Shout out to Kendrick Lamar. Like serious people get serious results. And I think about this because I remember how much torture and hell I went through to get my doctorate. I don't know anybody who would have stuck with it. I was working on that damn thing. I was in school like over a decade. Like most people can't. I mean, I'm and studying hard the whole time. It was really, really hard. And but what kept me going was I said, well, if I keep pushing and I become the absolute best on earth at what I do, then the universe will compensate and reward me for that, right? So what I'm saying to you is that your level of commitment, the universe will compensate you for that. I just want to make sure you understand that. So that circling back, the reason I bring that up is because I told my team, I said, I'm gonna take a vote. I'm gonna let the people Monday in the morning that come to the morning class, I'm gonna let them vote. And if they tell me to keep the background, I'm gonna keep the background in the Monday in the morning class. If they vote to switch the background, then I will switch the background. So I'm literally gonna take a vote. I hope everybody votes, and the results of the vote, I will stick with those results. Which means, but maybe to placate them, maybe every now and then I might switch it just to so they'll know I'm using it in class. But for the most part, if you say keep it, I'm going to keep it the majority of the time. Now, my podcast, I'll probably use it for the podcast though, because I do my podcast and stuff. But this is sacred ground to me, and I really mean that. All right, so let me give the back. Okay, so you see the background now. You see what it looks like now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the unveiling now, and show you the other background. Okay, and then we're going to take a vote. And I'm gonna give you a second to kind of look at it, and that's what it is. Okay, so here we go. All right, ready? Three, two, one, and go. Here it is. All right. So this is the new look. This is what they put together. The Panther's still there. There's some other stuff. They put the books on the shelf and they put the wall up and stuff. They made it a big thing. You know what they did? They really, I think, I appreciate this. They were really like they're younger. Like having young people on your team is really good. So Ketchy and Christian are both in their early 30s, and I'm gonna put the poll up in a minute. But they, younger people are great because they bring new ideas. But I'm old enough to know that sometimes the new ideas are not always the best ideas. Something that isn't better just because it's different. Not to say that they're not great at what they do, but I told them, I said, I get it. You're seeing all the cool, hip, content creators, the earn your leisure guys and all that. And I just told them, I said, my goal is not to be cool. My goal is not to be hip. My goal is not to be trendy. My goal is to have substance. That's it. I want to add real value. I don't want to. I don't. Flash is not a big deal to me, and so that's where I stood on that. As I said, I like what I do. I like the people I have. I like people that can pay attention without needing necessarily bright shiny objects for that to happen. But they were like, no, we want to. And so I wanted to be kind of open minded about it. Because I think the other thing too is when you get older, you can't be closed-minded. That's why I do pay a lot of attention to what everybody else is doing. But I'm gonna tell you like this: this is a little tip for anybody out here that's thinking about, or if you have kids that want to be content creators, is there something that I refer to as the content creator's dilemma. And the content creator's dilemma is that a lot of content creators spend a lot of time looking really good on the internet, and they're feeding on likes and shares. That's what they're feeding on. They're like, oh, I went viral today. I had 10,000 likes. And but the problem is you can't pay your bills with likes and shares. That's not a business model. A lot of them are going broke. A lot of them are making 90, 95, 96% of content creators don't make any money at all because they don't understand the fluidity of a complete business model. Do you understand? And this is also true for anybody that's like a filmmaker. If you're a filmmaker, what's your business model? You're going to you're going to spend all this money on this movie. What's your process for getting that money back? And your plan, your game plan can't be, well, after I make my movie, I'm going to go find some white people to buy it. I mean, that's great if it works out for you, but white people don't like all of us. They ain't got room for everybody. Everybody can't get a deal with Netflix. Everybody can't get a check from Tubi. So we end up begging for these little narrow corridors of opportunity where everybody's trying to be, the next Issa Rae or something like that. And I, what my experience is, I don't see most of my friends, most of the people I know don't get those opportunities, right? Or even things like grants, government grants, running your business on grants. You got to be real careful about that because I know a lot of talented people who got a really fat grant one year and they built this big budget around this big grant, and then the grant gets canceled because Trump says DEI is terrible or something like that. And then next thing you know, their organization is crumbling. So you got to have a sustainable business model, but a lot of this also should start with, this is some of the stuff I talk about in the book. You got to teach these things to your kids early. Like when I talk to our 14, I promise I'm gonna get to the poll, but y'all know me. If I see an economic lesson, I'm gonna grab it and I'm gonna drop it on the table. Um, when I talk to our 14-year-old who wants to go to Broadway and be an actress and be a singer and all that, I say, okay, well, let's sit and talk about business models too, because I don't need you to be in the trap. I don't need you to be in the entertainer's trap. I don't need you to be sitting here in all these auditions and depressed and sad because nobody's picking you. I need you to be able to pick yourself. We're going to study business models. We're going to talk about Tyler Perry and how Tyler Perry studied, he understands production, distribution, and monetization of a film project. We're going to talk about the rapper E40, who said a long time ago, he said, I'm going to always be putting out albums because I'll never not sign myself. I'm not waiting for this Jewish record label to decide that they like me and want to keep me. I'm going to go ahead and just run the record label myself. Do you understand? So ultimately, it's really important for Black people, especially when opportunities are not coming your way, to know how to generate and manufacture your own opportunities. We have to learn how to manufacture Black privilege. We must learn how to manufacture Black privilege, which comes with Black excellence and Black determination. And just kind of say, look, hey, look, if you don't see my talent, if you don't want to give me an opportunity, that's okay. I can go and manufacture an opportunity. Now, I want you to take a good look at the background. The Panthers back there, the microphone's blocking a little bit, but that could be fixed by me just moving my mic. They gave me this big old tall mic, and I'm not a tall person. I keep believing I'm 6'3", but they keep telling me it's not true, and I think it's fake news. So anyway, but beyond that, this is the background. Now, the other background, you saw that with the Panther. Now here's the poll. So give me a vote. If you say the old one is the old background. The new one is this new background. So here we go. Let's launch this now. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Everybody vote, and whatever the results of the vote are, I'm going to stick with it. The new is winning. The new background's winning. The old is okay. 30, 2/3 of you like the new. What? What? Okay, nice. Oh, Dr. Boyce about to be trendy and cool. So vote on the poll. I'm looking at the data. Oh, the newbies are winning. All right, keep going. Okay, so almost 400 of you have voted. Now there's about 600 or 700 of you in the room, but that's okay. Then someone says I should rebrand myself. Oh gosh, what am I supposed to rebrand myself as? I'm just me. I think consistency is that's how I show you that I'm serious. I'm the same guy every day. I'm not out here trying to whiffle waffle with the trends. I want to just I want that to me that's solid. I want to be consistent and solid. That's it. I just want you to whether you like me or not, I want you to just know who I am and know that I ain't changing from the person that I am. I'll listen to all ideas, but this is who I am. Okay. All right. So I'm in the poll right now in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right. So here are the results. It looks like the new background wins. What? Okay. See, now here's the thing. Here's what I'm learning from this, and this is what I want to share with you as well. This is for those of you that are over the age of 40, 50 years old, is even when you think you know the answer to something, you can't be so committed to your own answer that you can't hear from younger, more creative perspectives, right? So that's where I check myself a little bit because I've dealt with older people who just won't change. And you know what I'm talking about? Y'all got people like that in your family. They won't hear new ideas. You try to get them to travel somewhere, they're like, no, I don't want to go to no France because they got they got dirty French fries and too many bow-legged people in France. I ain't going to no, you're like, no, just come and see, just come and see. And they're like, no, I'm fine right here. It just drives you crazy. I don't want to be like that either, right? So it's like a balance, right? I want to be flexible, but I don't want to be sort of getting caught up in every little trend that's out here because some of the stuff that's trendy is stupid. I'm not trying to do goofball TikTok dances just because everybody else is doing them. If something looks silly, I don't want to participate. Right. So it's like a balancing act for me, to be honest with you. But thank you guys for helping me make that decision. I appreciate it. And I do value your opinion very, very much. All right. So let's talk about these Trump tariffs really quick. And I'm going to kind of give you a breakdown of what's happening with these tariffs. And also, what I'll do toward the end is I'll talk about even some stock investing strategies that you might want to consider as you're investing in your portfolio today and sort of making your move. I know a large percentage of you are regular investors in the stock market. If you are not, then I encourage you to reconsider that position. You got to make your move. If you're paralyzed and afraid to make your move, that's why we have a Black financial therapy department, so you can get over that psychological barrier that's stopping you. Dr. Alicia's done a lot of stuff on money mindset. Actually, her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. You can also text the word love to the number 87948. And if you text love to 87948, Dr. Alicia will send you some free information to kind of help you to overcome your psychological barriers that are keeping you from being your best self. So here, in terms of academic studies about tariffs, if I was on Trump's board of advisors, which he don't seem to have too many Black people in the cabinet, so I'm not applying for a cabinet position, nor would I want one. I would probably point to him. I would say most academic studies on tariffs pretty much say that they're not going to achieve the goals that you think they're going to achieve. You think that it's going to make America rich again? No, it might make America broke again, but it's not going to make America rich again. You think that that the foreigners are going to pay the taxes and all that? That's not typically going to happen. Now, what is going to occur is there are some who believe that the tariffs are an effort by the Republicans, which tend to represent wealthier people and businesses. It's an effort to take the tax burden off of businesses and wealthy people and make and push that toward consumption taxes, where the taxes are either paid by the foreign companies trying to sell products here, but also more directly by the consumers who are going to pay higher prices because of tariffs. So he's not going to get what he wants, in my opinion. There's a 2019 study that basically said tariffs reduce manufacturing employment by 0.6% with no meaningful gain in factory openings. The Peterson Institute for International Economics estimated that tariffs cost U.S. consumers and businesses about $57 billion. Moody's Analytics says that the trade war that started so far, just the baby version of the trade war that's going to likely erupt after April 2nd, which is today, that it's already shaved 0.3% off U.S. GDP. Most experts are pretty much reducing their gross domestic product expectations for this year because of the tariffs. They're pretty much saying, okay, we thought we were going to make this much, but now we're only going to make that much. No, wait. Well, it's only going to be that much. And also the uncertainty and the volatility has really caused them to be very stressed. When people aren't sure, they don't really invest. So a lot of people are selling stock because they're just like, I don't want nothing to do with it. It's like you at a party and one cousin starts talking crazy to your other cousin, and both of them, one's a Crip and one's a Blood, and then one pulls out his gun. You say, "Hey, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave the party. I'm not here to enjoy the party anymore because I'm trying to stay safe." So right now, that's what's happening. The White House is, if you are an anti-Trumper, this is your opportunity to say this is a good talking point for you in terms of talking about bad policy. This is very bad policy. If you're a pro-Trumper, then you might have to take cover and find something else to brag about because this is not the bragging point for you. These tariffs are not something that's going to help the economy. Their only hope, I think that their belief is that once we do the tariffs, we know that the market's going to drop and all that, but then we're going to circle back because a lot of our friends are rich and they invest in stocks, and we're going to issue a bunch of tax cuts and deregulation, which can create a rally in the stock market. So this is why I'm telling you that whether y'all like it or not, if you're invested in the stock market, then your wealth anyway is going to be more correlated with wealthier people because I've shown you how to do what wealthy people do. I'm not telling you that you have to become white. There's nothing about being white that means you're rich. There's nothing about being black that says you're supposed to be poor. And I'm not talking about whether you are socially liberal or conservative. I'm saying that if you're a stock market investor, then a long-term perspective is beneficial because I do believe at some point they're going to do things that are going to generate a stock market rally, and you may want to be around for that. The National Bureau for Economic Research found that tariffs cause supply chain disruptions and reduce U.S. exports without improving the trade deficit. So what that means is that Trump is wrong. So he says that I want these tariffs because they're gonna impact the trade deficit, and these countries are going to stop ripping us off. And no, it doesn't. At least according to the National Bureau of Economic Research, very smart people, very smart economists. And they're not trying to get too much into the politics. Even though the field of finance, I had a lot of friends that went to work for the National Bureau of Economic Research. They tend to be white, male, and conservative, right? So they tend to be, I when I started my doctoral program, I was surrounded by a bunch of white Republicans, and I was more Democrat at that time. Now I'm just independent. I voted for Cornel West, but at that time I was very Democrat, and I just became disillusioned after a while. I kind of started saying, well, when are we actually going to get around to solving problems for Black people? And nobody wants to have that conversation, but I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna have it till the day I die. And so basically, if you want to use this as a piece of data, what's interesting to me is that even the white male conservatives are saying that Trump is not making the right policy move as it pertains to the tariffs. So most data I've seen says that this tariff move is bad. The biggest, most recent empirical example of a tariff being used in the U.S. on a broad scale was 1930, the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act occurred, I believe, right after the stock market crash in 1929. And so they were thinking, okay, we're going to make America great again, and we're going to have all these tariffs because we're going to protect our economy and cut down global trade. Well, you know what that did? It completely dove us deeper into the depression. It made the depression. It put the deep in depression. Right? We might have had a recession, and in the 1930s, but the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, what it did was first they raised tariffs on 20,000 goods. It triggered a global trade war, which is exactly what Trump is doing now. U.S. exports collapsed by 60%, and it deepened the Great Depression. It turned it from the Great Recession to the Great Depression, and pushed unemployment to 25%. Now, is that going to happen now? Before you start panicking and start breaking out in a cold sweat, I need you to chill out and hear me when I say that that's probably not going to happen this time. You're not going to have 25% unemployment, none of that stuff. It ain't like they're going to make all of America know what it's like to be Black. What is going to probably happen, though, is you're going to have a slowdown in GDP. You could have a dip in the stock market. I consider that to be a buying opportunity because once this is out of their system, I think they're going to go back to more business as usual. But you could see a long-term regime shift in that the United States, due to President Trump's economic decisions, is disconnecting itself from much of the world. And what that does is it's like this. Think of it like, here's an analogy that'll help you understand this. I have people that I hire that I pay to work for me and stuff. So let's say that I feel like my person that works for me is that I'm paying them too much money. I'm paying you way this much money and you're doing this much work. I don't like that. I'm changing the relationship. We're fixing everything. So I say, I'm only going to pay you half and I need you to do double the work so that we're even. And so I might even have a legitimate point. But if that person feels somehow slighted, there's going to be a retaliation on some level in some cases, right? Maybe it won't be an immediate retaliation. Maybe it's like, okay, I'm going to acquiesce to you because you're the boss, right? And Trump is a guy, if you look at his personality, he likes to be the boss. He likes to, flex his muscles and show his power. But the thing about that is that employee where I say, look, I'm Boyce, I'm Dr. Boyce, and you're gonna do what I say because I run this damn thing. This is my operation, right? That's how people tell you that people that don't have that power will tell you to act like that. They'll tell you like, oh, well, you're the boss. You should be doing this, doing that. And I'm like, yeah, but there's a consequence for everything that you do. So what the person might say is, yep, you the boss. I'm sorry, I apologize. But then what happens is they retaliate but it may be in the shadows, or it may be long term, right? It may be something where they say, okay, so we're not friends anymore, huh? So you don't have my back. Well, guess what? I don't have yours. So next thing you know, 6 months later, there might be consequences that emerge because of it. Maybe they leave to go work for another company. Maybe they find some other way to skimp out on their work. Maybe they maybe they sabotage my business or something, right? So what a lot of people believe is that the United States trading partners, particularly Europe and Canada and other places, they're gonna start doing business with other people. Like, believe me, they're all getting together, and they're all scared of Trump. They're because he's a bully. He's kind of a bully. And again, whether you voted for him or not, I think he's a bully. Um, and so they're sitting there, and when the bully's in the room, they're like, "Yes, sir, no, sir." But when he walks out of the room, they're like, "Okay, how do we make sure this never happens again?" They're doing really the whole world is kind of doing exactly what the black community is doing. Do you notice how since they got rid of the DEI programs, now suddenly you hear all these black people talking about starting black-owned businesses and black people unifying and everything else? Which again, I'm the guy who said, "Well, y'all should have been doing that from the beginning." I don't know why you thought these people were your friends, but still, the world is more, the world is more activated, right? The community is more like, yeah, we got to do this, brother. We got to get together, bro. Build our own. Bro. Of course, you were supposed to do that, right? Well, the Europeans are doing the same thing. The Europeans are like, these Americans, we thought these Americans had our back, and they don't. And they dropped their white DEI program, which was for them, the white DEI was basically the United States was funding protection of European countries. Since World War II, they were like, look, we'll provide your defense. You just got to help us in some other areas. And then also we'll be a great trading partner. So Trump is basically saying, we're not going to defend you anymore. And we're going to come in and we're going to use our power to make things the way we want. So now what's happened is Germany, for the first time since World War II, has mobilized economically to build its own defense. They're also mobilizing economically to form connections that didn't exist before. And what this does long term is it threatens the sovereignty of the U.S. dollar. A lot of you have heard of BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Well, BRICS is not just those countries. BRICS is really big. BRICS has a lot of countries that are all in alignment to say, we're trying to get away from the US dollar as the reserve currency of the world. We want to do business with each other directly. We're not trying to deal with the Americans because we hate the Americans. The Americans are terrible people, especially when they pick a leader like this. That's what they're saying. So what this could do long term is it could accelerate these sorts of BRICS related initiatives and then impact the long-term value of the dollar. But here's the thing that you got to understand. This is what I want you to still realize, though, is that these effects are, you're talking about 20, 30 years down the line. This is stuff that may only happen after we're dead. Also, the other thing too is Americans are really, really good at making money. America is just the best on earth at starting businesses and innovation, and we lead in so many areas that America is always going to be the gorilla in the room. So as much as they might want to sort of disconnect from America, the Europeans definitely can't really compete with Americans. And you know why? And I'm not saying this in a negative way. I don't think Europe can compete with America because Europeans are healthier people. Like, they have balance. My one of my kids lives in Denmark, and I go to Denmark, and it's amazing. Like, there's no fat people because they make policies that incentivize people to eat healthy and exercise. The children actually get a great education because they invest a lot of money in educating kids. The families are more stable because they actually believe that a mother should spend time with her kids and not just spend all her time in the factory. In America, they're like, they don't care. In America, they're like, no, we need to trick the moms and make them think that having a baby is a failure so that they'll all come to work every day. We don't give a damn at how fat you are as long as you're buying our fatty, sugary, nasty, cancer-driven processed food, right? You're also funding our healthcare system, which isn't that great, but we're going to charge the hell out of you because you're making the American economy go. And this is the dark side of being an American. The dark side is, in a way, I compare us to, like, we're like the economic Michael Jordan. That's what we are. We're the economic Michael Jordan. If you look at Michael Jordan, every time my wife sees Michael Jordan, she has a mixed reaction. Like, so we watched that Anybody else watch that documentary, The Last Dance? It was really good. So in this documentary, Jordan's talking about, his time with the Bulls and the championships and everything else. And the whole time he's sitting there, So he's talking, and on one hand, my wife is nostalgic because she's from Gary, which is right next to Chicago. She remembers being in downtown Chicago every time they won the championship. So Jordan created a lot of great memories for her as well as anybody else in Chicago. Anybody who's a basketball fan, anybody who's not a fan, like you have to admire the kind of player he is. But at the same time, though, she is concerned she's in what they call it, a caring profession, or I can't remember what they call it, social work, but she's a social worker who can diagnose mental health issues, things like that. And she's seeing this guy sitting here, and he's got these yellow pupils. His pupils have turned yellow, which I don't know. I'm sure some of y'all could tell me what that probably means, some health condition, right? And he's drinking liquor the whole time, and he's also growling and angry about all these things that happened 20 or 30 years ago, like so and also a lot of people are like, yeah, he was a terrible person, he was such a mean guy. And Michael just comes back and says the people who say that they never effing won anything, they never effing won nothing, right? So on one hand he's winning, but on the other hand, I look at him and I wonder if he's a guy whose mental and physical health has paid a huge price. His relationships definitely have paid a price for that. His children have significant problems. I think one of his sons got arrested with a bunch of drugs on him or something like that. The big divorce and all that. But then also he has a long trail of people that just say, I don't like that guy at all, but he was a winner, right? America is like that. America is the Michael Jordan of economics. We win championships, but we lose a lot of friends in the process because all we care about is winning the championship. All we care about is winning the economic, become an economic champion of the world. That's what we become, and that's what we are, because we are so deeply committed to the economics of running businesses and starting industries and financing things. We have the best capital markets on earth. So America is a great place if you want to make money, but it's not a great place if you want to have balance. And this is one of the reasons why I've consistently said I don't. If you want to know my position, the worst thing you could ever call me is a black capitalist. I'm not a capitalist. I'm not about Robert. It's not Robert Smith. Michael Roberts. He's a billionaire. He's connected with the Black Business School. We talked about him teaching the class. I want to bring him in. He did this tour of on black capitalism, and he wanted me to participate, and I was kind of like, but I'm not really a capitalist. Like I don't think that. I think capitalism in America, as it's executed, is a little too money hungry. I think that we are a little too focused on the economics, and I think Trump exemplifies that. He exemplifies American capitalism at its rawest and at its ugliest. And what's going to happen is there's going to be a long-term price to be paid because these tariffs are not going to do good things for America or for the world. So that's what I see. That's what it is. So today, the reason I'm bringing it up today is because today he's got what he calls Liberation Day, where he's going to announce all these tariffs. And so let me talk about some investing that you may want to consider if you want to be prepared for this, whether you benefit from it or you want to avoid some of the problems. Before I mention that really quickly, I want to remind everyone that at some point, make sure you're on the text list for the class. I assume you are. Text morning to 87948. If you've done that, I may send you a link and ask you to share your story. I really want to start documenting real results and real changes that you've made in your lives and in your families as a result of the things that we're talking about. That's just something that we want to sort of keep up with, and I want to announce some of that so everyone can kind of see that we're getting real results. We're not like a regular university where we want to just teach you a bunch of stuff and just have you pretend like you learned something. I want to see it implemented. I want to see it applied. Even if it's applied imperfectly, you got to do something. You got to take action. Okay, whatever that means for you. So if I send you the link and say, tell your Black wealth story, just hit the link. And if you got a few minutes, just tell us. I'm educating my kids on economics. My 4-year-old daughter has memorized all the stock market flashcards. Me and my grandmother and my nephew get together and hold family business meetings. We bought our first property, and now we own 25 acres down in Georgia. Like stuff like that is really important and powerful. The other thing too is I mentioned this yesterday. I'll mention it again. I have a book called Financial Lovemaking that you can have for free. If you go to boyceandalicia.com, you can actually have the e-copy of Financial Lovemaking. So feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com and you can grab a copy of that. Also, Dr. Alicia had something she put together called the Black Love Challenge, which you can do there as well, because those healthy relationships impact your economics. But y'all know that, of course. So let's keep going. All right. So here are some ways to deal with these tariff announcements. The industries most likely to be impacted right away would be things related to China, like Chinese EVs, solar panels, tech components, things like that. It could cause higher prices, supply chain disruptions, and retaliation from China, which is a problem. I do think that I do wonder how this is going to affect even international travel. I don't think I'd want to go to China right now. Me and my wife went to China in 2018, but I don't know if I'd want to go back. I almost feel like they would detain us just to use us as bargaining chips or something. I know the Russians do that, so I wouldn't go to Russia either. I went to Russia in 2014 or something like that. Or maybe it was 2013. Okay, so some assets you can buy that would give you a hedge against the tariff backfire. The biggest would be gold. GLD is the ticker symbol for the Spider Gold ETF. So exposure to gold tends to do well in situations like this. In fact, right before class, I went to go buy some long-term call spreads on gold. If you know options, you know what a call spread is. If not, you can look that up for sure. And so gold is something that you may want to look at. The ticker symbol is GLD. Silver, there's also a silver ETF. That's SLV. SLV. We mentioned some of the staples like Procter and Gamble, PG, Coca-Cola, KO, McDonald's. People are going to eat McDonald's even if the economy is bad, unfortunately, because I guess we're committed to making sure our health is as bad as the economy. So McDonald's is one of those staple stocks that is expected to maintain itself even in the midst of all the chaos and turmoil. And McDonald's is just if you just care about being in a good business, they're as solid as they get. I mean, and if you want to get inspired with a business story, I would encourage you to go watch the Netflix movie about I forgot what it's called. Michael Keaton's in it, but it's all about the McDonald's brothers and how they started the company. From just this, they had this tiny little restaurant, and all they did was they just pursued excellence and efficiency. They used to sell because in the beginning, the McDonald's brothers used to sell everything on the menu. They would have fried chicken and fish and and lasagna, whatever, right? Is it called Founders? Thank you, Damien. Yeah, and then they just realized, like, wait a minute, like 80% of our orders are pretty much the burger, the fries, and the drink. So why don't we just focus on these three things and then figure out how to make them really quickly and efficiently? And that's what they did. They developed a whole process to make this stuff really, really fast. And that's how they became McDonald's. And then Michael Keaton's character was Ray Kroc, and Ray Kroc was selling milkshake machines to different companies. And he comes in and he sees his business. He's like, "Holy cow, this is amazing!" So what he does is he actually comes in to distribute the business, like to set up these franchises all around the country. And that's how McDonald's became the behemoth that it is. And the goal was really standardization. If you go to any McDonald's anywhere on the planet, you're going to see certain things that are going to be the same almost anywhere in the world. There might be some regional variations. Like if you go to McDonald's in Germany, it's going to be slightly different from the McDonald's in China, but it's still McDonald's. You know what it feels like to be inside of McDonald's if you've been there before. And the other thing about that's interesting about McDonald's, just since we're talking about the business, is a lot of people don't even know McDonald's really isn't in the business of selling hamburgers. They actually are a real estate company. That's how they make most of their money. What they do is they own all this property and they'll lease it to the franchisees who are going to use that land to sell cheeseburgers. And then they're like, we'll take a cut of the cheeseburgers, but while you're making your cheeseburgers and making your money, you can have most of that. Make sure you pay your rent on time. So basically, it's like if I bought an apartment building and said, I'm gonna rent units in this apartment building to people that want to come in and and sell birthday cakes or something, right? And so I might be a cake company, but really I'm not interested in the birthday cakes. I'm interested in all the people that want to rent from me so they can sell birthday cakes, right? And this is to some extent, this compares to a model they call the picks and shovels model, where you're not necessarily trying to get into the business and take the risk, but you'll sell the picks and shovels to the people who are taking the risk. During the California gold rush, the people that made the most money were not the people who were digging for gold. It was the people who sold the picks and shovels to the people who were digging for gold. Because whether you get gold or not, you're going to need a pick. You're going to need a shovel. Levi's, was like, well, look, you're going to need some rugged blue jeans that you can wear while you're up there digging for gold. There were restaurants that said, well, when you get done digging for gold, you're going to need a hot meal. That's a guaranteed business model. I know you're always going to eat whether you find gold or not. The rest is up to you. You understand? So you want to sort of be able to understand different business models, have these conversations with your kids when they're little, so they can sort of spot opportunities when they see them. Because here's the thing. Most people don't represent a good opportunity unless it comes attached with a paycheck. Most people do not understand a good opportunity unless it comes attached to a paycheck. So the word poor, what does poor stand for? Poor stands for what? Passing over opportunities repeatedly, right? So so ultimately, if your economic awareness and your financial consciousness is not very high, that's why we do economic elevation. It's the art of financial consciousness. If your financial consciousness and awareness is not high, then $1 million opportunity will walk right by you and you won't even recognize it. You won't recognize it. You won't even know it's there. And people pass over opportunities all the time. If you're not even aware, if nobody ever taught you what a good woman looks like, a great woman might walk right by you and you'll pass her up because you're looking for the girl that's got the BBL or something, right? So ultimately we pass over opportunities repeatedly, and then we look around and we say, why are there no opportunities? Well, the opportunities were there. They were knocking on your door, but you didn't answer because you didn't have the awareness to even know what you should be looking for. So economic awareness is really a thing. It's one of the biggest things, and it's one of the things that in my opinion is missed. I think it's something you have to consciously think about. Right? So anyway, that's it. I'm going to finish up for today. It was great to see all of you. And by the way, if you want to join Powernomics training tonight, I'm gonna have to cancel that because I gotta travel. I gotta go to Louisville, Kentucky. I'm speaking at my friend's church. It's called St. Stephen's. The pastor's name is Dr. Kevin Cosby. He's the president of Simmons College, and he's a great guy, a longtime friend. And he asked me to come down there, and so I have a tremendous respect for him. So I'm very happy to go down there. And anyway, what else? Also, don't forget, we'll be in Miami. So if you want to join us in Miami, we're doing the Economic Elevation Summit. It's May 9th and 10th. If you go to economicelevationsummit.com, you can get your passes, economicelevationsummit.com. And also, I'll get those links for the All Black National Convention. That's going to be in Atlanta in August. The weekend of August 24th. And that's going to be big. You don't want to, that's going to be the biggest conference we've ever had. It's 10 years. We've done this 10 years, 10 straight years. We have never needed funding from the government. We're not a DEI operation. I don't care about none of that stuff, to be honest with you. No disrespect. If you're connected to that, that's just not our thing. Also, we do not have corporate sponsors. We do not have big corporations because I don't believe in the idea of Black liberation brought to you by McDonald's or out of Black Power sponsored by Walmart. That's not Black power. That's Walmart power. That's McDonald's power. That's not your power. That's borrowed power. So one thing about power, in my opinion, is you got to know the difference between power that is yours versus power that someone has loaned to you. Because power that's loaned to you by somebody else can be taken away just like that. Can't nobody take our power. Like we built this, we did this, and we did it brick by brick, and it's succeeding. We got hundreds of thousands of students around the world, and we're making a difference. We're making it happen. So anyway, hope everybody has a great day. God bless you, and I look forward to seeing you all next time. So have a great day, everybody. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. Love and money. How do the two overlap? What does that look like? Well, Tierra KJ Williams, aka Miss Black Hollywood, sent me a video that really got me thinking, and I thought that it might be a worthy conversation to discuss because there are lots of things happening in terms of people talking about relationships and 50-50, who should pay for what. And when you talk about love, the economics isn't just dollars and cents. It's about expectations, emotions, and there's a silent price that we put on love. At the end of the day, there are all these other variables that kind of happen where money becomes a symbol. of something deeper than just money. And I'm going to talk about that. So as you come in, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I also want to remind you guys that if you want to join us every morning for Money in the Morning, we do financial consciousness training for our economic elevation class every single day. It's totally free. We have thousands and thousands of you that have signed up and you love it. I took the survey. 99.9% of the students, actually, sorry, 99.6% of the students in the class said that if they could recommend it to a friend, they would. So if you want to join this free class, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video. Let me know if you can hear me. Give me a quick yes in the chat to let me know you can hear me. Quick microphone check. Just want to make sure I'm good. And I'm going to play this video. And apparently there's this woman, and I don't know if this is a skit or not. It could be, but even if it's a skit, as my friend Tiara said, it basically exemplifies a lot of the issues going on in our community. There's a lot of conversation about money and relationships and who should bring what to the table and what are you bringing to the table and stuff like that. So this is really interesting stuff to me. I wrote a book when I was on the faculty of Syracuse University called Financial Lovemaking. And in this book, Financial Lovemaking, which I'll show you you can have the book for free. I'll give you a link where you can go get it. It really sort of expresses all these interesting connections between love and money, some of which we don't fully understand, some of which people are delusional about. They're very delusional about how money and love intersect and how one affects the other. So let me play this video. Give me a yes in the chat if you can hear the video and make sure the audio is coming through okay. So here we go.
Where are we? Who house?
This our house, babe. I just bought it.
This house?
Yeah, this house, babe. What's wrong?
This not the house we agreed on. Why would you do that?
This is what I could afford, babe. I bought this because it's what I could afford.
You care about me being happy or you being happy? Because I'm not happy with this. This is not what you were supposed to have bought.
I care about both of us being happy, and you're not making no payments.
I don't care about that. I'm not gonna want to stay here. I'd rather stay where we are now.
Well, where we at now, where we at right now, we renting. This we own in here. You know, the property value can go up.
No.
You ain't even seen the inside.
I don't want to see the inside. To me, it look no. To be honest.
What's wrong with this house?
It's small. Look at that little window. Like it's small. Like I don't even want to be here. And then you talking about some that you can afford it. Like you can afford better than this.
You don't spend all your money on the house, babe. You got to keep something in the bank.
Okay, and we have enough in the bank to get something better than this. This is not what I expected to how I wanted to live my life. Certain enough for my kids.
You gonna help me pay the bills, babe?
No.
Okay, so then what? Let's go see the house. Let's go.
Okay, so were you guys able to see that video? And if you were, I'd like for you to do me a quick favor. Give me like a 1-sentence reaction to the video. What is a kind of a 1-sentence reaction? Let's assume it's real. Because even if it's a skit, y'all done seen this before. you know you can imagine real people. So what did y'all think? Give me kind of a 1-sentence reaction. While we do that, by the way, boyceandalicia.com is where you can go if you want to get a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. You can have it for free. And so if that's of interest to you, go to boyceandalicia.com. My wife, who's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, she talks to couples all day long, and they run into issues like this. Okay, so I see Stacy says disgusted. He should exit stage left. Okay. Michelle says disappointed. Okay. Andrew just says wow. Patrick says ungrateful, bougie. I saw ungrateful from Michelle, and then I saw somebody else said Patrick said ungrateful and bougie and entitled. The comments are coming in kind of fast, so it's hard to keep up. Okay, she's more interested in appearances than investment. Okay. She did not understand the sacrifice, thought it was all about her. Why does it have to be this way? Oh, okay. That's really interesting. Okay, so yeah, when I saw the video, my first reaction was like, whoa, that's kind of got to be very hurtful for him, because I'm sure whatever trouble he went through to buy this house, he expected gratitude, and he didn't get gratitude. He got attitude. Kind of sucks when you expect gratitude, but you get attitude. And that's just, and nobody deserves that. And so that part I got, but then I also tried to understand it from different perspectives. And I'm actually give you some financial theories on this to help you understand what might be going on, so we can learn an economic lesson on this. We're not just here to gossip about people's lives. The other piece to this too is I heard her say this was not the house we agreed upon. Right. So given that this was not the house they agreed upon, and he just said, I'm going to go out and buy us a house, and we are going to live in this house, and we may live in this house for 10 years or more. Do you think that's fair? Give me a yes or no. Do you think that's fair that they apparently agreed on something, but yet he made a unilateral decision to go out and I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. The video went out a little bit. But but if you don't think it's a problem, then it is a problem. I'm just going to tell you like this. I would encourage you when you make a decision like that to communicate. I don't think maybe in 1942 you could do that. You could get away with that, but you just can't do that now. And the worst part about doing stuff that somebody didn't even ask you to do is that's the easiest way to end up getting upset and having your feelings hurt, because here you done sacrifice for somebody without even asking them what sacrifice they wanted from you. And I think some of us may have done that before. I know I've done it, where you go out of your way. You're like, I did this for you. Da-da! And they're like, I'm not real interested because that's not what I wanted. So one of the things I learned when I read a book called What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis is that if you're trying to appeal to the customer, whoever that person may be, your woman, your man, your client, first thing you got to do is listen. You got to ask, what would make you happy? What would you like? And then you can give them what they want. And then you may find that giving them what they want, they may, you may have wanted to buy a $10,000 diamond to impress her, but maybe she just wanted some $50 roses. Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that right there was something that kind of stuck out to me when she said, this is not the house we agreed upon, which right there increases tenfold to me the possibility that somebody's going to get mad and somebody's going to get hurt. Now, let me lay out some other ideas on here for you just to consider as you are thinking about how to process this, because I want you to process it at a higher level. I want your financial consciousness to grow, and this will put money in your pocket. I promise you. I'm a finance professor, in case you don't know, in case you're new. Do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, my podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, look up Boyce Watkins and you'll find me there as well. So here's the thing. When you're buying something, when you're spending money to some extent, in many cases, is not money. Just isn't money. It's a symbol of something. There's something in finance called signaling theory, and basically, when we when men go out, when we go out peacocking, trying to get women's attention and showing them how strong we are, that's signaling. You're signaling that you're a strong man because you went and spent this money, or you poured liquor out at the club, or you driving a Lamborghini. You're signaling. We're sending back signals. And here's the thing about signaling theory. In love, big purchases are typically signals of commitment, signals of success, signals of devotion. So the woman may have interpreted the tiny house as like a weak signal, right? And so maybe she was looking for a bigger, stronger signal. And so there's a whole theory around signaling by a guy named Spence from 1973. So the question is, did he send the wrong signal? And also, when he was talking about the house, he wasn't talking about the house in the same way she was talking about the house, right? He was talking about the house as an investment. He was talking about the house as look on the inside. He was talking about the house like, hey, we got to be efficient with our finances. For her, maybe the house was something different. Maybe the house was something more emotional, status based, right? And I think that that's an important thing to understand about somebody you get with, because what's interesting too, did anybody catch this? When he asked her, he said, are you going to help pay for it? She said, no. So literally she's saying, I expect you to buy the house, but you can't buy the house you want to buy. You got to buy a house that I'm okay with. You got to buy a house that's going to make me feel a certain way. This house does not do it. So it's kind of a tough spot for him, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, where it's like, you got to come up with the money, but you don't get the power that comes with the money. That's hard. That's really, really hard. So what that really says is that when you're spending your money on people, you better make sure you pick the right one, because just my advice to men, I say this as a man who I have not been broke for a long time. I was broke when I was 29 years old, 30 years old, right before I got my job at Syracuse. After that, I never made less than six figures. My first job, I made $115,000 a year as a finance professor at Syracuse. And I can tell you this, that once I got money, I attracted a certain kind of woman. And it was okay for women to be interested in money because every book on biology tells you that women like money, just like they like men that are 6 feet tall. I was like, look, I'm not 6 feet tall, but I know what I got in the bank and I know what I got in my brain. So that gave me plenty of options. You have to make sure you're picking someone that's going to be consistent with your values. If you are a person, whether you have money or not, there are some women that are like, hey, money means something. I have a relationship with money. I grew up poor as hell, and having money meant something. Maybe I saw the local dope dealers, or maybe my daddy got us evicted when I was a baby, and a lack of money traumatized me. But money means something to me, and you want to understand that before you lock yourself into somebody. So even if you can afford, like I probably could have afforded a gold digger, but I did not want one. Why? Well, because I didn't want a broke person with caviar spending habits. I didn't want to be with somebody who wanted a high level lifestyle but couldn't afford even a low level lifestyle. Why would I want like a really bougie welfare recipient? That was not interesting to me, and so I ended up marrying a woman who's very efficient with resources. She knew how to save and invest, so she had her own assets. So when she went and bought her little red Mercedes, she paid for it herself and didn't even bother me about it, right? So at the end of the day, you got to pick what works for you. And I think sometimes when men have frustrations about women's financial expectations, it's because you picked something that was out of your weight class or out of your preference class. You picked, you're trying to date a zebra when really you should be with a giraffe. Right. The zebras and giraffes are not the same animal. Different people are different. Different people have different attitudes toward money. Some people, men and women, this isn't just true for men looking at women. Also, a lot of you Black women are doing well. A lot of you have great jobs. You're making good money. You're going to attract men that are interested in women that have money. In fact, my friend had a funny term for it. She called them hobosexuals. She said hobosexuals are men that go around, sleep with women, and give them a good time in the bedroom so they can get access to their money. So it doesn't just happen on the male side. I mean, you see all the time where you'll have women that are furious because they have to pay child support or alimony or whatever. And I can guarantee you that if you go into a relationship and you're not equally yoked financially, if that relationship ends, there's a very good chance that you're going to get drained financially as that relationship ends because you have become incorporated into somebody's lifestyle. You become a part of somebody's lifestyle. Now, Efron says, I see you low key flexing. Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to flex. I'm gonna tell you the truth, Efron. I don't flex when it comes to money. Because I don't think that having money is the best thing I can contribute to the world. I'm not a guy you're gonna see driving down the street in a Lamborghini. I'm not out here, I'm not gonna take pictures on my private jet. I don't do stuff like that. I think that stuff is corny. I believe in substance, right? So I didn't mean, if it sounded like I was flexing, I apologize. It's not me being cocky. It's really me being confident. I am confident, but I'd like to be, I believe in humility. So my apologies if I sound like I'm flexing. I was just being honest. So anyway, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And if you want a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. That's boyceandalicia.com. Also, my wife does, she's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. So if you want to figure out your relationship, stuff like that, she does a book club every week and they get in a private Zoom and they talk about mental health and relationship issues and things like that. And she's really good at it. Very, very few PhDs become full professors, and she's been doing therapy for a long time. So if you want to join or participate or get notifications, text the word love to 87948. Text love to 87948. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this video one more time. We were talking about this woman who I don't know if it's a skit or not, but she got this house from her man and she's feeling kind of disappointed in the house. And then there's a little bit more to say about it. I'm going to lay out a little bit more financial theory in terms of what I'm seeing here. So I'm going to play this video one more time in case you got in late. So here's the video. I hope you guys can hear it. Here it goes.
Where are we? Who house?
It's our house, babe. I just bought it.
This house?
Yeah, this house, babe. What's wrong?
This not the house we agreed on. Why would you do that?
This is what I could afford, babe. I bought this because it's what I could afford.
You care about me being happy or you being happy? Because I'm not happy with this. This is not what you were supposed to have bought.
I care about both of us being happy, and you're not making no payments.
I don't care about that. I'm not gonna want to stay here. I'd rather stay where we are now.
Well, where we at now, where we at right now, we renting. This we own in here. The property value can go up.
No.
You ain't even seen the inside.
I don't want to see the inside. To me, it look No, to be honest.
What's wrong with this house?
It's small. Look at that little window. Like, it's small. Like, I don't even want to be here. And then you talking about some that you can afford it. Like, you can afford better than this.
You don't spend all your money on the house, babe. You got to keep something in the bank.
Okay, and we have enough in the bank to get something better than this. This is not what I expected to how I wanted to live my life. Certain enough for my kids.
You gonna help me pay the bills, babe?
No.
Okay, so then what? You don't, let's go see the house. Let's go.
So what's also interesting about this video that I thought that I noticed the second time around is she talked about how this is not how she wants to live her life, right? So there's actually a theory around what they call gift exchange, the exchange of gifts and relationships. And this came from a guy named Waldfogel in 1993. He wrote he wrote a research paper called "The Dead Weight Loss of Christmas." The dead weight loss of Christmas. I mean, think about that. That's a deep title. The dead weight loss of Christmas. What you're losing at Christmas. And what he talks about is the fact that gifts have different value depending on whether you meet the receiver's preferences, right? So an expensive gift isn't always a good gift. A lot of times the giver of the gift, the husband, is thinking about the rational things. Like, look at how much this costs. Look at how much of a ROI on this investment we can get. And in some cases, the wife may be looking for something symbolic. She may be looking for something that shows you love me as opposed to something that's going to make me money or be a great investment property. And so communication kind of helps you overcome that. There's another theory by Hochschild in 1983. He wrote a research paper called "The Managed Heart: Commercialization of Human Feeling." So listen, I want you to listen to this title. It's a powerful title. The commercialization of human feeling. Think about that. What we've kind of done, and this is why you got to be real careful when you're mixing love and money, because it's like mixing fire with fire, right? Like a grease fire with an oil fire. You're going to get some pretty interesting combinations. What has happened in America is that your religion is not Christianity. It is not Islam. It is not, Judaism. Your religion, the dominant religion in America is money. Capitalism is they need to form a church of capitalism because your society is designed to worship money. Every study shows that Americans have the most money, but they're the least happy. Not only are you the least happy with your lives relative to developed countries, pay attention now, you also are the fattest and the sickest, and your mental health is garbage. Your relationships are garbage. Your divorces are high, all these things, right? Why? Well, because you're worshiping the God of money, and the God of money is a jealous God. The God of capitalism is a God that does not want you to worship what he considers to be false gods. It doesn't want you thinking about things like your happiness or morality or healthy relationships or living a good life. They want you to get up and go to work every day so you can go buy that new car that was advertised to you on BET. So when that title's there and I read it and it says the commercialization of human feeling, I think about the fact that so many of us have been trained to believe that if somebody loves you, they're going to spend money on you. And they've also been trained to believe in the other direction, that because a rich man can spend money very easily. It's very easy. Will make things better. Can y'all hear me okay? Let me know if you can hear me okay. All right. So ultimately, the idea is that if you love this woman, then you want to marry her and you're serious, you got to go down to the jewelry store, spend 2 months' salary, and buy her an expensive diamond, right? That wasn't an idea until maybe about 70, 80 years ago. De Beers started these ads telling you that diamonds are forever and diamonds are a girl's best friend, things like that. And then you started to believe that. Now, by the way, can you guys hear me now? Let me know if you can hear me. Let's do a quick sound check because I'm hearing some no's. I think I'm back. I switched my Wi-Fi, so that might have been what took me out, but I wanted to get a better signal. Let me know if you can hear me. Once you guys let me know and confirm you can hear me, then I'm going to continue. So basically, as De Beers was sort of manipulating people, kind of pimping them into believing two things that are not true. One, that diamonds are very rare, which they're not very rare. They just control the supply. But then number two, they were getting people to believe that diamonds are the best way to express your love to a woman. Then that puts people into an economic trap. Not so much that money doesn't matter. I think money does matter. But at the end of the day, money can't be the only way you express love to another person. Money can't be sort of this essential, irreplaceable dimension of the process, because some people don't have money, but they have a lot of wealth. They have a lot of value. Right. And so here in this theory, let me just finish up on this point. What they talk about in this book about the commercialization of the human feeling, or this research paper, it's not a book, it's a research paper by a guy named Hochschild. It says that basically when you talk about relationships, you have these things called emotional labor gaps, right? And emotional labor gaps basically means that there's like a lot of labor that you have to do that's not just as simple as buying a house, right? The economics isn't just about the dollar bills. It's really about this invisible labor, like understanding your partner's emotional needs. So I'm going to say that I think that a lot of her disappointment started with the fact that she's like, this is not the house we talked about. Because if I was talking to him, I'd say, well, before, excuse me, before you buy the house, you might want to talk to her about it and just kind of make sure that she's okay with that. Show her a picture or two. Don't just pop up and surprise her. But at the same time, though, the good point that he can make is, look, I'm paying for this. This is my money. And so if I'm paying for the house, I'm going to pick the house. That's a tough dilemma. That's a really tough one. I would say overall, though, there are plenty of women that would like a house like that. So it sounds like he might have picked the wrong one. So it's not so much about them doing the wrong thing or them being bad people. It's really, y'all might not be a match for each other. She wants a nice house. You cannot afford the nice house. How did y'all end up together? How did this happen? A couple of one conversation could have saved everybody some embarrassment, assuming that this was real. Maybe it's a skit, but again, even if it's not a skit, I've seen people go through things like this, and that's why I'm talking about it. Okay, so anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here, and I hope you guys have a great night. If you want to go, we're going to Ghana this summer. If you want to join the B1 family in Ghana this summer, you can actually text the word travel to the phone number 87948. So text travel to 87948. We're actually doing a presentation tonight with Jay Cameron, who's our travel guide, and he's going to talk all about our summer trip. I don't have the dates in front of me. I think it's July. And I will be there. I definitely will be there. So if you want to join us tonight, just text the word travel to the number 87948. And also we have financial flashcards and workbooks for kids. If you have an interest in that, in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can obtain all of this by going to drboycebooks.com. That's the URL on the screen, drboycebooks.com. All right. Stacy says Singapore next. We can't go to Singapore, but maybe we can. Why not? I haven't been to Singapore, but I heard it's a nice place. So anyway, have a good night, everybody. God bless you. And thank you guys for listening. And I will talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And on drboycetv.com, we believe that our goal is to be Black and intelligent and strong and powerful and successful. And that is what we're going to do with our children. So I want to say hello to everybody. And for those of you that are going to join us for the morning class that starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, I just decided to hop in here a little bit early and hang out with you guys some. I am going to still show up for our 10 a.m. Economic elevation training, which everybody can join. If you text the word morning to the number 87948, I'll send you an invitation. So text the word morning to 87948. We call it Money in the Morning, and that's where we learn about our economics every single day. Because our people, if we don't have Black wealth, we will never have Black power. Also, if we don't have Black families, we will not have Black power. So these are the things we believe. I believe that Black people should be healthy, wealthy, and strong. I believe we should have good physical and mental health. I believe that we should educate ourselves and our children. I also believe that we should have better relationships with each other. And I also believe that we should get our wealth right. While my PhD is in finance, I'd love to help you in that regard. So anyway, good morning, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me. Give me a quick yes to let me know you can hear me okay. I want to ask y'all a quick question. Also, let me know, did y'all hear about Marvin Sapp? Marvin Sapp, who's a guy that I honestly don't follow Marvin Sapp. I have nothing against Marvin Sapp. but there was a really interesting video that was sent to me by several people where Marvin Sapp was in there. The pastors are real good at getting that money. And he was he said something that was really kind of shocking to a lot of people, or just surprising. He told the ushers to shut the doors while he was asking for the money, and a lot of people felt that that was unnecessary pressure that he was putting on people. I think since then he's kind of come out and apologized and stuff like that. And I think that grace. I give him grace. I say, okay, you made a mistake. You admitted to it. No drama there. But there is something to bring up here in terms of raising money and just the business of the church, right? Just kind of just churchonomics. And I want to say this real quick. My daddy's a pastor. My mama might as well have been one. And so I ain't got nothing against the black church, but I'm a little bit of a heathen. I don't go to church. I have a great relationship with God, but I don't find my relationship with the church. And I'm gonna just be honest with you, because I don't know if all churches are really doing the job that they need to do in terms of helping us really learn how to be free. I think church can be used to liberate a God. The path to God through your pastor can either liberate you or enslave you. And church was used a lot for slavery, but there's no disrespect to all the thousands of black churches out there, because there's actually students in the Black Business School like James Wilson who actually said that they're teaching stock options to the members of their church. So they're all doing better financially because they're learning investing together. So again, I think that it's real clear. Before I show this video, I want to get an agreement among all of us. Can we at least agree that all black churches are not alike? And can we at least agree that we can have a conversation without vilifying every church or vilifying every pastor? There's a lot of good churches and good pastors out here, and I think it's important for us to acknowledge that. In fact, I'm going to go give a speech this week in Louisville, Kentucky, with a great black church and a great black pastor named Dr. Kevin Cosby, who's an old friend of mine, and I have a lot of respect for the guy. I know he ain't perfect, but I respect what he's trying to do. So give me a yes if we can at least have intelligent, balanced, open-minded conversations about this and not get into the whole like, that's why I don't go to church. These bootlegged pastors, they be out here lying and stealing, and they all pimps in the pulpit. Now we know we got pimps in the pulpit. Now they ain't all saints. We know that, because some of y'all church folk be acting extra ratchet, but we got to acknowledge that there's diversity. So let's get that out the way. Let me play this video with Marvin, and I want to get your take on this. Give me like a 1-sentence description in the chat on how this video makes you feel, what you're thinking when you watch this. We're going to watch a big chunk of it, not the whole thing, but we'll watch enough to kind of know what's going on. So here's a video.
That is involved. There's 1,000 of you. I said, close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. We all gonna leave together. Y'all ain't going no place but to the restaurant. There's 1,000 of you tonight, and those that are watching, it's 1,000 that's watching online. This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. I'm challenging each of you all down here to give a $20 seed. I actually think $20 is a lot of money. $20, believe it or not, when my late wife Melinda P. Sapp was alive, was a good date. I could take her to the movies, buy a box of popcorn, get 1 soda, 2 straws. I wasn't cheap, that's swag. I was looking in her eyes, she's looking in mine. Can't do that no more. Now everyone up here, we've all sold and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because again, it costs to sit up here. I got you. Let's see. So put your 20 away, preachers. That 20 wasn't for you. And this is what I need you to do. If you're giving electronically, or even if you're giving tangibly, I'm gonna have y'all come to the altar and give it, because I need to see 1,000 people moving. Bring them baskets. I want the baskets up here. I want to see the folk. Y'all start moving. Y'all can bring it right now. Come. Even if you're giving tangibly, just put your hand on take your phone and stick it on the bucket. Giving is worship. Giving is worship. Giving is worship. Giving is worship. This ain't the time to talk. 1,000 people need to give $20. 1,000 people need to give $20. 1,000 people online need to give $20. This is easy, saints.
Okay. All right. So give me a one sentence feedback on what you think about what Pastor Sapp did. I never knew, honestly. I tell you how ignorant I am. I didn't know if he was a pastor or a singer. I guess he was both. I keep hearing people talk about "Never Should Have Made It." Apparently, that's a famous song. I heard it probably once or twice or something, but I told you I'm a heathen. I don't go to church, but I do believe in God. I don't think God is always in the church, to be honest with you. Okay, so he said all pimps are taking notes. Tiffany Anderson says kidnapped. Let's see. Tamika says he was raising money for some charity. Okay, that's good context. I mean, that's good information. If he's raising money for charity, I think that does affect things. I think that's different from raising money for his Bentley payments or something like that. Crowdfunding with the Bible and emotionally pressuring them. Okay. Mistake. Someone says $20 for what? That's a good point. That's a shame. I didn't know he was a pastor. Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, and really sometimes the pastors want to sound like the rappers, but then you get pastors that get, into the politics. And I just kind of think you should stick to your black job. If your black job is serving God and helping people get to heaven, that's your job, man. I don't need you to tell me to go vote for, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I need you to tell me how to get to God and be a steward in that regard. I think sometimes pastors, pastors are the original rappers to some extent, in the sense that they were social media influencers before social media. Dr. Claude Anderson, who I'm going to play a clip from Dr. Anderson in a minute. Dr. Anderson used to explain very clearly in his books like Powernomics and Black Labor, White Wealth, which you should all read, powernomics.com. That's his website. He basically says that the pastor was used by the white man to control black people. And so if you fast forward that, the rich white folks who run politics go straight to the pastors when they want to get black people to take on a certain idea or certain message, also, which is very dangerous. And the rappers are kind of the street pastors to some extent. They also are the social media influencers without using social media per se, who basically can control black thinking, right? So you got to be really careful about, what I call maybe these propped up Negroes that are put in position to control the masses. I think you should control yourself. I think you are your own greatest black leader. But this is not me speaking on Marvin Sapp. I don't know this man. I don't even know why he was raising the money. I think that's really important. I think that the why matters as much as the what and the how. And I think it's really important to consider that. Now, obviously, the big mistake, the part that went viral, the mistake that he made was when he said, close the doors. That clearly was a problem. And I think he acknowledged that immediately. He immediately said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I meant to do it, but it wasn't my intention, and I think that his apology could be accepted. I don't know his track record, but I think that's obvious. Now, what goes deeper into that is that there are some who feel that it was inappropriate for him to ask for the money because pastors ask for a lot of money. Then there are some who feel it was inappropriate for him to pressure people into giving the money. Which I do agree with that. I think that if you wanted to walk away, you should have been allowed to walk away. But here's something I'm going to say. Here's something I'm going to lay out here. And I'm going to ask y'all a couple of yes or no questions to kind of set the stage for what I want to bring up. I say this as a person who does not go to church. I don't go to church, but I respect the church. When the church does what it's supposed to do, when the church is churching, I have the utmost respect for that. Let me ask y'all a question. When someone runs your church, first of all, how many of you go to church? Give me a yes if you go to church at least, let's say, one Sunday a month. Maybe some of y'all just show up on Christmas and Easter. How many of y'all have been to church maybe in the last 6 weeks? Give me a yes if you've been to church. Or maybe how many of you have a pastor that you lean toward that gives you guidance, spiritual guidance, leadership, something that adds value to your life. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. I see some other fellow heathens up in here. That's okay. It's all right. No judgment either way. I don't care if you go to church or not. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. I don't care if you're gay or straight, old or young, male or female. I think we have diversity, and I think it's okay to have that. Okay, so if you go to church, well, why do people go to church? Well, a lot of times people go to church, from what I've gathered, is there's a spiritual renewal that happens when you go there, right? Being Black is hard. You're stressed out. You got money problems. That's one of the reasons why I really encourage financial literacy, because a lot of our problems stem from money. The white man controls all the money. He uses that money to control you, and then you're stressed out about that, which is why financial literacy should be a mandate amongst all of our people. Maybe you're having relationship problems, which is, again, why we should study healthy relationships. My wife is a relationship therapist, and I don't know why people don't listen to individuals who can help you with those issues. We just try to wing it. But the pastor gives you the ability to make it through the week. I think that's a valuable skill. I think that's a valuable contribution to your quality of life. Now, here's what I'm saying. Here's where I'm going with that. If you are going to church and you're getting some value from your pastor, why do we also simultaneously think it's highly inappropriate for the pastor to ask for some sort of compensation for doing a good job? Let me ask y'all this question. If I run a church, is the light bill free because I run a church? Yes or no? If I run a church, does that mean that I get a building rent free, that I get to just, that there's no mortgage? If I run a church, does that mean that there's no expenses that come with running that church? Whatever it is, if I feed the community, does that mean that the food was free? Sometimes, but most of the time not. And I only bring this up because I think sometimes we want our institutions to exist, but we don't want to fund our institutions. See, white folks fund their institutions that they want to see exist. Jewish people fund the synagogue. They make sure the synagogue has what it needs to do what it's going to do. Now, I'm not saying you should do this if you don't go to church. If you don't go to church and you get no value or spiritual upliftment from the pastor, then I think you're exempt from that. I don't really give. When I give, he said giving is worship. And I do believe that. I believe giving is a connection to God. I give constantly to lots of people, but I don't go to a church and give unless I'm in the church. If I'm in the church and the pastor says something to me that makes my life a little better in that moment, gives me a new perspective, gives me some motivation I need to get through the week, then I'll be damned if I'm not going to pull out a couple of dollars and put some money in the collection plate. Why is that inappropriate for him to say, hey, this is your chance to give back to the thing that's given to you? What's wrong with that? And I only say that because a lot of y'all are in situations where you're serving people in your own family who are taking from you and expect to give nothing back. A lot of you have, I talked about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. We have so many scenarios where people are like, gimme, gimme, gimme. But then when you say, hey, I need something too. I need something. Can you help me? Can you help me out a little bit? Can you help me keep this thing going? People are like, why are you asking me for stuff? I thought you did it out of the goodness of your heart. Now you acting like I owe you something. Nah, you don't owe me nothing, but damn, man. I mean, I've given you a lot. I've helped you a lot. Can you help me help you? Can we help each other? Can we create some reciprocity up in here as opposed to having it be solely me being the giver and you being the taker? A lot of y'all have been in relationships like that, where you were a giver and the other person was a complete taker. You've been in emotional relationships like that. You've been in financial relationships like that. Now, again, I'm not saying this necessarily automatically applies to Marvin Sapp. I think it's complex, right? He's a wealthy man, I'm sure. $40,000 is not a lot of money for people like him, I imagine. I think that there might have been more appropriate ways to ask for the money, but I don't think there's anything wrong with us supporting the people who support us. Now, if they do nothing for you, then don't give them nothing. But if they're doing something for you, then it seems to me that you would turn and say, okay, how can I make sure that you stay good? Because check this out. Pay attention now, Black people. This is really important to understand. I'm not even a preacher. I don't go to church, but I have to say this. It's so interesting to me that Black folks will go to a comedy club and fully understand why they got to pay $50 or even $100 or more to buy drinks and tickets to go see a comedian. Some Negro gets up there and makes you laugh, and you don't have a problem with the fact that there was a cost of admission. We will go to a club and we will pay money to get into the club. We will go to a white man's business and gladly pay him for the service he's providing. But for some reason, when your pastor, who literally keeps you from jumping off a building because your life is so stressful, when your pastor, who's coming through for you, through thick and thin, when he asks for a little help, you're like, I shouldn't have to give you anything. I don't agree with that. I think that applies to anything that's contributing to your life. Even when the Black Panthers were around, I didn't understand. But again, this is me as a finance professor thinking about this and understanding how business models work. I said, why did the Black Panther have to do everything for free? Why did they have to have a free lunch program when they could have had a program that says, look, lunch is free if you ain't got it. But if you got something in your pocket, we'd like a piece of that so we can keep this thing going. Because think about this, you would have people that would go get the free lunch from the black men and women with the shotguns protecting the community. You'll go get the free breakfast from them. I said free lunch. I meant to say free breakfast. You'll go get the free breakfast from them, but then go take your $5 and go down to the liquor store with that. No, you're not. You're not going to go and take the free product from the black organization and then go spend $5 at the liquor store. Hell no. We're going to call you out for that. Accountability is going to be in the building for that. And so what I really want to kind of do is have a full conversation about the Marvin Sapp thing. I mean, there's the obvious, like, oh, there those preachers go again. And we know he made a mistake. He shouldn't have said shut the doors. You can't do that. That's like almost like kidnapping or something. Like you can't make people stay in a place they don't want to be. But that's a lot. But still, the act of asking for money, I think that's what people were most offended by, was like the nerve of him to keep on asking for money like that. Here's my thing. I don't even think they should even have to push that hard. I mean, it was $20, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying $20 ain't $20, but I've seen black folks spend $200 on Beyonce tickets. I'm talking about people struggling. I've seen people struggling spending, $100 on some more weed. I've seen people run up in the liquor store and drop a lot of money. I've seen guys spend over $100 trying to get their next baby mama, trying to take some girl out on a date. So it wasn't like he was asking for $2,000. He was asking for $20. And I guess people had the right to say no. It wasn't like he took it out of your pocket. And so I don't personally think there was much of anything wrong with that in particular. And I think there should be a deeper discussion and thought process about what we are doing. Are we supporting the institutions we believe in? Because here's the thing. I'm going to play a clip from Dr. Claude Anderson in a minute, because this ties into the context. If you want to know where I'm coming from with this, and you have a right to disagree with anything, I want to make that clear. But if you want to understand where I'm coming from with this, I think the clip from Dr. Anderson will help with that. Now, in the meantime, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and you're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. My podcast is on Spotify, so if you go look up Boyce Watkins on Spotify, you will find me there. Also, every single day, we teach economics in a free class called Economic Elevation. If you want to join us for the Economic Elevation class, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, or you can also text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you an invitation, because we're actually going to start. If you're watching live, we're going to start in 45 minutes, and I'll send you a link. I got some more good stuff we're going to talk about today. All right, so let me play this clip from Dr. Anderson. I talked to him yesterday, by the way. I love this man. He's the greatest economic thinker of our time. He's the modern Marcus Garvey. He doesn't get recognized for that at the level that he should, but a lot of people have recognized him for that. And I think that over time, his legacy will be even stronger. And I know a lot of you love him. So let me play something Dr. Anderson said about integration and how integration deteriorated a lot of your institutions. And one of the reasons I defend the black church is because the black church was one of the institutions in the black community that wasn't destroyed. They destroyed your families. They took away your businesses. They took away your black-owned schools. The only thing that didn't get destroyed was the church. So the church really actually has the capacity to help fill all those voids. The black church is one of those places, when it's done properly, and thousands of churches are doing it the right way, they can help restore the family. because you lost your families. If you don't get your families back, you'll never get your wealth back. I hope y'all understand this. Give me a yes if we got it through our thick heads that if you don't have families in your community, you will never have wealth. Do you understand this? Do you understand this? That most people struggling in America, many of them are struggling by themselves. You do get this, right? That all the study, all the data, I'm a researcher on this. My doctorate's in this. I can tell you that not having a family, having a broken family full of trauma and chaos that comes with that murders your ability to build wealth. You can't focus on the higher level things if you can't even get off the ground floor. See, some of us are operating in the basement because of so much horrible trauma we went through because we didn't have a proper family structure, right? So broken people don't typically build a lot of wealth. Broken families don't build much wealth. So if you don't get your families back, you'll never get your wealth back. Those of you that are getting your families back, you will find that you'll have a better outcome than most other Black people. That's just a reality. I hate saying it like that, but that's the truth. The other piece to that, looks like my camera disconnected, but it's okay. I'm just going to do audio for a minute until I can figure this out. But the other piece to that is that when you're talking about look at that. Wow. Look at that. It opened up my other camera. Isn't that funny, right? So I'm looking over here. I didn't even tell it to do that, but I'm going to go ahead and just leave that sucker on so y'all can just see me then. I don't know why it went back and forth. Y'all thought the picture of my wife was cute. So I should maybe I should leave that up because she's prettier than me. But anyway, the other thing about the Black church is the Black church has the ability not just to restore the family. The Black church has the ability to restore businesses. Black churches are a natural economic institution. Anytime you bring together people for a common purpose, and they can form their own economies, if they have just a little bit of training, you'd be amazed at what you can actually create if you are if you actually understand how to harness your economics. If you have a little bit of financial literacy and a little bit of planning, a little bit of training. There we go. I'm just gonna try this. There we go. There's my camera. I'm back now. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know. My team set my stuff up and I'm figuring it out, but we're going to keep going. So the other thing too, is the Black church can restore Black business as well. The Black church, if you read in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk about the 3 C's of building an economy, and the 3 C's actually exist within the church. You can build your own economies. You ain't got to go just beg white folks to give you access to economic systems. You can develop them on your own if you know what you're doing. Also, you don't have to go around begging other people for a seat at the table. If you have your own system, the Black church is a place where tables can be built. Do you understand? Tables can be built. Because I'm sorry, I'm not trying to beg for a seat at your table. I want to do like Jesus and run up in there and flip your table over. I don't want to sit at the table. I want to kick the damn thing over, and I'm gonna go build my own table. So as a community, we got to get some table builders up in here. Stop begging. It's beneath you. That's not who you are. That's not who you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be flipping over their tables and building your own. One or the other. So I've done both. When I was in Syracuse, I was flipping over tables. I was on the finance faculty. If I was him, I would have been happy to get rid of me because I was in there like, this is racist. What is this nonsense? You've done this for 100 years. You haven't hired a Black person since the 1930s. To hell with you. To hell with your table. I'm not going to try to sit at a table where you've been consistently disrespecting me. F you and your damn table. And then I walked away and said, let me go over here and build a table. Right? That's what you do. You got to see the God inside of you, the power inside of you, the God in you. To me, this is my interpretation. The God in you says that you can manifest. I mean, come on, man. If you're spending all that damn time in church, then why not tap into your capacity, your infinite capacity to be a spiritually powerful being? I really think we can do so much more than we give ourselves credit for, and we let other people make us think that we are less than. And I think that is the absolute crime of the century. And it ain't their fault. It's your fault. It ain't their fault for telling you that you ain't nothing. It's your fault for believing that you ain't nothing. Because you ain't gonna tell me I ain't nothing. I know I'm somebody. I know I can sit toe to toe with any white man on this planet and know that I'm not inferior to anything. In fact, my dang screen done. And not only that, but the Wi-Fi is acting funny. I got to talk to my wife about that. All right, so let me go ahead and play this Dr. Anderson clip. I've been talking about it, so I should probably play it now. So here we go.
Because see, integration itself is countermanding any possibility of you ever acquiring power and wealth. You cannot empower yourself at the same time you integrate. Integration, Paul, means disintegration. It means reducing yourself to a micro-spec. Because in a society where the majority will win and rule and the minority will lose and suffer, why would anybody want to integrate? Integration is making black folk a guest. Integration means I will make you a guest. I will make you a guest in something that's owned and controlled by other people. I'll make you a guest in white suburbs, in white schools, in white businesses, in white organizations, in a white government. See, black folk can never acquire wealth and power as long as they're integrating. And what's going to happen, though, with this whole concept of integration, it's going to hold blacks in abeyance until these other groups, competing groups, come in and wipe them out and push them into a subclass structure. It's because black folk see integration as being a social issue, and somehow they feel if they get closer to the white society, they're elevating their status, and they're not. They're disintegrating.
There we go. You heard it from the GOAT, Dr. Claude Anderson. I mean, by the way, his website is powernomics.com. I believe if you really want your kids to really understand how the world works, have them read Dr. Anderson's books. We've been reading Dr. Anderson books for about 5 or 6 years in our book club. We do this every Wednesday night. If you want to join us, just get on the list for the morning class, and then I'll invite you to the weekly Powernomics training. Text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone. Text morning to 87948, or go to drboyceelevate.com. We've been studying this man, and I talked to him yesterday, and I can tell you that the entire time, all he kept talking about is black folks. All he kept talking about is our future. He talked about our past. He talked about a little bit about the stuff with Trump. I can't share everything he talked about because I didn't ask permission. But this is a Marcus Garvey of our time, man. And I really think as black people, we're listening to the wrong people. We need to listen to people that love us first. We need to listen to people that are going to empower us. We need to listen to the people that know what the hell's going on. We need to listen to older black folks who lived before integration, so they can tell us what the world looked like when we owned assets. They can tell us what the world looked like when we had families. They can tell us what the world looked like when we were actually building instead of begging and borrowing. Do you understand? So this is why people like Dr. Anderson are treasures. Some of y'all are in that OG status, and I think that your words of wisdom are very important, because sometimes to move forward, you got to go back to the past, right? To get to the finish line properly, you got to start at the beginning. And if you go back to what our ancestors were able to do, that really, in my opinion, solves a lot of the problems that we have right now. So discipline and intelligence and commitment and really taking ownership of the things that are yours, I think goes a long way. Now, with that said, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Dr. Anderson's website is powernomics.com. If you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. We also have financial flashcards and workbooks. If you want to educate your kids on economics, feel free to do that. And also, I want to acknowledge one place that I'm going to go in Atlanta. I'm getting an award from this organization called Auntie Angie's House, and I don't consider myself to be worthy of an award. But I guess they're awarding me. I've been a supporter of what they do. And let me tell you about Auntie Angie's House. What they do that I really love is they truly believe that Black Lives Matter. And what Auntie Angie's House does is, if you know Angela Stanton King, she's controversial, right? She happens to be, a Republican, but I don't care about that. I didn't vote Democrat or Republican. But what I like about Auntie Angie's House is that she doesn't just say that Black Lives Matter. She actually proves it. She's very much a believer that we should let our children live, that aborting or terminating Black babies is a form of racism. Now, again, I'm not judging anybody's decision. I know people make different choices, so I'm probably more pro-choice than anything, but I want to make the choice into a good choice, right? And so what she does is she actually goes and helps to creates a space where mothers can raise their kids. And I just think that that's really awesome. I love that. And so I make monthly donations to Auntie Angie's House. I want to donate more. I'm telling you all about it because I'm hoping you'll go to auntieengieshouse.com. Let me make sure I got the URL right. And maybe if you agree on this, maybe you can provide some support. Again, you don't have to be pro-life or pro-choice to agree that we should be pro-children. Right. I don't think you have to be Democrat or Republican to agree that Black babies matter. I don't think that you have to care about your political affiliation in order to agree. I hope we can all agree that we want our children to have the best opportunity available. And if you want to know why I'm a little biased on that, it's because my mother was 16 when she got pregnant with me. And they told, everybody told her, look, if you just get rid of this baby, your life will be much easier. You ain't got no money. And I'm going to tell you, as a guy who understands money very well, I'm a finance professor. That's what I do. I think it's just kind of crazy that we would literally think that money matches the value of human life. I don't think that. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you do it for your own reasons, that makes sense. But to do it because you have $200 in your bank account instead of $2,000, that is a little weird to me, because we could talk about how you can get $2,000. Poverty is not a permanent condition, but terminating your child, that's pretty permanent, right? If my mama had chosen to go down to that clinic and got rid of me, that would have been permanent. I wouldn't be talking to you 50 years later. So, so really, because my mother had the courage, she gave me to God at the altar. That was my story. She gave me to God because she said, I can't take care of this baby. God, I'm giving this baby to you. And she said, God whispered to her, you have to have this child. That's what she said. She said, I did not say that about my other children, but I said it about you. God told me I had to have you because it was something important that you were supposed to do. I don't know what that is exactly, but maybe I'm doing it now. I have no idea. But I do know that I was with my mother up until her last day on this planet. And I took good care of her until her last day. We paid off her house. We did, and I think I was an asset to her. Do you understand? So here's the thing. This is where racism kicks in terms of your thinking, in my opinion. I think that what they do, when white folks are really being extra white and extra racist, and I don't hate all white people. I ain't got time to hate nobody, but y'all know what y'all do. I think the world convinces you that sometimes that your greatest assets are your liabilities. And then they convince you that your greatest liabilities are actually assets. I want you to think about that for a minute. My boys over at Earn Your Leisure, they have a great t-shirt that says assets over liabilities. And now that I'm even processing this out loud with you, I don't know if we understand the difference between an asset and a liability. I really don't. I really don't know if we as a community know what our greatest assets are. It's almost reminds me of how Janet Jackson, tell me if you heard that story where Janet Jackson talked about how she would go to dance class and they would tell her your butt's too big. So she saw her butt as a liability, when we know that Janet Jackson has lots of assets, right? Right. Your big, beautiful lips is not a liability. It's an asset. It's only a liability if you're trying to be white. It's only a liability if you're trying to be something that God did not intend for you to be. Do you see? So your children, you're thinking, oh my God, I got this baby. The baby's going to cost money. It's going to be expenses. I can't afford this. You see the baby as a liability. And then somebody comes along and says, well, yeah, that's why you should terminate the baby, because the baby's a liability and that liability is going to be hard for you. But I'm going to tell you like this. You can't convince me or nobody in my family in a million years that I wasn't nothing but an asset to my mama. I showed up for my mama every single opportunity I could. Mama, you want to fly first class? I got you. Mama, you want a new car? Oh, let me go buy that with cash. Mama, oh, you want to pay off the house? Let me do that for you. And I did that not just because I love her, but as a thank you. Thank you for having the courage to invest in me, and because I'm going to pay you dividends all the way up until your last days on this earth. That's what I'm going to do. So you got to understand, I really think that as Black people, we got to stop listening to other people tell us who we are. And you need to learn who the hell you are. They tell you that something is a negative when really it's a positive. And then we got people out here that we think are assets, but that they're really liabilities. For many years, Diddy was put on the covers of magazines as an example of Black excellence. He's an asset to your community. This man's up here raping people, but you think it's okay because he made a bunch of money doing it. No, I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to, I know that's controversial, but come on now. You get some artist, some hip hop artist that's promoting literally a blueprint of Black male self-destruction, literally promoting drug addiction, the abuse of women, wasting all of his money, complete ignorance, alcoholism, and all these things that are destroying Black families. And you'll literally be honoring these people. You literally will be like, oh my God, he's so successful. What's successful about a man who is destroying his life in public? What's successful about a man who tells you that he don't care nothing about the Black community, the Black family, or nothing? What's successful about a man who's wasting his money and teaching young boys to do the same? That's a liability, man. Your behavior is contradicting the behavior of every decent, intelligent black man in this country who's trying to teach young boys how to do the right thing. Same thing on the women's side. Some lady teaching black girls how to twerk when they 5 years old, and you think that that's black excellence. Ain't nothing excellent about a 5-year-old shaking ass. I don't want her shaking ass. I want her shaking a laptop. I want her in science class. I don't want her to learn how to twerk before she can read. But they trick you. We will worship any Negro that they put on TV and be like, oh my God, I'm so inspired by you. There's nothing inspiring about any of that. It's destruction. It's just dressed up. They just put perfume on a pig, and you think it's Miss America. That's what they did. So anyway, let me keep going. So let's circle back. See, this is what I do. Sometimes there's stuff that needs to be said. And see, for those of y'all that make fun of me for being a heathen, I'm gonna say that I truly believe deep down in my soul that God tells me what to say, because I listen to God every day. And when he tells me to say it, I say it. I don't worry about the consequences. So that's what it is. All right. So anyway, if y'all can do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And again, if you want to get our financial flashcards and workbooks for kids, you can go to drboycebooks.com. Or you can also, if you're interested in youth programs and stuff like that, you can text the word youth to the number 87948. So text youth to 87948. All right. So let me share something else with you that I thought was interesting. If you want to know, so we were talking about Marvin Sapp earlier, and I think let me just wrap that part of the conversation up, and then I want to give you a little bit of information about what's happening in the financial world, because I really want I want to put money in your pocket. I want you to know what's happening with the stock market. I want you to know what's happening in terms of all the opportunities that are being created with all of this craziness that's kind of happening right now with Trump and everything. And I encourage you to not be distracted by the noise. I want you to focus on the opportunity that exists here. So here are a few things you should know, particularly as markets are about to open in a few minutes. Number one, the stock market's been getting hit pretty hard because these tariffs that are about to be announced, I guess tomorrow. Today's the 1st, so it'll be announced on the 2nd. And the mood of the financial markets is pretty negative. There's some other stuff going on in terms of just global stock markets. So basically, the capitalization of global markets have actually declined significantly. And then on top of that, gold prices are starting to go up. Gold, my father reached out to me yesterday and asked me, do I think gold is a good investment? And I said, gold is the type of asset you buy that will keep you rich, but gold will not typically make you rich. So gold will not grow as fast as other assets. In fact, I'll try to put it on the screen so we can kind of see the price of gold over time. Gold doesn't grow as fast as other assets in the stock market, but what gold does is it allows you to protect what you have. It allows you to protect the investments that you've made. And so right now people are buying gold. That's my point. People are buying gold because they are fearful. People tend to buy gold when there is uncertainty. And right now, and I'm gonna have to put this on Trump. He has created a lot of uncertainty, and even if you're a Republican or Democrat or whatever, you got to agree with this because what this guy's doing with the tariffs isn't just bad for economic policy. It's also bad in terms of inflation. It's bad in terms of just disrupting the global economic order of things. And I'm not saying that that's something that you can't ever do. I just don't think it's being executed with the precision that it needs to be executed. It's been done a little bit sloppy. So here is the price of gold over time. You see, if you've owned gold this year, you've done well. You made 18%. It's gone up 9% this month. It's gone up about 3.5% this week. It's gone up today. If you go back a year, you made 40% on your gold. 5 years, 92%. But that 92% is not, which isn't bad, right? So 5 years of gold investment means you doubled your money, but there are plenty of other places you could put your money that would do far better than gold. So again, I'm not saying don't buy it. I would say that if you are worried though about what's happening right now, gold investment might be a good idea. Now, if you're trying to invest in gold, I told my dad, I said, you don't have to buy gold bars at Costco. There is an ETF, an exchange traded fund with the ticker symbol GLD. GLD, just take out the O and GLD, and that will track the price of gold. That'll give you exposure to gold. The other thing too is remember, one asset does not make a whole portfolio. You want to mix it up, spread it out, all that stuff. So if you want to ask me questions and talk more about stocks and what's going on, if that's your thing, really the stock market is the #1 wealth builder in America. That's why you want to be in the stock market. This is where rich people live. Feel free to join us. We have a stock market investors club. We're going to meet this afternoon. You can go to drboycestockmarket.com. Every Tuesday, we do Stock Market Tuesdays. Students ask me questions. You can tell me about the stocks that you're interested in. I can give you my feedback. Also, I'll tell you the stocks that I'm buying as well. So if you want to do a free trial, go to drboycestockmarket.com. Okay, guys, so I'm going to get out of here. God bless you. And in conclusion with Marvin Sapp, I don't think that what happened here necessarily makes him a bad guy. What I really would almost say, I would almost suggest to him that I always wondered about this, and maybe some of you who are deep in the church can help me figure this out. I always wondered why churches don't sort of evolve their economic models a little bit anyway. If you're talking about trying to raise $20 per person, and you got all these people watching online, why does it have to be 100% charity? Why does it have to just be give me money and I'm going to give you something psychological or verbal or whatever? I'm going to give you symbolism or whatever. Why can't you sell a product? Why can't we have, I don't know, if we all rep in our church, why don't we have t-shirts that everybody can buy for $20, $25? Because I'll tell you, it's harder to get somebody to give you $5 than it is to get them to buy something worth $50. And what you're doing is you're creating a reciprocal economic system. You're giving them value for value. They're getting something of substance back. They're not just, charity is a decent model to some extent, but it drains people. When you're just constantly giving and you're getting nothing back, then that's not necessarily a fair trade. But I think the church, again, because the church is a great hub, it has been a place of education. You can have classes that people can sign up for, and pay a small fee, right? It's a place where you can do commerce. I think every church in America should get together and have an economic committee that actually works on developing economic systems within that church. If you have a church like that and you want to connect with the Black Business School, I'd be happy to help you. We got 200,000 students around the world, and we're building an HBCU, and I think we're the best on earth when it comes to Black wealth. We are the Black wealth surgeons. We're the only place on the planet that has a Black financial therapy department because we've got the best Black therapists helping to dig into the psychological barriers, the mental blocks that keep us from building Black wealth. So we're solving problems. And when we did a survey with you guys, 78% of you said that you have more money in your pocket because you're affiliated with the Black Business School. We take data. We ask you guys what you think and get data and do data analysis. In fact, right now, my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, is doing, to our knowledge, the only original research anywhere on Black financial psychology. Right? A lot of you participated in that survey. She's analyzing the data right now. We're really understanding the connection between childhood trauma and economic outcomes. Now, to us, this is like 1 + 1 is 2. But what should really concern you is the fact that this has never really been pursued on a major level. And so one of the reasons that problems don't get solved is because you don't even have think tanks even thinking about you. You have think tanks thinking about white people. You have think tanks protecting gay people. You have think tanks that are protecting, trans people and immigrants. But there's nothing. What's protecting you? What's there for you? What institutions do you have in America that are 100% Black first, that are also funded well enough to really do the job that they're supposed to do? So my thing is, at the end of the day, I want to see your life better. If anybody ever wonders, if they say that guy Boyce Watkins, he seems controversial, what does he believe? Just make it real simple. I want you to have better mental and physical health, because everybody talks about Black Lives Matter. And they'd say, well, Black Lives Matter because so many of our Black men are being killed by the police. Has anybody ever looked at the list of the top 10 causes of death for Black people? How many of you ever? I just want to add, this is important. This is a question I got to ask. How many of you have ever sat down and really looked to see, like, how are Black people actually dying? I'm gonna pull the list up. Stay here. You're gonna like this. Hit the thumbs up button while you do it, please, if you could. And also, don't forget this podcast is on Spotify, so you can look me up on Spotify. The top 10 causes of death of Black people, and I want you to tell me which number police shootings appears on this list. Okay, I want you to, not that police shootings don't happen. I'm not one of those Negroes, but I need y'all to tell me which one was police shootings. Okay, so let's see. Okay, all right. Top 10 causes of death amongst Black people, according to the Centers for Disease Control. Damn, Boyce, you lost the link. Hold on, be patient with me. Here we go. Number 1, heart disease, and then put a yes in the chat if you know any Black person who has died or suffered from any of these issues. Number 1, heart disease. Give me a yes if you know somebody who went down from heart disease. Number 2, cancer. Anybody know a Black person who has cancer or died of cancer? What do you think? Give me a yes in the chat. Say their name, actually. Let's bring the ancestors into the room so they can give us some wisdom and protection that we need. Because when you start being Black and intelligent and start asking the hard questions, that's when you're going to get attacked by racist white folks and backward Negroes. So we need protection. Number 3, stroke. Anybody got anybody in your family that's died from a stroke or had a stroke? Number 4, diabetes. Anybody got the sugar? Anybody know somebody in your family that got the sugar? That's number 4 on the list. I'm still looking for the police shootings to pop up. I need to, because obviously that's what's killing all of us. Number 5, unintentional injuries or accidents. Anybody know somebody who died in a car accident, something like that? Heart goes out to them. Say their name in the chat too. Let's bring them back. I see Victor Hill. Victor Hill. Okay. My father, cousins, grandma. Yeah, my mama just died from cancer. Euless and Lawanda. All right, I see that. Homicide. Anybody know a Black woman that ever got shot? Do Black people ever get shot? Or is that just a figment of my imagination? Greg Wilkins, that my homeboy, best friend, shot in the head in front of his daughter, and it wasn't a cop that did it. It was another Black man. Kidney disease. Anybody know Black folks got bad kidneys? Chronic lower respiratory diseases. That's broad, but okay. Septicemia, a blood infection. Oh, and then this is the big one: hypertension, high blood pressure related diseases. Anybody know a Black person that's got high blood pressure in a racist society that's designed to kill you? Anybody stressed? So which one? I'm trying to remember. I'm 53. I forget stuff, so I need y'all's help. Which one was police shootings? Was that number 3? No, that wasn't number 3. That was diabetes. Was it number 8? No, that wasn't number 8. Number 8 was chronic lower respiratory diseases. I know it was number 5. It had to be number, because they talked about it so much. It had to be number in the top 5. Oh no, unintentional injuries and homicide. Damn. So if Black Lives Matter, I just need y'all to really mean it. Like, if we're going to say it, we should probably mean it. I know that that's a lot for us to mean what we say and say what we mean and then follow through on what we say we're going to do. But I think that that's going to be a requirement if we're ever going to really get what we want out of life. I know sometimes we're allergic to accountability. We're allergic to, actually doing things, but I personally think that maybe that's a solution that we can consider. So anyway, if people ask you, well, what does Boyce believe? He believes that Black people should have better mental and physical health. There are tons of experts and therapists that can help you with your mental health. I don't know why we try to wing it. Number 2, Boyce believes that Black people should have healthy relationships because relationships are key to wealth. All these things link back to wealth. Wealth, they're all connected. So people with healthier relationships have better wealth. They're married longer. They get along with their kids. So you start businesses together. You have good friends. You're a good person. You know how to resolve conflicts. Wealth is built in those types of environments. You have to create what I refer to in my book as fertile economic soil. Fertile economic soil is space where there's love and support and health, right? It's a space where things are allowed to live, things thrive. It's not a space where things are just sent to die. And some of you, unfortunately, were born in the middle of a death zone, and you're trying to create life in the middle of a death zone. You cannot grow flowers in the desert. You cannot grow vegetables in Antarctica, right? So you can't grow fruits and vegetables on Mars. So some of y'all were born in these crazy environments, and then you wonder why nothing grows, everything dies. Well, because the essential ingredients for life and fertility don't exist there. So financial fertility is a very real thing. I explain it a lot in my book, and I encourage you to really think about that. Last piece, what else does Boyce believe? Boyce believes Black folks should have financial security, that we should have financial security and we should have income. Why is that important? Well, because a lot of you have to get up and go to work for your oppressor every day, and that sucks. You know, I mean, think about this. This is something I talked to Dr. Claude Anderson about last night. We talked about this last night. I said, isn't it funny that every Black child damn near grows up being groomed and prepared and with the expectation that they're going to go work for a white man one day? Most of us, give me a guess if that was how you were raised. We're all sort of expected. Like you ever hear people when they would say going to HBCUs is unrealistic because you're going to have to go work with white people one day. You have to, right? Like you have to go work for a white man. But I said, isn't it interesting though that I don't know a single white man who was raised to believe that he one day was going to have to go work for a Black man. That's never happened. So here's the thing, and Dr. Anderson brought this up last night, which made me think about it more, is he said, you're the only group that has to constantly leave your community to feed yourself. You're the only group of people. My camera went out again. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, but y'all can still hear me. Let me know if you can still hear me okay. Eventually, it'll come back on. So I'll keep working on it. Oh, look at that. See, and then it did it again. It went to the other camera. So hey, what's up, y'all? All right. So Dr. Anderson, he brought that up. He said, you're the only group of people that's got to leave your community every day in order for you to feed yourself. So you are like a basketball team that's constantly playing on another team's court. Every game for you is an away game. Does anybody know sports? Any other sports fans in here? What happens when they measure teams' records and they look at their home games and their away games? Which ones do they win the most? Where are they most likely to win? On their home court or when they're the visitor on somebody else's court? What do you think? Answer in the chat. You're gonna win on your home court. If you're playing a bunch of away games, your record in many cases will be a losing record. So if you ever want to figure out like, well, why does it seem like Black folks just be losing? Because you don't play on your home court. You don't prepare. You got to build a stadium. You got to come up with a plan. You can't just be like, oh, we're going to just play 50 straight away games and try to have a winning record. That's crazy. And then when you do, I mean, sometimes we still have a winning record. That's how exceptional we are. Some of us can still win even when we've been playing all these away games. But I don't want our kids to play away games. I want our kids to play in their own stadium. I want them playing in their own house. That's what I want. And that's doable. We just got to make a plan. Okay. All right. So I got to go to get ready actually for our class, our Money in the Morning class. If you want to join us, just text the word morning to 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, you will get a notification from me in just a few minutes to join us in class. Or if you live overseas, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. So feel free to do that. And also, because I mentioned Dr. Anderson, I want to mention his website. It's powernomics.com. So I think all of our kids should read Dr. Anderson books. And sorry about the weirdness with the cameras and stuff. I'll deal with that later. But I hope you guys have a great day. I hope you benefited from this discussion. And again, with Marvin Sapp, no hard feelings. I wasn't here to bash this brother. I think he learned from his mistake. And I also think churches, I'm hoping that more churches will learn their true economic power, because I believe that if we had it's just as much commitment to the gospel of economic intelligence as we have to some of the other things that we might do when we go to church, because this is a spiritual exercise. I think we would be one of the most powerful groups of people on the planet. Jewish people showed this with what they do with their synagogues. They're no better than us. So anyway, God bless you guys. Have a great day. I'll see you soon. Sorry about the camera switch, but I'm going to wave to you over here, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And as you come in, I hope you guys can hear me okay. Let me know if you can hear me all right. And also, don't forget this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify and look up Boyce Watkins, you will find a couple of podcasts that I do on a regular basis. One of the things I want to do is put more money in your pocket. So let's jump into it. It looks like today's going to be a bad day for the stock market. I hate to say this. I thought that today might be a good day because sometimes the good days follow the bad, but this is not one of those days, at least so far. Right now, before markets open. It looks like they're going to open even lower than they were on Friday, which is indicative of significant problems related to tariff uncertainty, primarily caused by the Trump administration. And so ultimately, it is one of these things where it's getting dark in the market. That does not mean it's going to be dark forever. That does not mean you should get scared and sell everything. It does not mean you should run away from the stock market. Let's just be clear about that. But it does mean that you're going to go through, just some interesting stuff. So I'll say good morning to Karen and Dizzy husband, Marquise. Let's see. Somebody said something about Marquise said something about the Zoom. Zoom don't sign no more for me. Well, if you want to get an invitation and you want to come into our morning class, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and you can join Monday in the morning. We're going to do that a little bit later. All right. So can you guys hear me okay? Give me a quick yes. Let me know you can hear me okay. And then we can continue. So a few things you should know about right now. The big piece of information that's going to really be released, is going to rock the markets and make a move, is Trump has a day coming up. I can't remember if he calls it Freedom Day or Liberation Day or something stupid like that. But it's a day where he's going to announce all these tariffs, it's not so bad that there are tariffs. It's really more so a matter of how the tariffs are rolled out. And I'm going to tell you, I don't approve of the way they're being rolled out. I think they're being rolled out in a way that creates more confusion than anything else. And so ultimately, this is going to happen this week. Liberation Day. Thank you, Audra. That's what it is. And Danielle, the number is right there on the screen for you. I see you're looking for that number to join the class. And so Liberation Day, which to me just, is a reflection of Trump's pomposity. He's very pompous, very arrogant guy, probably a narcissist. And I say this as a person who doesn't vote Democrat or Republican. I just don't like the politicians. I don't think the politicians are going to make your life better. Honestly, I just don't believe that. However, everybody should be critiqued. Everybody. I don't care how much you like the person. So whether you like Trump or not, this is a mistake he's making. He's at risk of really being remembered as one of the worst presidents of all time if this tariff thing goes bad, because the tariffs are going to cause inflation, and the uncertainty is going to cause a recession. And so you could have inflation and a recession at the same time. We've talked about that a little bit before. Now, in terms of other things happening this week, there is a big jobs report that's coming out. That's going to be a big deal. And also Elon Musk and Tesla are about to make some announcements on their numbers for the quarter, which is a big deal because Musk is a guy who's lost a lot of economic value in his companies because of his political involvement. I personally think that it's worth buying the dip, though. I think that Tesla long term is going to be a major player when it comes to the robots and everything else. And I wouldn't ignore that. I wouldn't just sit and let the politics stop you from participating. If he's going to make money, you might as well get some of that too. But that's up to you to decide how to participate. I'm not telling you what to do. I do not give investing advice ever. One other thing about this tariff thing is that it does create uncertainty for the Federal Reserve. They're sitting back and they're trying to figure out what to do, how to respond to it's not so much that they're responding to the tariffs. They're responding to the uncertainty. They don't know. They're like, okay, do we increase interest rates, to deal with inflation, or do we reduce interest rates to deal with the downturn? But reducing interest rates can be inflationary. So that's an issue. So one of the things I mentioned to you all before is I'm going to start buying some bond funds and diversify out a little bit into that space. I'll probably do that maybe today or tomorrow. I'm not sure. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to text out a list of different bond funds that I like. So make sure you get on the text list, and I'll send that to you today. Just text the word morning to the number 87948. It's right there on the screen, and you can also join our morning class. Also, those who are in the morning class, you get an exclusive invitation to our Economic Elevation Summit in Miami, which is May 9th and 10th. And that's where wealth builders get together to plan the future. That's where we plan the future of our community and of our families. And also we just break down the most direct ways to build wealth. So get on the text list. I'll send that link out to you guys for the Economic Elevation Summit, which is going to be May 9th and 10th. What else is happening? Hit the thumbs up button, by the way. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I hope you'll subscribe to the podcast on Spotify too. It's good. I think you're going to like it. All right. So here, right now, one other stat, I didn't know this, is that global markets have actually had the worst month since the COVID recovery. That's a big deal. So it says here stock indices worldwide have gone down. So global stock markets all around the planet have actually dropped, and that's a problem. And this is most of it's due to fears of a global trade war. Usually, when you declare war on somebody, they declare war on you. You punch them, they're going to punch back. So even though Europe can't really punch back at the United States as hard as we can punch them, they're going to punch. They're not punks. Canada's really fighting. Mexico's trying to negotiate. And it's really a tough situation because America's the boss. As much as, some people don't want to accept that, America has really been very economically beneficial as a trading partner for a lot of these countries. And a lot of this, I think, really goes back to World War II, where we just kind of were like, look, just let us make money in your country and we'll give you defense and we'll give you all these other things. But I still think overall, though, that this trade war is probably the greatest threat to economic stability that we've seen in a while. The bond market is already starting to react. Treasury yields have jumped to a multi-month high. Basically, as traders are pricing in the higher inflation that's going to be caused by the tariffs. But it's interesting because sometimes the yields go down because the bond prices go up because everybody wants to buy bonds. So it's kind of an awkward sort of relationship there. And a lot of companies, Walmart, Home Depot, and Ford, have issued public statements and adjusted their forecast. They're warning their investors that they're going to have challenges with the supply chain because of these tariffs and things like that. They won't mention President Trump directly, but they're all thinking the same thing. They just right now we kind of have this this sort of gangster president that that people don't want to piss off, and so I believe that what they're doing is they're all trying to play nice with Trump, but they're sitting back and trying to politely say to him, like, look, bro, stop it. Please stop trying to please stop doing these things that are going to slow down the economy. And I want to show you all right now, Dow futures, which is an indicator of what the stock market is going to do today. Dow futures are negative right now. It is 300 points down, and ultimately today, so far in the morning, is not going to be a good morning in terms of stocks. And like you read here on CNBC, it says U.S. stock futures fell Monday as traders look ahead to Liberation Day for clarity on President Trump's tariff plans. Futures tied to the Dow dropped 326 points. A slew of tariffs previously announced by the Trump administration will go into effect on Wednesday, what Trump has called Liberation Day, including a 25% levy on, quote, all cars that are not made in the United States, end quote. The president's also expected to announce his plan for reciprocal duties aimed at countries that impose tariffs on U.S. imports. Uncertainty surrounding tariffs has weighed on equities, dragging stocks lower on Friday to end the last full trading week of March. Trump did little to assuage fears over the weekend, with the Wall Street Journal reporting Sunday that the president had in recent days pushed his advisors to get more aggressive when it comes to tariffs. In a Saturday interview with NBC News, Trump said that he could care less if foreign automakers raise their prices due to these new tariffs. Auto stocks were lower on Monday. Ford and GM were down around 1%. What's really interesting, and this is something that's important to point out about tariffs, is that if it's a matter of of Trump protecting U.S. industries by putting these tariffs on other countries, then you would expect that American automakers would see an increase in their stock price, right? You would expect Ford to benefit from protecting the economy from foreign cars. You would see GM benefit from that. What I think makes it difficult is that the supply chains for these companies are very complex. They get a lot of parts from other places, and that's going to increase the prices of those parts. Now, what is a good long-term strategy, a good thing that could come from the tariffs if they were done consistently and effectively? The U.S. government is not very consistent with anything. Just go back and read about the fall of Saigon, how we just abandoned the Vietnamese in the middle of the war, because we're just a bunch of punks in that way. We don't really stick to stuff. Only thing America stuck to consistently is racism. That's the only thing that they've been consistent about. But anyway, if they were consistent about tariffs, then they could incentivize foreign companies and American companies to make products in the United States and create American jobs. I'd be willing to tolerate a little more inflation if that meant more jobs. I didn't like all the automobile jobs, leaving the United States and all that. I kind of feel like that hurt a lot of people. And I think ultimately that could be a benefit of tariffs, but you won't get that benefit but right now you're getting all the pain, but you won't get much of the gain. Let's see. Who was the lady burned on the New York subway train? Yeah, I don't know. That's not in the scope of this discussion, but my heart goes out to that poor lady. That was absolutely terrible. Dr. B, can you mention a few bond stocks to invest in? Yeah, Latanya, I'll send out a list today. I have a list. I don't have any that come to mind immediately, but I have some that I like, and I'll text that out to you guys. Make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I'll send it out to everybody on that list. Morning to the number 87948 on your phone. Also, if you like stock options and you want to join the next cohort of our coin investors network, you just go to drboycecoin.com and you can talk to someone about participating in that. A lot of people like it so far, so I'm going to keep on doing it. Since you guys like it, then I'm going to keep delivering that. So ultimately, in terms of what's happening right now, you have just a market that could keep going down. I think that buying some put options on the stocks that you own is a good move. I also think that buying the dip could be a good move long term. It may not be a move that's going to show results in the first week or two, though, and that's a big mistake a lot of people make. They think that if they make the right investing decision, it's going to be something that shows up, in their bank accounts in a week or two, and it just doesn't always work that way. Sometimes it takes a year or two for the move to actually make sense, or maybe 3 years, 4 years. So don't think that it's supposed to happen in a week. A lot of people think that, and that's just the wrong way to kind of look at it. So anyway, guys, I just wanted to pop in real quick and talk to you guys about what's going on with this market. The sectors that are most likely to be hit based on my research from the tariffs are automotive sectors, because we have a lot of Mexican auto parts, retail and consumer goods. So Walmart, Target, Dollar Tree, big importers from China are going to be hit by these tariffs. Also, tech companies, Apple, Dell, semiconductor firms may have some problems because the Chinese government doesn't play. They're gonna retaliate, and that could be an issue. The sectors most likely to benefit from the tariffs are U.S. based domestic manufacturers like U.S. steel, aluminum, and parts manufacturers, companies like Nucor, etc. Energy, oil and gas, they tend to outperform when inflation goes up. So energy stocks may be something to look into. So and by the way, for those of you that are looking for that number, I'm gonna put that on the screen so you guys have it. Give me 1 second here. All right. So not everybody is going to be hurt by what Trump is doing. Just be clear. It's not hurting everybody. In addition to that, defense and aerospace companies are typically protected from the effects of tariffs, but may actually benefit if you start to see global tensions sort of rise. Companies like Lockheed Martin, they benefit from war and animosity and people hating each other and all that. And the Europeans now are building missiles and, putting billions of dollars into defense. And that's going to be interesting to see how this new world order sort of gets reestablished. So ultimately, I would say that perhaps some bear spreads, if you're an options investor, some bear spreads might be beneficial if you think that things are going to go down. If you are bullish, you might look at a company like Nucor, or which the ticker's NUE, or U.S. Steel, which is X. That's the ticker. So somebody asked about what about X stock? X, if you're talking about X, the platform, that's private. But if you talk about U.S. Steel, that ticker symbol is actually X. You can get some energy exposure with there's a ticker XLE, which is an energy ETF. XLE. If I say things quickly, if somebody could write them in the chat, that helps. That way, because someone usually comes back and they'll ask me to repeat it, and give me 2 minutes. I'll forget what I said 2 minutes ago. It's a mix between being like in the moment. I'm a very focused person, but at the same time, I'm 53, and you know how it is. You get 53, you start forgetting stuff. I'd be like, why did I come down to the kitchen again? I forgot there's food here, so it must have something to do with food. So that's me. That's my life. That's the life of a 53-year-old college professor. College professors are already absent-minded anyway. I think getting older just makes you more absent-minded. But anyway, what I'm going to do is let you guys know, remind you that the Estate Planning Club is meeting tonight, actually. And that is where we get together with experts that can help us to plan our legacy, plan our future. So if you want to join our estate planning group, it's Legacy Investors for Tomorrow. LIFT for short, Legacy Investors for Tomorrow. So if you're interested in planning your estate, looking at things like the insurance policies, the trust, the wills, all these other things that allow you to transfer the generational wealth, feel free to go to drboycelift.com and you can join us. And also, if you have kids or grandkids and you want your grandkids to get ahead financially, we have really good financial flashcards. I have some right here. Like, for example, our entrepreneurship flashcards are really cool. Like we define terms like, what is a startup? A startup is an entrepreneurial venture, which is typically a newly emerged, fast-growing business that aims to meet a marketplace need by developing a viable business model around an innovative product. What is debt? Debt is money borrowed by one party from another, which is used by many companies and individuals as a method of making large purchases. We talk about what is a minimum viable product. They call that MVP. That's where you make a product, you test it out, and then you go and you reinvest if it works. You don't just pour all your money into the product. That'll save you a lot of money when you start a business. Is remember, MVP, minimum viable product. What is seed capital? Well, seed capital matters because a lot of businesses can't get off the ground if they don't have any seed capital. What is a joint venture? What is a business plan? What is an incubator? What is venture capital? What is valuation? So these terms get defined because I think our kids are the best and they need to have the best. And so we manufacture Black privilege up in here. Privilege is something that you earn and you work for. And so if you want to take a look at our flashcards for kids, feel free to go to financialflashcards.com or our overall store is drboycebooks.com. So I'll put that URL on the screen so you guys can go and take a look if you want to. And also, we also have a Black Wealth Ambassadors program where if you like what you see and you want to buy our stuff cheap and sell it to people and start a business from that, that's fine too. You can start a family or get an investment club at your church and offer the products to people that join the club, right? So you can make money for yourself and it supports the Black Business School. We are worldwide. We have almost 1 billion views on YouTube. We have millions of followers on various platforms, and we have about 200,000 students inside the school. So we're doing a real good job working with our PhDs and attorneys and experts to really create something amazing. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and take a look. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening, and I will see you all in class. If you're coming to our morning economic elevation class, I will see you then as well. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Peace. Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a great day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to hop in for a minute and say hello, and I hope you all are doing well. I hope you're having a great day. And I wanted to talk to you guys about this recession situation, whether or not we are in a recession. I think that's a good question to ask in terms of what's going on with this economy. A lot of people have talked about some of the things that have been happening in terms of the uncertainty that's been really rocking the stock market. The tariffs, the use of the word tariffs is a scary word because tariffs tend to be inflationary. And also, so when you mix the uncertainty with the tariffs, you're at risk of having an inflation-driven economy where you also are having a slowdown. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Let me know if you can hear me okay. Let me know if I'm coming through all right. Give me a quick yes in the chat. I'm going to jump right to it. And so the real topic for today is whether or not we're running into a recession. Is there a recession on the way? I'd like to know, give me a yes or no in the chat if you think that we're headed toward a recession or if you think it's still 50-50. A lot of economists pretty much are saying that there's about a 37% chance of a recession. I think the number is a little bit higher than that. And I was sitting there and I was thinking about this today and I said, how do we know that we're not in a recession already? How do we know that we're not already in the middle of a recession that we just, that we don't know about. And so what I decided to do was do a little investigating in order to determine what evidence there might be that that the recession could have already started and that we might be in the middle of it and not even know that. Because I can tell you, when you look at the data doesn't really speak to a strong economy right now. It doesn't say that America's in great shape. It says that we are kind of headed downward. And I had to put this on the back of the White House. The White House is pretty much doing this. So let me show you some evidence I saw, just some stuff that might make you think a little bit. I saw an article and the article was basically related to credit card stuff. So let me see, I'm trying to share my screen here. Let me see. Hold on. Let me do something here real quick. There we go. So there's an article here that talks about layoffs. And this week, you should keep your eyes open because there's going to be a jobs report coming out this week. And the jobs report will tell us a lot about the state of the economy. If you want to know what rocked your stocks the other day, it was the inflation numbers. The inflation numbers were garbage and pretty much said we're in big, that inflation's higher than what we expected it to be. And that right there sent some alarm bells through the stock market. Now, right now, what also hasn't really been fully explored or fully investigated or fully looked into is whether or not there's a slowdown in other areas, whether or not the layoff numbers are growing. If they're growing, that's like a double whammy because you also have some adjustments in consumer spending. The consumer has been pretty much the major driver of the stock market. The consumer has been the one who has been who's pretty much been carrying the economy on his or her back, and this is something that generally is true. I mean, something that can usually. Now, someone says my camera keeps bouncing. I'm sorry, Tanny. It seems like that really bothers Tanny a lot. Does my camera bouncing bother you guys? Are you guys having a hard time watching? Seems like Tanny's having a reaction over there. All right, so let me show you something that also is interesting. There's this thing called the yield curve. And if you look at the yield curve, you will see that the yield curve is it's okay, Tanny. I love you too. It's funny. It's funny it says Tanny Tantan because Tanny, my sister's name is Tangy, and on her phone it says Tantan. So so anyway, so I thought maybe you were my sister messing with me today. But yeah, I'll fix the bouncing next time. Let's try to focus here. All right. So basically this yield curve shows that it shows interest rates on bonds of different maturities. And if you go further out, typically the yield curve doesn't look like this. Typically the yield curve is actually sloping upward. And actually in this case, you have what you call an inverted yield curve. And the way you know it's inverted is you notice that as you go out further, the yield starts to go down. That means that the longer term bonds have lower interest rates attached to them than the lower yields than the shorter term bonds. That's a problem. That's a big problem. An inverted yield curve is typically a strong predictor that there might be a recession on the way. So when you look at that yield curve, the question that might be asked is, well, what does a yield curve normally look like? So let me show you all what a normal yield curve is supposed to look like. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up here. A normal yield curve looks a lot like this. So a normal yield curve is upward and it goes up to the right. The inverted yield curve is a traditional metric that can predict when a recession is either happening or it's on the way. And so that's yet another piece of information that got me thinking in terms of what's going on with this economy. Now, as we move forward, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. If you like this type of stuff, if you like Black wealth content, I do have a podcast on Spotify. I have two of them. One's called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, and the other one is called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. So if you type Dr. Boyce in Spotify, you'll find me there. Also, tonight, we're going to do stock options training. So if you're interested in generating income by selling stock options, that's the main thing we focus on in this class. It's called Prime. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. I think selling stock options is a great way to make money. So feel free to join us tonight. All right. So that right there is another piece of evidence that we could be in a recession already. Now here, let's keep going here. In terms of another piece of evidence that says that we could be in a recession. Let me pull this one up. This is one that really got my attention too. It has to do with that consumer. Remember I was telling you how consumers are the ones that have pretty much boosted up the economy because Americans love to spend money. Well, if you look here, this article, basically looking at data for the last quarter of 2024, it's from CNBC, and it basically says that credit card delinquencies are higher, and also consumers are more and more readily making the minimum payments on their credit cards right now. That's a bad sign. That's not good news. It says here, let me read some of this to you. It says the share of active credit card holders just making the minimum payments rose to 10.75% in the third quarter of 2024, the highest ever going back to 2012. So you got to go all the way back over a decade, 12 years. to find numbers that high. The share balances more than 30 days past due rose to 3.52%, an increase from 3.21%, a year-over-year gain of more than 10%. Even with the rising delinquency rate, it is still well above the 6.8% peak, or well below the peak during the 08-09 financial crisis, and not yet indicative of serious strains. So that might be another number to keep up with and pay attention to as you're trying to figure out if we're in a recession or not. Again, I can't say that we are or are not for sure, but I can't say that these are things that are worth paying attention to. Now, should I buy bonds right now? I personally think bonds should always be in your portfolio. I have a list of bond funds that I like, and I'm sending them out to the students. If you want to get this list, text the word money to the number 87948. I'll also send you a link to a training I did called How to Make Money Without Working. So just text the word money, MONEY, to 87948, and you can get a lot of information from the Black Business School, stuff like that. All right. So anyway, guys, I wasn't going to keep you long. I just wanted to pop in really quick and touch bases with you. Keep an eye out on the jobs numbers this week. That's going to be big. Also, the stock market, it had a rough day Friday. I'm a believer. I mean, based on history, typically a lot of times when the market has a really bad day, that means a good day could be on the horizon, or another really bad day. So no one really knows for sure. But don't be surprised if tomorrow's headline is the stock market explodes, big money's made, big numbers are high, because Friday was so bad. Usually the market overreacts a little bit and it comes back and it apologizes by putting money in your bank account. So, but again, there's no guarantee. No one can predict. Nobody knows for sure. People who tell you that they know, they're lying. They believe me. I'm a finance professor. We study this research consistently, and no one really knows what an individual stock is going to do, and nobody really knows what the market's going to do tomorrow. But based on the data, there is some chance that you could have a good day tomorrow. So feel free to jump in. I think everybody should be invested in stocks. If you haven't started investing in stocks, I'd love to persuade you to consider it. You can go to drboystockmarket.com and join with your whole family. One membership you can try for free, see if you like it. One membership will fit an entire family. So you can bring anybody and everybody in your family to class with us and join us. We do Stock Market Tuesdays every Tuesday. And I know thousands of you have signed up. So I know a lot of you are getting value from what we're doing. All right, so Tanny says, don't forget, thumbs up this video, please. See, Tanny, since you made me real sensitive about my camera bouncing, because I know what happens. I hit when I move around and I hit stuff, it makes it bounce. Then I started doing like this because I didn't want to mess it up. So I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but we're trying out the new setup and stuff like that. So I hope that you can forgive me for not doing everything perfect. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And again, later on tonight, Dr. Alicia, who's the head of our Black Financial Therapy Department, she's doing a special session, a private session on jealousy and infidelity. You know, she's a relationship expert as well as a full professor of social work and a therapist. So if you're interested in that, you can actually get an invitation from her to her sessions by texting the word love to 87948. So we have a lot of stuff happening in the Black Business School, usually things happening every single day. We want to add value to your family, and I hope you'll hang out with us. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Take care now. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. So great to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning, where we get together and we talk about building legacies and making our people great again. I want to let you all know, just right off the bat, we got a real important Black man in the building, and I'm gonna tell you, we got to put some respect on his name. His name is Mr. Jay Cameron, and Jay is a travel expert, and he actually took us to Egypt last year, and he's going to actually be taking us to Ghana this year. And first off, before I start, I want to ask my brother, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing well. How you doing, Dr. Boyce?
I'm doing great, brother. I'm doing great, man. Just working hard as usual. So first off, Maximum Impact Travel. That's the name of your company, correct?
Yes, you got it.
Okay. Just want to make sure I got it right. And you go everywhere. You've been just in this month. You've probably been to more countries in the last 4 to 6 weeks than most people see their whole entire life. Can you tell me about that again? Because you mentioned it before. I want everybody else to hear all the places you've been in the last few weeks.
All right. Well, this is what the calendar is looking like. Well, I was in Morocco. Well, I'm back in Ethiopia now. Then I went to Morocco. but I'm back in Ethiopia. So we had a group in Ethiopia, had a group in Morocco. Now we have a group in Ethiopia. We also have a group in Colombia starting tomorrow. So I don't go on every trip. So Colombia, South America. So we have a group starting there. We also had a group that just left Ghana yesterday. So that's the other part of it. So we have a lot going on. Then I'm going to hop over to Brazil. Then going to be back in Ghana. We have Senegal coming up. We'll be with the B1 family coming up in July. So looking forward to that. So yeah, it's a lot going on, but it's very rewarding. And I get to meet some of the most fascinating people. And that's the thing. Because someone asked me, well, Jay, do you get tired or do you get bored or anything like that? Sometimes the travel, you jet lag because, I'm 3 hours ahead of where I was yesterday, which is 4 hours ahead of what I'm used to. But I get to meet fascinating people and the people make it worth it. And no trip is the same because you meet unique people with unique perspectives. And that's just another part of the deposit that happens in my life, and then the deposit that I'm able to exchange with them. So yeah, so that's what's going on, Dr. Boyce, and we're looking forward to this experience in Ethiopia kicking off today.
Wow, man, that's amazing. And I was asking you about this just a few minutes ago because it kind of came to mind. I almost get a sense that like since the election, there's been a lot of people who are exploring living in other places or at least visiting other places. And and you always hear, but it's interesting because every election, it seems like you hear a lot of people saying, if so and so wins, I'm leaving the country, right? And so have you noticed just sort of a change in attitude about international travel since Trump got elected?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. As soon as it happened, as soon as he was elected, before the inauguration, the conversation changed and people were saying, listen, I need to understand my options, where I need to go someplace else because I don't want to be in the environment. They love the U.S., they love the people, they love the culture, but they just could not tolerate the political atmosphere that they could see coming. So where they were typically not thinking about relocating or taking their business elsewhere, they started exploring. And so I've seen it from everywhere, of course, on the continent of Africa, but I've seen it in Central and South America. Those are popular destinations, as well as Asia and of course Europe. But what I'm starting to see more and more of is a conversation within our community that has not been the conversation for most of my life, where people were really seriously exploring living abroad. So we're seeing a pickup in business from that perspective because people want to go and see and trust the people that they're working with because they don't know, they don't know what to expect from a cultural perspective. But what they're pleasantly surprised with in many cases is that the places that they're considering have the amenities that they're used to, and they're able to accommodate the lifestyle that they're familiar with, and oftentimes on at a lower price point. Now you can go spend the same amount of money elsewhere, but for a lot of people who are looking to extend their U.S. dollars, they're finding that living abroad is a viable option for them.
Interesting. So, and really, it's fascinating how, I'm almost I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound almost crazy is that in a way, let's assume that you just hate everything about what's going on with the Trump administration. Now, mind you, in this group, we got diverse people, right? Some people don't participate, some people are Democrats, some are Republicans, some are independent, and I respect all of that. Me personally, I voted for Cornel West, but let's assume that you don't like Trump at all. It almost is like at the same time, though, you would almost be grateful for the fact that his presence might have woken you up to realizing that you need to start doing something you should have been doing in the first place,
Oh yeah.
right? You see so many black people that are like, we got to build our own businesses. Well, you should have been doing it in the first place. We gotta get out of the country and get a passport. You should have had your passport. Like why does it take a threat? Why does it take that kind of discomfort? Why do you have to be sort of shocked into doing the things you have to do Whereas before you were kind of like that frog sitting in the boiling water. You know that
Yeah.
story. You know the story about
Oh
the
yeah.
frog, how you put the frog in the cold water, you slowly turn the heat up, and he just sits there and boils to death. You know,
Yes.
but now you've been dropped into the frying pan, and you're like, ah, we gotta move, we gotta move. Okay, so here's what I want to ask you about then on the other side of that. Um, one of my team members flew in to do some work with me this week, and she lives in Mexico. And we were concerned because we heard that it's been harder to travel overseas because there are countries that are angry at the United States and are making it inconvenient for you to travel. I know another friend that was going to come over and visit from Europe, and they canceled their trip because they'd been hearing that Europeans were being detained at the border, things like that. Is that really happening, or is that just much ado about nothing? Maybe hype in media.
Well, I'm sure that it's happening on a micro level, but there are countries like Namibia that have put in place a visa for U.S. travelers. So there are some inconveniences. And a lot of times what it is these countries are simply trying to leverage to say, hey, listen, the U.S., you all are taking all the resources. You're funding every coup that's happening in the world. I mean, we got to do something. So the only thing we can do is make it difficult for you we got to find some leverage point. And really, that's what Trump is doing. Trump is, when he's barking, that's a leverage point. And so what he does in his negotiation strategy, he'll go into some place and say, we're going to put this tariff on it. And he may or may not have the ability to do it, but because Trump is a master of the public, he knows he's a marketer. He's a brand person. So he understands if he puts it out there, it doesn't have to be true. It could be a flat out lie, but somebody's going to run with it. And when they run with it, it's going to somehow become relevant. And so he understands if I say I'm going to put a 25% tariff on something or 50% tariff, somebody who doesn't understand his strategy is now going to spread that information, which gives him leverage. So a lot of these countries, all they can do is say, well, we're going to put a visa. The little bit of leverage that we have, this is what we're going to do. So it's a very interesting deal. And to your point a second ago, Dr. Boyce, when it came to, black folks waking up, we should have had our passports. We should have been researching options long ago. I mean, we could go back to 2008. Us not being lulled to sleep to say that, okay, well, everything is all good, when in actuality, those should have been the times where we should have been building momentum for times like this. So we would be in a position of leverage to say, yeah, okay, you can try that. However, we can now take our dollars over here because we're in a position of ownership. We're in a position of influence because somebody else needs our resources in order to do what they need to do. So just like you're threatening to take funding away, we can threaten to take funding away. But if we're consuming and we're not investing and we're not building, then we're typically or usually in a position where we're asking someone to give us something instead of being in a position of saying no. Okay, well, if that's how you want to do it, well, then I'll do this. So it gets deep. This global economics is a deep thing, but people are waking up, and I think that's the good thing. And I'm seeing people adjust. I'm seeing conversations like this happen. I'm seeing platforms where investment is emphasized and travel is emphasized and just education overall, and they're talking about taking away education from people. I mean, how do you even, where does that even come from? Unless you're in a position of power to do it. So now what we're waking up to say, well, we have to educate ourselves, whether it be from a financial perspective, whether it be from a historical perspective. We have to take responsibility for our own education, our own finances, and our own resources. And then that will put us in a better position to leverage when these wild theories or wild proposals come out of the blue.
Well, and I do agree with you. I kind of think that it's always been interesting that there are people that still believe that education can be taken away from you, when you live in the age of the internet, you live in the age of AI. Education, you got an entire university on your phone in your pocket. You have literally the best university in the history of the world in your pocket. So when people are like, well, I can't, I didn't get an education because they didn't give me one, that right there really speaks to limited thinking, right? So So ultimately, I think that's concerning that some of us are still sort of stuck there. Um, and then also, man, I think a global education. I think that just going to other countries. I know I had so much fun in Egypt, and you and I talked about this before the conversation about how sometimes just getting out of the country for a while and breathing and kind of seeing uh, a different lifestyle, seeing all these other things that are happening all around the world that don't have to do with the White House, that don't have to do with our domestic issues, right? For Americans, I feel like that's especially good for Americans because I feel like we're a little self-absorbed. What do you think?
I agree 100%. Definitely self-absorbed and believing that the world revolves around the U.S. and what's going on in our world. When you step outside of the bubble, you find out that there's so much more going on outside of in the rest of the world. And most people are not even having conversations about what's happening in the U.S. Most people are focused on what's happening in their countries, focusing on what's happening in their part of the world. And it's refreshing because you can disengage from it, because I believe some of this stuff psychologically weighs on you. If you're in this thing, that's 24-hour news cycle in the US, and they're manipulating stories, there's fear happening here, and there's sickness here, and there's all these different things going on. When you step outside of that, it's really therapeutic. It's kind of like, wow, okay, there is a world outside of that. The world does not revolve around what's happening in the US and what, the latest thing that Trump said or the latest thing that this person said. And it just gives people a chance to unplug. And I think that's what folks are looking for. They're like, listen, I'm tired. I'm tired of the same old thing. The next person is afraid over here. The next person is going through this. I need a change of pace. I need to explore what else there is in this world. And that's what I see a lot of people doing too.
Mm. Well, everybody, if you just came in, I'm speaking with Mr. Jay Cameron. He's the CEO and founder of Maximum Impact Travel. And we are taking a group trip to Ghana this summer. And if you'd like to join the B1 trip to Ghana, you can text the word travel to the number 87948. Tomorrow night, Jay's going to do a presentation to discuss what's going to happen when we get to Ghana. So make sure you get on the text list. If you're interested, text the word travel to the number 87948. Also, just as a side note, I mentioned to you all that with the economy acting crazy and the stock market being a little bit shaky, I will put together a list of bond funds you could invest in. And I'm going to actually put that list in the chat inside the private Zoom. So you guys will see it. And also I'll text that out for those of you that come to this class every day. So just be on the lookout for that. I'll probably pop it in there while Jay's answering the next question. So Jay, all right. Here's the thing, right? You tapped on something I think is really important and interesting. And I think that the therapeutic side of travel. I don't know if anybody else feels this way, or I don't know if anybody has gone through this, but I can tell you, I have I've taken quite a few international trips, not as many as I would have expected to, but I've taken more than most, right? To this day, there's not one single international trip I've ever taken that wasn't transformative or memorable in some way, right? I still remember the time I worked at the Research Institute in Germany. I remember my trip to Nigeria very vividly. I remember China really clearly. I remember Egypt last year. I mean, that was amazing. I remember like every single international trip I've ever taken, it was just like, oh, you know what I mean? Like it's weird. Like I was coming out of a jail cell or something. I can't explain it. Um, and I just feel like that's the opposite of what we end up getting in America, where I really feel like this obsession with the politics in particular and the political divisions and all these little petty fights, it's a mental illness.
Yes.
And you see some people get overtaken by that mental illness where they're living in constant fear. They're always angry. They're always, like, did you hear what Trump did today? Or did you see what these Democrats they did? And it's just like you going crazy. Like something's wrong with you because all you do is you're talking about this stuff, and you ain't even talking about your health. You ain't talking about your kids. You ain't talking about your future. All you're talking about is some people up in Washington who don't even like black people that much. I almost feel like that's a thing. Like I think that I don't know how to diagnose it, but it seems like that's a thing. Like the mental health just
Oh
seems
yeah.
to deteriorate, especially when they get us riled up about the politics.
Well, I believe it's by design because if you can control someone's actions through their mental, if you can influence them and you can control their environment and have them focus on you, whether it be good or bad, then they're not focusing on themselves. So now they're wasting time. And by wasting time, wasting life, then life goes by. And the same thing, it becomes habitual at that point because now it's the normal conversation and we gravitate towards other people who talk like that and think like that. And then there we are in that same little pool of people just kind of talking about the same old things, not really getting much done. But it's when you step outside of that. That's what I had to do. I got to a point in my life, I was like, look, I'm gonna lose my mind if I just sit here doing this same old thing, for the rest of my life. And that's when I took my trip to Ghana for the first time. And that's when I started seeing all the different things that they were not telling us the truth, or, how they were skewing the story. And then that just kind of sparked something and said, let me go check out someplace else. I heard something bad about this place, but let me go see. And then I would go and see how the people were living their life, enjoying themselves, doing the same things we were doing as far as just living their lives. And it became refreshing, and then it became empowering. And then I was educating myself because I was no longer in a construct that was telling me this is how you should think. This is what education is. I was now breaking the mold. And because of that, my stress level went down. It became therapeutic. Now you couldn't gaslight me anymore. Now I'm not sitting, you can't just tell me what I don't see is what I see because I know what I've seen. And so it's almost like if you put they use the analogy of when you put a chain on a dog or elephant or something like that. And if that chain is around their neck or feet for a long period of time, you can remove the chain. But the animal will stay in that same place because they have been conditioned to be in that place for so long. And then when it comes to fear, Dr. Boyce, when a lot of times in our community, when we talk about traveling abroad, it's fear. Oh, they're going to get you and this bad thing is going to happen to you. And if you leave, somebody's going to take you. You're going to get kidnapped and your organs going to get snatched. You know what I heard over there? They're going to take this from you and then can't see the stuff going on right in our own backyards. Can't see the drive-bys, the school shootings, the mall shootings, all the different things happening in our own neighborhood. But we're worried about what's outside. That's a condition too. And once I got past that, it was like, oh, the world, it's like now I'm in Ethiopia. I feel comfortable in Ethiopia. They told us it was sick flies, babies with big bellies and sick flies and everybody was poor and starving. Dr. Boyce, I'm going to tell you this, the place I have never seen a city in my life with as much development happening as Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. There is I counted at least 50 buildings going up last time I was here. 50 buildings. And I'm saying to myself now, if this is what poverty looks like, wow. Then I'm saying the cranes are everywhere. And I'm saying now, and I'm seeing the Europeans on the plane. I'm seeing the Europeans in the restaurants. I'm seeing the Asians in the restaurants. But guess who's absent? Us. Late to the party once again. And I just got tired of being late to the party. And I got tired of making excuses for being afraid. And that's what other people are waking up. They're tired of being late to the party. They're tired of missing out on opportunities. Just like when people take advantage of your stock class. They're tired of missing out on the stocks before, at the beginning. They had to find it out later after the stock has already reached its peak. People are now discovering that they have resources and they want to invest the resources. They just need credible people to lead them on a journey because it seems like, again, the level of mistrust that we have in our community, one towards each other, one towards others, it also creates a paralysis. And so as we're breaking that thing down, now we're starting to, and again, it takes a different kind of person to do it, somebody who's willing to take a risk. But now we're starting to see more and more people saying, I cannot do this anymore. It's affecting my physical health. It's affecting my mental health. And I really want to live the most fulfilled life I can. And that's where there are millions of people saying that they're tired of it. And that's where we are.
Wow. Yeah, I hear what you're saying about um the mistrust and just kind of what happens, when you're excited, you become pro-black and you say, okay, I want to participate with this business or that business, and then sometimes the shenanigans happen and you're like, oh man, here we go
Here we
again.
go again.
And one of the things I want everybody to know about why I enjoy working with you is, you have a first class operation. And Lamar Tyler, I think, was the person who mentioned you, and Lamar runs a first class operation. And I think sometimes as black men we get labeled because sometimes the most famous men in America, end up being men like Kanye West, who's out here just saying anything that comes to mind. I think he dressed up as a Klansman for his last interview,
Oh
and
wow, I missed
it
that
makes
one.
us look, yeah, it makes us look like bozos. And I just think that we have to really sort of appreciate the fact in our community we've got a lot of really qualified, high quality professional people out here that are really building solid businesses, and we have to separate. We have to really separate. All of us as black men, all of us ain't entertaining and out here just trying to, get attention by being buffoons. Most of us are doing things that are very solid, reliable, consistent, and I think that's a template that needs to be explored and expressed and presented more. Because I'm getting tired of people thinking I'm a clown just because you saw that other clown over acting like a damn fool on TV. That
Absolutely,
ain't me. I don't relate to that. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Don't
absolutely.
I don't hate the guy. I feel bad for him. Because I wish somebody could have talked to him about about some of this stuff. But still though, it ends up if making it challenging for all of us. It's almost like what women go through. You see black women being presented in any old kind of way, like almost like if you're a black woman, you're supposed to be twerking, you're supposed to be, doing whatever the entertainers do. And but if you go to Fly Nubian Money, where the ladies do their show every day, these are, real estate professionals, attorneys, medical doctors, therapists, high quality professionals. And but what's interesting is that the response is not the same. There's not as much excitement about seeing a black woman who's actually got her stuff together. It's like, no, I want to see the drama queen. I want to see somebody on a balloon popping show or doing something crazy and ridiculous, right? So I think to some extent, what I really like about your business and what you is not just the fact that doing business with you is great and you run a great company, but I feel like it's representing something bigger than just the business. It's really, I think, it's reminding the world that we're human, that we we're not all trying to be basketball players and rappers, or 50 years old living like you're still 25. Like I want to
Right.
be a grown man. I want to run a business. I want to do something good for my community. I want to lead my family to a better place. I want to support those who are doing the same. So I just want to say congrats, man, on the fact that you built this great company because nobody's doing what you're doing the way you're doing it, in my opinion. So I have a lot of respect for you for that.
Well, thank you, and I have a lot of respect for you as well. It's something that I recognize as being a grown black man is that I have a responsibility,
Mm.
and sometimes whether it be fair or unfair, it is still the responsibility that I have because I've grown up with the narratives. I've seen all of the different things that they've said about us, the low expectations, and sometimes subconsciously those low expectations can even be internalized. But once I started recognizing the potential that I had, and that's why I had to be very intentional about changing my environment because sometimes if you're in an environment that gives you low expectations, it's up to you to determine. If I felt that there was something more, I didn't know travel was going to be it, but I knew that there was something more to the resources, whether it be the personal resources, the intellectual resources that I had. And I also understood going into business, I've seen the shenanigans, and I know the games that people play out here, and I know the expectation once again. So when I sat down and said, okay, how am I going to do business? Well, I want to make sure that I do business with integrity. And I want to make sure that I do business in a way that inspires other Black men, whether it be young or old, to get into business. You don't have to be on hustle time. You don't have to be out here trying to get over on the next person. You can make it where everybody wins, just like I see in the Jewish community. I went to a school in D.C. called Georgetown Day for my elementary years. And I watched how they flowed and I watched how they operated. Then I went to DC public schools for a little while, and I see the lack of community in one environment and the strong community in another environment. And I said to myself, I said, this is very interesting because this is all about environment. But now then, when, I go back into my early 20s, when I was a recruiter for Showtime at the Apollo, and that experience and throwing parties and concerts and having to organize different events and create these different environments for people, and running a summer camp for 12 years and taking care of the children in our community. Now, we're particular about our children. Now, you can't, you don't mess around with Black folks' children, but to successfully have imparted into our children for 12 years and given them exposure to entrepreneurship and performing arts and life skills and all of those different things. Dr. Boyce, it would be out of my character to have anything else other than a business that represented us. And then the last point here is that oftentimes when it comes to Black men, our stories, especially Black men who have been on the grind, working, doing what they need to do, taking care of business, our stories are oftentimes not heard. Most people don't know how many brothers out here who are really doing it, how many brothers out here with 6, 7, 8-figure businesses, how many brothers who are not bragging about everything that they have. They're taking care of their responsibilities, empowering the community, doing what they need to do. And guess what? We might not get all of the PR that we should, because it's easy to put somebody up that's doing some nonsense, because that feeds the narrative, just like the narrative about the continent of Africa. Everybody's sick and dying and poor and corrupt. So if that's all you see, then you think the brothers are the same way. Everybody's going to jail on drugs, running around, doing all these different things, when there's a group of brothers out here that's not doing that, that's about their business. And what we're doing now, slowly but surely, that narrative is changing.
Yes, yes. Yes, and speaking of changing narratives, I hope everybody got something from this discussion, and I encourage you to change your narrative. Don't nobody write your story but you. You write that story, and it has to be an original story. Don't write the same story as your mother, or the same story as your father, or the same story of your drunk ass uncle. Right? God gave you the ink pen, and you need to do all the writing in this story, because sometimes people try to write our stories for us, and I said no. I'm snatching that pen out your hand, because I'm gonna write the story for Boyce Watkins. I'm not. This it's not going to be influenced by something that does not represent what I wanted to represent. So anyway, I want to say thank you to everybody, to Jay as well, for joining us today. And I want to let everybody know, if you want to travel with us to Ghana, a couple things you can do. Number one, text the word travel to the phone number 87948. So pick up your phone, text the word travel to 87948. Also, tomorrow night, Jay's going to do a full presentation on the trip to Ghana. It's an informational session. You can ask 1,000,001 questions about the trip. Bring your family, bring your children, bring everybody, so you can get full information. Our trips are not just for travel for fun. They are, you're going to have a ton of fun, but you're also going to learn. We're going to explore. We're going to add some B1 elements, some Black Business School training, some economic angles as well. So it's great for the whole family. So Alicia and I will be there. And if you want to join us this summer, then this will be a time to get information on that. So text the word travel to 87948. Also, last little housekeeping item, 2 things. One, those of you that want to join us for the Economic Elevation Summit in Miami, May 9th and 10th, I'm inviting y'all. I'm not inviting like everybody and their mama. I'm inviting y'all. So this is the chance to get together in Miami. I'm going to text that link out to join us in Miami. Just make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to 87948, and then you'll get that link later on today. And I'll put the link in the chat also for those of you that want to go ahead and get your ticket to Miami today. And Jay, actually, I know you're gonna. We wanted you to come to Miami, but I know that the date changed and that kind of threw out the travel. But that's okay, because you will still be able to join us virtually, which is really cool. So I would say thank you, man. It's always a pleasure to see you, brother.
It's always a pleasure to see you as well. To Dr. Alicia, I said hello, and everybody at the B1 family. And hey, Janelle, somebody in the chat I actually went to high school with. So hey, what's going on, Janelle?
From high school, are you serious?
Yeah. I'm old school.
Crazy.
I've been around for a while.
That's hilarious. I love that. Well, back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me.
All on me.
Like Mike Jones.
Mike Jones on it. Mike Jones.
The girl from high school. How you doing? I saw you on TV the other. I'm playing. Not that this, I know that didn't even happen. Well, I don't even know if that was male or female. So. But either way though, but anyway, everybody have a great day. God bless you, and we'll follow up on some other stuff with the stock market and stuff like that a little bit later. As you know, the market's been kind of acting a little crazy, but there's stuff out there. So feel free to take a look at that list of bond funds because we could be possibly going into stagflation. So if you want to protect your money, these will be assets you want to look at. So again, thank you very much, Jay, and God bless you, everybody. Have a great day, and we will see you all soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.
All right. See you tomorrow, everybody.
All right. So welcome to Money in the Morning. It's so great to see everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's feeling good. In case you don't know, Money in the Morning is where we get together every morning, 7 days a week, and we work on our finances. We don't just complain about our economic problems. We fix them. We don't just complain about generational curses. We make them better. We make sure that our kids are going to have an inheritance, that they know that their parents and grandparents love them, and that we thought about them. We're not leaving our kids hanging out to dry, and we're not leaving ourselves hanging out to dry. We know that preparation is the key to success. We also know that prevention, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well today. You know, it's funny. Yesterday, I kept saying it's Sunday, it's Sunday, it's Sunday. So now it really is Sunday. I hope I'm right about that. Let me know if I still got the date wrong. I felt like today would be a good day to talk about some of the stuff that I seen online that really made me dig into the data and find the answers and the solutions. And before I do that, really quick, I want to remind everybody that you guys know we have a world-class Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. It's the first ever Black financial therapy department created by scholars that we know of. And my wife is the head of that. And they meet every Sunday. And so Sunday night tonight, she's going to actually have another meeting. She does group therapy for those that want to heal, for those that want to do better. And if you are interested, you can text the word love to the number 87948. So text love on your phone to 87948. And my wife will send you a link inviting you to join us tonight in the group therapy session because we got to heal. If we don't heal, we're going to have the same problems that we've always had. So anyway, how many of you, give me a yes or no, how many of you have seen this 50-50 conversation in relationships where there's a conversation about whether or not men should pay all the bills or the majority of the bills and stuff like that? Let me know if you've seen some of this. And this came to mind because I got invited on this show hosted by this lady named Kendra G, who does a lot of interesting relationship stuff. And, you know, my wife's a relationship therapist, and I did write a book called Financial Lovemaking back when I was on the faculty at Syracuse. And so when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I became very intrigued with how money shapes relationships. And what happened was I started to know the difference between ideas that are politically correct versus ideas that are actually correct, right? I learned that political correctness is not always the right way to live your life, that it will pull you into a ditch and have you doing things that don't make a lot of sense. You know, I just looked at the data and I said, okay, I get it now. The research says there's thousands of years of evolutionary biology that says that women like men that have a little bit of money. They're just not as typically on average, especially a woman who needs money. A woman who doesn't need money might change, but a woman who needs money is not going to be as attracted to a man who's broke as she is to a man who has resources. And it's not politically correct for her to say that. It's not, or just like it's not politically correct for men to say, you know, hey, young, beautiful women, they're appealing, you know, like we're supposed to act like, you know, it doesn't matter, but it does matter. And so when would go through the research, I remember just being consistently astounded by how much how much of the conversation was built around just people saying what they're supposed to say instead of saying what they really want to say. And so the first thing I'm going to say is I'm going to ask you all a question before I even do this. Give me a yes or no. How many of you think that, the 50-50 relationship is one that can work if that's what people want? And give me a yes if you think that going 50-50 is cool. If the woman pays half the bills, the man pays half the bills. Give me a yes if you think that's okay. All right, so I'm looking at your answers. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna say that my first instinct is that I think it's okay too. I'm not, mad about it. I think people make their own decision. But here's the thing. What I want you to consider is the research. Ooh, buddy. And what the research really says, I can summarize this part, is that it kind of says that if you do this, it goes back to a saying that we had in economics that there's no such thing as a free lunch. That basically you think that you're getting the same thing. It's like if I go to Walmart, I bought a watch at Walmart, and I thought that, and the watch looked just like a watch I saw in an expensive jewelry store. And here I was, tempted to think, well, gosh, I got this Walmart watch that's just the same as the watch that was $5,000 in the expensive jewelry store. And after the watch fell apart in about 3 months, I learned that that just wasn't the case, that my Walmart watch was not the same as the expensive jewelry store watch. Do you get what I'm saying? Right? And so sometimes things may look the same on the outside, but they're not quite the same on the inside. You might think you're getting, you might think you've traded your filet mignon for McDonald's hamburger meat and that that's okay, but then you learn that there's just a difference. Doesn't mean that you can't eat McDonald's. Some of y'all do, and it's okay. I hear bad things about it health wise, but shoot, who am I to judge? And and so it's kind of the same thing here, right? And what I've concluded from the research, and I'm gonna read some of this data back to you, but I'd like to summarize it is while women in the surveys, women will say 50-50 doesn't matter to them. And sometimes they might say it because it's politically incorrect to tell the truth. And some of them may say it because that's what they truly believe. They truly believe, hey, you know what? Hey, if a man doesn't, if he's broke, then that's okay with me. I'm not bothered by that. And I'm going to challenge that a little bit and say, I think that there might be a little bit more to it, and maybe more to it that you might not be willing to admit. So rather than me yapping on about it, let me just pull out the data here. It was really, really interesting to research this. And I told you I became intrigued with this when I wrote Financial Lovemaking when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. You can have the book for free, by the way. Just go to boyceandalicia.com and there's a free e-copy there. You can have the e-copy for free, or you can buy it at drboycebooks.com if you want a copy like sent to your house. Okay, so here's one thing that is heavy. Studies show that women in 50-50 financial arrangements report a 30% higher level of resentment compared to women whose partners cover a larger share. That resentment often shows up not just in arguments, but in intimacy, trust, and long-term satisfaction. So as politically incorrect as it may be, and this is according to a study at Cornell University, by the way, as politically incorrect as it may be to say, there appears to be something latent. There's something hidden. A latent variable in economics or in statistics is basically it's something that has an impact, but you don't see it, right? Like a ghost or like a spirit. It's like there's something beneath the surface that you're not talking about, or maybe you don't even know it's there, that's really impacting the outcomes, and you just don't know what that is. And that happens a lot, right? What I think is this latent variable that basically says that even though that a lot of women might tolerate 50-50 and choose 50-50, maybe because they love the man and they want to be flexible, but the studies seem to show that they're just not happy with that. I don't know. How many of y'all think that that makes sense? How many of y'all think do you think that that's nonsense? Or do you think it's dollars and cents? Do you think it's real? Maybe it's almost like if you ask a man, like, well, do you care if your girlfriend has sex with you or not? And he might say, no, sex is not that important to me. That's not the most important thing in my relationship, right? But then she says, okay, well, I'm gonna go celibate. And then he's like, okay, sure, no problem. And then next thing you know, they're fighting over fried chicken And like, why did you shut the door so fast? I hate when you shut the door so fast. You shut the door, but I always shut the door like this. No, you don't. You shut the door. You be slamming the door, girl, woman. What's wrong with you? Right? Remember that movie? I think I Love My Wife with Chris Rock, where he wanted to cheat, but he didn't want to admit he wanted to cheat. He wanted to go see that other girl. So he came home and he started fighting with her over chicken. And he was like, chicken? Every day, all you do is make chicken. I'm gonna grow feathers and start clucking. I want some duck. Right? So, but he wasn't really the chicken. It wasn't the chicken. It was bigger than the chicken. Right? So you might think you're fighting over the chicken, but really you're fighting over the fact that his penis may be too small. Right? Or you think you're fighting over, over the way she shut the door, but really you're upset because because this relationship is expensive or whatever, right? My father used to jokingly say that he was married 50 years, so I think that gives him some kind of credential in this. I mean, most people can't do that. And he said he believes that all arguments stem back to three things: money, sex, or kids. He said those are the three things that you think you're arguing about something else, but really you're arguing about money, sex, or kids. That I don't know. How many of y'all would agree? I don't know. I've only been married 4 years, so I'm kind of proud of that. Our anniversary is coming up in a couple months. So how many of you would say that theory is true, or how many of you would say it's more complicated than that? That there's more stuff than just money, sex, and kids. Yeah, I feel like money, sex, and kids comes up a lot. It may not be the majority or the only thing, but it's definitely like high up there, right? And so anyway, let me read a little bit more. This is really good stuff. And I think it's and let me tell you why this matters. We've talked about this, right? In terms of how relationship success and links to economic success. Let me give you some interesting stats about millennials and people under the age of 40. If you're under 40, they're struggling. They're really having a hard time figuring things out because they've been listening to white people for too long. That's my theory. That's my cynical theory. You don't need to stop listening to white people. Start listening to your grandpa. Listen to your grandmother. Like they can give you some good advice. Y'all are trying to integrate and you black. You still gonna be black whether you just because you got the DEI job. That don't mean you ain't black no more. And so here's what it says about millennials and Gen Z. Number one, even though the divorce rate is um, around 40 to 50% generally, here's what's happening with Gen Z and millennials. They are not getting married. Their rate of marriage has dropped by nearly 30% since 1990. So people, rather than getting married and getting divorced, they're just not getting married at all. So, and that's fine. That's no, I mean, it's people's choice, right? But they're choosing to just navigate life solo. So you'll have 37-year-olds who still operate as if they're 27-year-olds. And like I met a new guy, I met a new girl, and we're gonna date a year, and then we're gonna meet another guy next year, another girl next year. And that's interesting. I'm curious to see how that plays out because 25 years from now, when you're 72 years old, you're not going to be going on a date every other week. You're not going to feel like having sex every other day. You're going to be tired. Maybe you're going to have cancer. You'll be in the hospital. That's where I saw my parents get to that stage. But I remember my father being young and energetic and playing basketball. And now, walking is hard. You know what I mean? Like, so he ain't out chasing women. That's not of interest to him, right? So I wonder if people have prepared, if they're investing in their lives to prepare for the next stage of life, or if they're living this current stage as if that's all that there is, right? I live as a 35-year-old because I think I'm gonna be 35 forever, and I forget that no, I'm gonna be 45, then 55, then 65, and so optimization, which we talked about a lot in mathematics, optimization of your life really comes down to making investments that optimize multiple parts of your life, not just the current. Delayed gratification is an important concept in investing, and it's an important concept when you talk about investing in your life. So if you can't delay gratification and all you see is the present in the current moment, and your consciousness can extend beyond the current moment, then typically not only will you make relationship choices you'll regret, you'll probably make financial choices you regret. So a lot of times I make that same argument, this argument that people fail in relationships for the same reason they fail in their finances. Typically people that you see that are financially secure, they're also secure in their relationships. They have the kinds of relationships that build wealth, all kinds of wealth in their lives. People that are not doing well in the relationship category are typically not doing well in the financial category because those two are heavily connected. It's not always perfectly correlated, though. It's not perfectly correlated. For example, I know that I remember when I was a single man, things were cheaper. It was cheaper to buy things as a single man because you go to McDonald's and instead of it costing you, $25 to eat because you're feeding a woman and a child, it would cost like $10 because you're just feeding yourself. But what I did find is that once you're able to find a partner and a teammate that is also productive the same way you are, it it can make things easier to afford. So when my wife wanted to buy her little cherry red Mercedes, I went with her to the dealership. And I know that, I'm not a poor man, and I know that there would be plenty of women that would love to go to the Mercedes dealership with me, and I'd be the one writing the checks. I went there and I didn't do anything. I didn't talk to the dealer. I didn't pull out my wallet. I didn't have to sign anything. She did everything on her own. She paid for every single piece of that. And I was watching college football the whole time and literally just being the supportive partner. And I said, this is amazing that I'm actually sitting here and we're going to drive away in a Mercedes and I don't have to do anything. That was a cool type of I was like, this is cool. Okay. So this is why some people get married to, because I think, but you have to pick the right kind of person, right? You have to kind of know what you're signing up for. So anyway, but even I didn't even know I was signing up for that. I didn't know, I'd never lived in a world where I would go do something like that and the person wouldn't at some point ask me to contribute financially. So really, the teammate thing I think works really, really well. But the hard part is that you got to get along with your teammates. So some people, and I think that trauma plays a part in this. We just say, screw it. I'd rather do it all by myself because I can't trust anybody that much. And I think that there's a benefit in the flexibility, but there's a challenge in when you run into a problem. Like if your primary income source gets killed, you're there by yourself and you're stuck and you're struggling. I have a friend who actually, she's not a friend, she's a distant cousin, and she runs a cancer treatment center or like a house for black women, single black women who get cancer, like over the age of 50. And because they don't have anybody there to kind of help. And sometimes it's no fault of their own. I'm not blaming anyone, but it's I think about when my mother went through her cancer, it really helped that my father was right there with her the whole entire time. So, but there's a trade-off though. You got to put up with people, and that's kind of a hard thing to do if you haven't sort of worked on harnessing those skills. Now, here's another study. The Pew Research report says that only 53% of adults are currently married. This compares to 72% in 1960. So people are doing things alone and by themselves. I heard someone describe that they believe that was a financial psyop on the American people. They believe that convincing people to be single for families to break up might have been a psyop. Now, I don't know. This is a conspiracy theory, but there is an argument to be made that the economy does better when everybody's scrambling by themselves. Because if you are single, you're more likely to have to go to work than if you are married to someone who makes enough money to take care of both of you, right? Where one of you can stay home with the kids. So they don't want the wife staying home with the kids. They want the wife in the factory. They want the wife in the office with the husband. They want everybody coming into the office because that makes the economy stronger and more productive. Also, you're spending more money. The biggest driver of economic activity in America, write this down. The biggest driver of economic activity in America, it's not the banks, it's not the government, it's not the Fed, it's the consumer. The consumer is the biggest driver of the economy. The GDP in America is super high because America has done an expert job of training people to spend, 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 spend. In 2006, I did a research stint with the Center for European Economic Research in Mannheim, Germany. I went to Germany for 6 weeks, and I had German colleagues the entire time. We were doing research on all kinds of stuff. And one of my colleagues came in, I'll never forget, and he said he showed me data. He literally came in and said, what's wrong with you Americans? And I said, well, I don't know. What's wrong with you Germans? Like, I was like, what? I don't know. What are you talking about? And he said, well, I was looking at Z data, and Z data says that in Germany, he said, we make less money than you do. We pay more in taxes than you do, but we save 5 times more money than you do. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? See, a lot of people say they can't save because they don't make enough money. No, you don't. You might make you probably make enough money. You probably just have a financial addiction that has been pressed upon you. Think about this. They make less money than us. They pay more in taxes than we do. That's a double whammy. You're making less money and you're paying more taxes, and you're saving 5 times more than Americans. Do you get what I'm saying? I need to sit on that point for a minute because I need y'all to hear this. Do you understand that that's an issue? How many of y'all understand that that's a problem? So Americans are addicted to spending money. We're addicted to consumption. That's what they call it, consumption. And so when you spend that, it makes me dissect and go back and reverse engineer everything that they do with you from the time that you're born, from the time that you're a little kid, especially when you're black. All you're trained to do is spend your money. You go make your money and then you go blow it. Just got paid Friday night. And you at the club already spending half of your paycheck, right? They got music around that, right? Right? Remember that song? I'm riding around and I'm getting it. I'm riding around and I'm getting it. I'm riding around and I'm getting it. It's mine, I spend it. It's mine, I spend it. Y'all remember that song? That was, I think that song was 2 Chainz. Is that right? Was it 2 Chainz? I don't remember. But anyway, so they indoctrinate that into your freaking music. They teach you got rappers. They don't you don't never see rappers saying, well, I'm conservative with my money. I save and invest my money. I'm riding around and I'm saving it. I'm riding around and I'm investing it. I'm riding around and I'm building it. It's mine, I keep it. It's mine, I keep it. You make a song like that, they're gonna call you a simp, they're gonna call you a square, they're gonna call you a dummy. Well, no, dummy, you're the dummy when you run around bragging about how much money you have given away to other people. When you talk about the fact that your baby ain't got no trust fund, ain't got no financial security, ain't got no generational wealth because you're so stupid that you're just throwing your money up in the club, putting it in a stripper's butthole because you somehow want to impress other dudes who are as dumb as you. That's insanity. That don't make no damn sense. That's absolutely crazy. And women, y'all spend money too, so don't think that y'all off the hook either. You know what I'm talking about. This is a stupid culture, but it's not their fault that they're stupid. It's not their fault that they're stupid, right? Stupid people, sometimes they don't know that they're stupid, and it's not their fault that they're stupid. You got to be trained to be stupid. So they were trained, smart people train stupid people to be as stupid as possible. And I'm not trying to be mean. It's mean Sunday. I don't, but sometimes I get tired of. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I'm just like, this is just dumb. Like I'm not following this. This is not black. You telling me this is black culture that being broke is black culture, that giving your money away is black culture, that leaving your kids hanging out to dry is black culture? That's insanity to me. That makes zero sense whatsoever. So anyway, but that's the thing though. They don't just do it to black Americans, so they do it to everybody. But we just really get hit hard with it. We get hit hard. Like the worst things that they can market, they market those things to us, right? Like they're just like, ain't nobody protecting this community. Their politicians don't give a damn about them. The Congressional Black Caucus ain't gave a damn about black people ever, right? So we can come in here and we can literally financially rape the hell out of these people, and ain't nobody gonna say a word. We're gonna set up, and then we're gonna let the immigrants come and set up little shops in every black neighborhood and suck money out of the community. And anybody who speaks up about it and says we need to be black first and protect our own, then we're gonna call them radical and a hotepper. And I get called things like that. People make fun. Like, well, you're a radical. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm radical for doing the same damn thing that you're doing? Right? See that's nonsense. That's another piece of the psyop. They get you looking at black people. You will be stunned at how many mainstream Negroes are scared of people like me. They are afraid of people. Well, I can't associate with Boyce Watkins because why not? Why not? I was a college professor at Syracuse. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm a good man. I try to be a good man who loves his wife and loves his family. What makes me dangerous in your mind? What makes me dangerous? Is it because I'm not signing up for the stupid stuff? No, I'm not signing up for any of that stuff. And the idea that you are afraid to talk to independent-minded black people, those who want to build our own businesses, those that want to build our families, those that want to build our institutions, tells me that you've probably been infected with a mental illness. That mental illness is deep. Now, I don't care. I mean, I'm not gonna get mad. I mean, I don't need any more friends. I got plenty of friends. But the idea that somehow that this is scary for you is very scary to me. It's like, well, what feels safe for you? Oh, I know what feels safe for you. Dying with so much student loan debt that you're never gonna ever recover, and your children will have no generational wealth. What feels safe for you? Working with white people who disrespect you, mistreat you, and put you under so much stress that you drink yourself to sleep every night. Um, maybe it feels comfortable for you to be in consistent financial insecurity to the point where you have night sweats and you're scared to death of losing your black job. Is that what feels safe for you? Is that what feels good to you? Because if that's what feels good to you, then you probably have Stockholm syndrome. You do. You do. It's Stockholm. I get it. I used to have that too. I just cured myself when I was about 35 years old. So at the end of the day, when you're talking about, security, economic success, and everything else, if you don't have the courage to think outside the box, then you will be locked in the box. The box will be a lock box, and it's a lock box for your mind, not just your body, and a lock box for your finances. You won't have anything to give your little daughter because they're gonna take every nickel out of your pocket because they got a whole damn system built. See, when people talk about systematic racism, they get it caught up in the symbolism. Oh, he called me the N-word. I don't care what he called me. The systematic racism is how the system is wired and designed to take everything you've got. The systematic racism is how the system is built to work you to an early grave and make sure they take every nickel out of your pocket before they do that. The systematic racism is how the grocery store will sell you donuts, fatty, sugary donuts. They'll call them Negro donuts or something, or hip hop donuts, and you will eat the fatty, sugary donuts in the front of the store, and then they'll sell you your black butt diabetes medication in the back of the store. Because they're like, we're going to make money making you fat, and then we're going to make money selling you Ozempic or selling you the diabetes medication that you're going to need. And then we're going to send you over to our other partners over in the healthcare system who are going to drain every penny out of your pocket with numerous surgeries and medications that could have been prevented so that we make sure you die a pauper. We want you in that casket with your pockets best be empty. We're going to rob your grave before you even get in it. They're going to bury you with the suit you wearing. That's all you're going to have. If you don't believe me, I want you to take a moment and I want you to look at how many black people die every year and leave zero inheritance. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. How many of you in here got more than $50,000 as an inheritance from any person in your family at any point? You got a lot of relatives. You have a lot of uncles, aunts, parents, grandparents, cousins. And not one of them left you more than 50 grand? You don't work your whole life and you can't leave $50,000 to the kids? I'm not making fun of anybody. I don't want to sound mean. Sometimes I sound mean and I don't mean to do that. But really, I mean it's crazy. And don't think that white people have it all figured out because they get punked too. They get suckered in too. So this ain't even just a racial thing. They just target you more because you're more vulnerable. They target you more because you don't have any protection. You don't have any political support. Your politicians, they look like you, but they're being paid by somebody else and they work for the person that pays them. It's like if I'm hungry and I got a cousin who works at Wendy's and I go to my cousin at Wendy's and I say, you got access to all that food, you should feed me. Well, if Wendy's has a policy that says you better not feed your relatives or you'll get fired, how much food do you think my cousin's really gonna give me? I mean, some of your cousins might really be down. They might sneak you some food out the back or something. But a lot of cousins are gonna be like, no, I am your cousin, but I've got my Wendy's uniform on, so therefore I must represent the brand, and I have to do what my manager tells me because they got cameras. A lot of our politicians are, to me, like Wendy's employees. They show up black. I'm black like you, brother. But when you look at who's paying their bills, the money rules. He who has the gold makes the rules. They're going to serve their boss before they ever serve you. And unfortunately, what happens is that the interests of their boss and your interests tend to be conflicted sometimes. So anyway, let me keep going. Let me keep reading here. And I'm gonna give you some more stats. By the way, I'm gonna send you all a list of because this recession is probably going to be on its way. I keep reading more data telling me that the economy is going south, inflation's going up, which is stagflationary, which is very, very bad. I don't know why the Trump administration is doing all this. Only thing I can think of, because I don't think that they're crazy enough to want to lose money, is that I'm thinking that what they're trying to do is make a strong stand on tariffs. And then they are going to come back with like some tax cuts and deregulation, which tend to stimulate the stock market. That's what I'm holding out for. I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that they're not just stupid enough to risk Trump being remembered as the worst president in American history. And I say this as a person who doesn't, I didn't vote for Trump or Biden. I voted for Cornel West. That I like to make that clear because I get accused of being a liberal. I get accused of being a conservative. I'm neither one. I don't believe that everything needs to be conserved, but yet I don't believe everything needs to be burned to the ground. So I'm sorry if you want to put me in a box. I won't fit. I'm too fat for a box. My wife can tell you that. So here, my fingers are crossed, hoping that what they're going to do after April 2nd, they got this thing on April 2nd where they're going to make all these announcements about tariffs. I believe after that, I'm hoping they're going to put that stuff to bed and then start focusing on the things that can stimulate the economy. Because right now, you had the stock market really drop a lot the other day because you had high inflation numbers. And then also coming out next week will be the jobs numbers. And if the job numbers are bad, then you have a bad combination. You have high inflation and a bad economy. Those two typically don't come together. That's like I don't know. That's like losing my job and losing my wife on the same day, even though they could be correlated, right? They shouldn't be. It's like a double whammy. So the economy is doing some weird stuff, and it's a self-inflicted wound. And somebody asked me, they said, "Well, do you think?" Because they were into the politics, they're like, "Well, do you think if Kamala was in office, this would be happening?" The answer is no, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. So that's a point for the Democrats for sure. But then again, there's things Democrats do that I never liked either. So it's kind of a thing, right? Long story short. I'm gonna send you all. One of the things that people do when the economy starts to act weird like that is they invest in bond funds. So I'm gonna send you a list of my favorite bond funds, and I'll text that out to you. So make sure you're on the text list. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And I'm glad you guys like this money in the morning thing. Over 10,000 of you signed up to be a part of it, and it's just something I want to do to contribute. And really, every day, I just believe that if you get together every morning, you're talking about economics, then economics becomes part of your consciousness. You're thinking about money. The things you think about and the things you focus on are the things that will grow in your life. So a lot of times, I believe that people struggle economically because they're not thinking about it. They're thinking about money like I need money, but they're not thinking about how to get money, right? So it's like me saying, gosh, I'm so hungry. I wish I had something to eat. But then you're not thinking about recipes. Do you understand? You're not thinking about going to the grocery store. You're not thinking about planting any food in your garden. When somebody comes up and says, hey, let's plant some food. Let's go to the grocery store. Let's learn some recipes. You're like, oh, man, I ain't got time for that. I'm going to the club, but I'm going to eat on my way to the club. Well, what you going to eat? The only way you're going to eat is what somebody else is cooking for you, which is very dangerous. They could poison you. So ultimately, when you talk about eating good economically, I would encourage you to understand that a person who truly wants to eat good is a person who's going to learn how to grow their garden. They're going to learn where the grocery store is located. They're going to learn where the good restaurants might be located. They're going to learn some recipes. Do you understand? Because if you learn the recipes, and this is what I want our children to learn financial recipes so they can become financial chefs. They can go in and whip it up. They can whip it up. And you got songs out here about whipping up crack, which is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. You're trying to give a kid 80 years in prison. You don't love black children if you're training them on how to go to prison for 80 years. What's wrong with you? You're Klansman. You're big racist. But so they'll teach them how to whip up some crack, but they don't know nobody talk about how to whip up some finances. Nobody talks about how to whip up a portfolio. I can show you how to I can show you the 10 crack commandments on how to whip up some real wealth in your family. How about that? How about we whip up some generational wealth, right? So Biggie had the 10 crack commandments. I want to bring in the 10 black commandments. How about that? How about that? In fact, that's the name of my book. My book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And what I did was I laid out a framework of 10 simple ideas. If your family embraces these ideas, not only will you succeed financially, you'll have generational wealth that'll last you 200 years. This is what I do. This is what I do. So anyway, if you want a copy of the book, you can go to drboycebooks.com, or actually, if you want a discounted copy and want to join our Black Wealth Ambassadors program, it's totally free. Just text the word wealth to the number 87948. Text the word wealth to 87948. And a lot of you have already started sending in your stories on what you're doing. I want everybody to know. I want everybody to know about all of you that are educating your own communities, that are out here really pursuing things, really making sure that your family's better off, that you're teaching the community, you're teaching your church, stuff like that. So I'm going to start celebrating that, because it's not just about what I think and what I'm doing or what we're doing here. A lot of you are doing amazing stuff, and I'm going to really push myself to make sure that that gets mentioned in this platform. Okay. So, anyway, if you want to be a Black Wealth Ambassador where you can get the books super cheap and make it into a business, you can resell them if you want. You can give them away, whatever you want to do. Text the word wealth to the number 87948. So, text wealth to 87948. So, let me give you a couple more stats on this 50-50 thing and why 50-50 is just a bad idea. Most of the data pretty much says it's a bad idea. So check this out. 71% of millennials and Gen Z couples say that money is a significant source of relationship stress, making it the number one cause of conflict, which beats out sex, communication, and even infidelity. Even infidelity is crazy. It's almost like some people think, I guess, feel like if you have enough money, cheating is not as bad as it is if you're broke. I don't know. I don't know. It's you have to tell me. Is it better to be cheated on by a rich person or a broke person, or is it all the same? But anyway, this is according to Fidelity Investments. Also, 63% of divorces among couples 25 to 44 list financial stress as a major contributing factor. Check this out. Over 50% of young couples who try to split expenses equally report hidden resentment or feeling financially burdened, especially when incomes are not truly equal, leading to dissatisfaction and higher breakup rates. So this was a love and money survey that was done by YouGov in Credit Karma in 2020. So let's read this again. I want us to really process this. It says over 50% of young people, so 50%, half of young people who try to split expenses equally. The ones who try, they're like, oh, 50-50. Okay, I do 50-50. They they report hidden resentment. So I'm pissed off, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to act like I'm happy, but I'm not. Or feeling financially burdened, right? This is a burden for me. And they said, especially when incomes are not truly equal. So when you're the rich guy or the rich woman and you're trying to protect your money, so you want to go 50-50. Um, I go along with that because maybe it's not politically correct for me to say anything, or maybe if I do say something, you might accuse me of being a gold digger, or I might lose the relationship. But I have this hidden resentment towards you. Hidden resentment is a very dangerous thing, like because it bubbles beneath the surface, and what happens is it comes out in other ways. Like for example, there are like for example, I'm gonna tell you this. I'll tell you the honest to God truth. I don't really know if most relationships can be super healthy if the woman makes significantly more money than the man. I'm not saying it can't be done, and I'm not saying that there aren't men who can't adjust to that, but I can say that that a lot of studies also show that like if she's out working really hard and making all this money, that there's a greater likelihood of infidelity in those relationships. And a lot of people speculate that maybe it's because the man feels like less than a man, so he needs to find some other way to feel like a man. And that's terrible to even consider. It's horrible to think that that might be the case. But I don't know. This is what the research says. I look at what the data says. I look at what nature says as opposed to what humans say should be the case. We do a lot of what I call social engineering. Like we tell people that things like gender is a figment of your imagination. I don't think gender is a figment of your imagination. No, I know the difference between a boy and a girl. And this idea that they're the same is just go to a track meet or a weightlifting competition, and you'll see that there's a difference. So rather than trying to believe that women and men are the same, which I did believe that for a while, and it really was a terrible thing to believe, and it led to outcomes that I didn't like. So I said, instead of me believing what people are telling me, what the politicians are saying, I'm going to start learning what's really true. So instead of trying to be politically correct, I just wanted to be correct. So I read a book when I was 31 called What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis. So when I read this book, What Women Want Men to Know, I spent literally weeks studying women and studying how women think and what makes women different from men. And when I saw the difference, I said, oh my God, now I know what they mean when they say men are from Mars, women are from Venus. That if I want to get along with women, I have to really learn how to cooperate and coexist with people that think completely different from me in a lot of different areas. Like I'll give you one simple example that took me the longest time to understand. When I hear a problem, I want to solve it. I'm a mathematician. That's what we do. I taught math at Kentucky. When you get a problem, you solve the problem. Why would you have the problem just sit there and just not be solved? But I learned that sometimes emotional empathy is more important than actual problem solving. So when when someone comes to you with a problem, and I'm sorry, ladies, you know what I'm talking about. It's a problem that's easily solved that she's been complaining about for years. And you're like, why don't you just do this? Right? That's not gonna work. So I learned like people want to be heard. They want you to empathize with how they're feeling and validate their emotions. And I was like, what does that mean? Like, I don't even know, so it took me a long time to get that. So when my wife comes to me with a problem that could have been solved in 2019 and she's complaining about it and sad about it, I'm like, okay, boys, don't give a solution. Don't give a solution. Don't give us a just listen, be quiet, just listen, let her get it all out, and then like tell her things to let her know that you know how she feels. Like, that's insanity. I'm sorry. Like that y'all that's crazy. That doesn't make any sense to me. But then again, though, we're all crazy. Men are crazy too. We got weird stuff that we do that's weird, And I encourage any woman that wants to get along with men, go read a book about men. And I had a friend like that, and I told her stuff that I learned about women, and then I said, yeah, but also with men, here's some things that are true about men. And she was like, I don't believe that. That's not true. That's not true. Because again, she fell for the political correctness trap that no, men don't think that way. I'm like, no, men are just telling you this, but really they believe that. And she's like, no, that's not true. That's just you. And I said, here. So here's what she did that I thought was so profound. I only 1% of all people would have done this. You know what she did? I told her about the book, What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis. I said she wrote another book about men. I forgot what the title is. You have to look it up. Her name is Dr. Barbara DeAngelis. She's a white lady, but she's a smart lady. So don't discount it because she's white. I know that we're a little bit we're a little bit smarter than everyone else, but I'm kidding. I'm being silly. So in her book, she wrote about men. My friend read this book. She took the book and she read it. And she came back and she said, "Oh my God, thank you for asking me to read this book because I learned so much that I did not know." Right? And I think that that makes you better. Like it's just like if you're a salesperson, you got to understand your customer. Like why wouldn't you? Why would you? You can't. The worst way to sell a product, like so, because in dating, that's what you're doing. You're in a market. You're selling something. You're selling yourself, right? You're looking for partnerships. You're looking for somebody that wants to be with you, right? As an economist, I see dating as a market, just like you have a market for stocks and bonds. Just like you have a grocery store as a market, you have a market for automobiles. Dating is a market. There's supply and demand. You can put prices on things if you want to, even though it's hard, right? Because you get the high value this and high value that. No, that's not true. But we know that maybe if a man has $10 million in the bank, he has a little bit more value in certain spaces than a man who has $10 in the bank. Not to say he can't have value in other ways, but his financial value is certainly lower, right? His other value might be there. He might have some other things going on, and he's still a worthy human being. But the ladies are going to look at the guy with 10 million a little bit differently from the way they look at the guy with $10. That's just reality. Stop trying to be politically correct. Stop trying to be nice. Be honest with yourself. So in any market, you're making trades, you're making a sale, you're offering something, and you tend to get the best offer if you put your best foot forward. Like when I'm looking for a job, I don't show up to the job interview stinking, unprepared, half asleep, 10 minutes late, talking crazy. If I do that, am I going to get the job? Am I going to get the job over the person who's prepared? Yes or no? If I show up disrespecting the boss, not really, not present, not, just nothing on my resume, I'm not going to get the damn job. So I don't understand why people don't understand this about every other area of life. When you talk about relationships, when I picked my wife, I wanted the job. So so I put my best foot forward. I was on my best behavior. I showed her what kind of man I could be because I know she had options. She knew I had options. So anyway, going back to this, let's go back to the money side though. I'm gonna just tell you, just the one conclusion is I'm gonna just tell anybody who's doing these 50-50 conversations, be really careful because the data seems to show that it doesn't work. The data shows that generally speaking, women don't like it and they just maybe are afraid to tell you. But they're gonna lie sometimes, and that's just the truth. So let me see here. Let me find. Uh, Okay, so one other thing too is that according to the National Marriage Project, Couples that cohabitate, that live together unmarried, are twice as likely to break up in 5 years compared to married couples. And that makes sense because there's less frictions to break up, right? You can just pack your stuff on a Tuesday and walk out. Whereas with marriage, you're like, gotta go down and get a lawyer. I gotta go fill out the papers. I gotta figure out who's gonna get the couch and the house and the dog, and right? So what one thing marriage does is it keeps relationships and units together because it makes it harder for you to break up. It creates that they call that a market friction. Um, Let me see here. Here's some more research stuff. Okay, I mentioned earlier Cornell University study that says women in 50-50 relationships have 30% more resentment than women whose partners pay more. And the resentment often leads to emotional disconnection and higher relationship dissatisfaction. The Pew Research Center found that in relationships where men contribute the majority financially, so this is where the men are the major contributors, women report higher relationship satisfaction, stronger conflict resolution, and greater feelings of security and appreciation. This is this research paper is called Modern Marriage and Money. So let's pay attention. So in relationships where men are paying the majority of the money, women are more satisfied. They're more likely to resolve conflicts with you instead of just being mad at you and fighting with you over every little thing. And they also feel more secure and appreciated. What do you think, ladies? Answer in the chat. Do you think that that makes sense, or do you think that that's just nonsense? You think that this is just, fake news and I'm just making things up, and because I'm secretly a Trump supporter, or I secretly love Kamala Harris, or I don't know. Like, what do you think? Do you think that that this is accurate? Okay. Because I think I would almost say that I noticed a long time ago that it almost seemed like there was like they call it dimorphism in mating. I don't know if you know this, but most species can be broken into two major categories. There's this guy named Professor Ken Sapolsky at Stanford who used to do these amazing research talks about human beings and how they mate, but he didn't talk about humans. He would talk about animals all throughout the animal kingdom. And he said that in a lot of species, you have two major categories. You have what they call dimorphism, or another category. I forgot what it is. Not pair bonded, but where it's not. So dimorphism is where the males are like bigger than the females. That's what dimorphism is. And then I forgot what the opposite of dimorphism is, but it's where you're kind of equal. You're kind of the same. You kind of, like the male and the female about the same height. And he said that in the dimorphic relationships, the mating practices are just different. Like he said something crazy like 5% of the males, might produce 95% of the babies. Like, so you got babies, mamas like everywhere, because they want to mate with the alpha male, and the relationships don't last as long. I think he might have called them pair bonded. Whereas the other types of groups, they form almost like marriages. Like the male and the female stick together. They share in the raising of the children, stuff like that. I got to go look it up again because it was really fascinating stuff. And what was interesting was he said that when you talk about humans, he said it's complicated. He said that we can be both. We can be the types where men and women kind of kind of approach life as equals, and kind of share things and get married and raise the kids together and help with the housework and all that. Or you can have the dimorphia stuff pop out where you have the girl who's 4'8" who wants the to date the athlete who's 6'9", 240 pounds. He's got 25 side chicks, in 14 babies mamas, but that's appealing because she's attracted to that testosterone that comes with him being the alpha, because he won an NBA championship and got a $200 million contract. And so all these mating habits just kind of pop out. And you'll see this through the animal kingdom. I saw this doe, a deer, a female deer. So this doe was in mating season, so she was feeling hot. She wanted a dude, and so she went, and all the men could smell that she was ready to mate, that it was mating season. So of course, being men, you know how men are, just disgusting pigs. So all these males were trying to hook up with her. They were like, "Hey girl, how you doing?" But doing like deer, they would sniff each other's butts and stuff. And what happened was they said that all the males would gather in a group, and the males on the outside were the weaker males. So the weaker males were on the outside of the group. The stronger males were in the middle. They could hold down the middle of the pack. And so she got there, And all, of course, every one of the guys was like, "Hey, girl, how you doing? Hey, what, do you come here often? Like, what, can I get your number, girl?" And she ignored like all of them, right? Because she was working her way to the middle of the circle. And as she got closer, the males got stronger, and she became more tempted. She started seeing men that she was interested in, and literally, she passed up every single man and went right for the alpha. She went right for the man, right in the middle, and it was real interesting. Like they had sex, and it lasted like 15 seconds, and then she just ran off. She was like, "Thank you, I'm done." And she went and had her baby, and that was it. There wasn't no marriage, there wasn't no child support, wasn't nothing. Just like I need his genes, I need his DNA. And when I saw that, it made me look at relationships so different. It made me really think like, okay, this is what you're saying that you want, but maybe this is what you really want. But I think that being conscious of that can really help you to sort of make those decisions that'll put you really where you want to be instead of lying to yourself. So let me read more. And remember, the conclusion of this basically is that I'm convinced that 50-50 just doesn't work. And if you can't go, if 50-50, if you are stressed out financially in relationships, I think that would mean either picking a certain kind of partner that is more of a fit for you financially. I wonder if sometimes when I hear men that are stressed out financially by women, if you're just picking women that are the wrong types for you. I can even say, even when I was financially secure, I didn't really necessarily want to marry a woman that had no money. I could pay for things. Yeah, paying for dinner is not a problem, paying for whatever's, but I didn't want to deal with somebody that had an infinite supply of financial problems where I constantly had to fund that and I wasn't getting any support. I specifically was interested in someone that had some type of capability because that took the pressure off of me. But at the same time, financially, we have a financially dimorphic relationship. I, for many years, have made probably 15 times more money than my wife. So it's one of these things where, while I'll certainly allow her to do what she's going to do and be as free as she wants to be financially, there's never a moment where if she can't handle the burden, I can't step in and fix it, right? And that makes us comfortable in that way. I think it makes her feel secure, yet free to do what she wants to do. Like I'm not gonna block and say, "Look, no, woman, you can't do that. Not in my house, girl. Sit your ass down, anime. Eat the damn cake." Like I don't do that. It's like, well, okay, if you want to do it, that's fine. Oh, you know what? This looks like it's too much for you. I'm gonna step in and help, right? But really finding the situation that really works for you, I think, is really important. So another study. There's so many interesting studies on this 50-50 thing but again, the conclusion is that it's just a bad idea. The Pew Research Center found that relationships where men contribute I already mentioned that. Okay, YouGov America found that over 60% of women under 40, this is for the young women, privately say that they prefer men to pay more in relationships. And what's crazy is that publicly, 60% of them are saying that they support equality. So 60% of them are, they want to be strong feminists in public, but when you ask them what they really think, they're like, "No, I kind of want a man to be a man in that way. I kind of want him to step up a little bit," which is really interesting. This is why you can't get caught up in being politically correct, because that'll lead you into a death trap. So they said there's a gap between public and private desire, which often creates unmet expectations. So a lot of times, I think that in life, they always say that, I think I heard a saying that says, life doesn't give you what you want, it gives you what you deserve, and or it gives you what you earned, right? So I might want certain things, but if I'm afraid to be honest with the world and talk about what I want, then I'm gonna just get what I ask for, right? So if I say, if you ask me what do you want to eat, and I want to be politically correct, and I say, well, I want the chicken, but really I want the steak, but I'm too scared to say I would like some steak, then I'm gonna be eating chicken my whole life, and I'm gonna be mad because I really want a steak, right? So I think that having the courage to tell the world what you really want and not being ashamed of that is okay. I think that for men and for women, I think that just I hate the idea that people let peer pressure tell them what they're supposed to want or how they're supposed to want it. I'm gonna tell you, I got roasted bad on the internet when I got married to my wife because I had some men who thought that me getting on my knee and proposing to her somehow made me a simp, or that somehow she kept me locked in the friend zone for 25 years and refused to date me. And they don't know that. Actually, my wife will tell you that I actually was enjoy being single. I didn't make the move. It wasn't on her. It was just I actually had a whole other life and made different decisions as I got older. And but at the end of the day, All I care about is what I want. All I care about is are my choices going to work for me? That's the life I got to live. So I can't have much of an interest in what other people think about what I should do with my relationship. I'm like, you don't know them. You don't know my life. Just if you're that miserable that you're obsessed with how I live, then something's wrong with you. I feel sorry for you because I choose what I want. If I want the steak, I'm gonna say I want the steak. And I think that women, same thing. If you really feel that if a broke man can't do nothing for you right now, I don't think you have to feel pressure to lie about that. And I think same thing is true for men though. Same thing flips for men. I see a lot of men get flack because they won't get married or they'll date somebody and they're like, why won't you marry her? You won't do the right thing. Well, maybe she hasn't convinced him to want to do the right thing. Maybe she hasn't presented herself as a person that he should want to marry. I think that that's something that has to be acknowledged as well, because marriage is a major, major commitment. Marriage is really hard. Marriage requires special skill. Marriage is very risky because if it goes bad, you lose a lot. You lose a lot. You lose a lot. So as much as we want to talk about, as much as we might want to talk about the men, and believe me, there's a lot to talk about. You know me, my whole theory is like, I think not having fathers in the house has really done a major horrible number to a lot of our men. But in terms of confidence and clarity and purpose and stuff like that, I think as a man as a head of a household, you got to know who you are and where you're trying to go, and you typically get that from another man. But we can also talk about just maybe even sacred cows like feminism. I'm not saying all feminism's bad. I think my wife is kind of a feminist, but I'm like, you can be whatever you want. But just know who I am. I'm not one who co-signs on all that stuff. I think some of that stuff does lead to misery and sadness, where people pretend to be one thing, but really deep down they're crying on the inside because they can't be who they really want to be. And let me just tell you the honest, truthful story. I'm gonna circle back to finances. So I want to make sure that you know why this is an economic conversation. There was a person I knew who was related to a very prominent feminist, like really super. If I said her name, you know her name because she's written books and everything, and everybody knows her. And she said, when I got really close to her, I started seeing things that kind of led me to see behind the curtain to know that not all of this is reality. That there was the public persona that she had to maintain, the tough feminist thing, but the private persona was that she was very lonely and she didn't have anybody. She got sick and went to the hospital and said nobody was here to pick me up at the hospital, and that made me sad. And she said what that made me realize is while I'm still happy to be a strong woman and a strong feminist, she said, I realized, you know what? I'm glad I got my husband. I will sacrifice to keep my husband. I'm committed to my family. I don't care what nobody says. And I think I think that that's important. And same thing true with men. Men get, other guys telling them, you got to be a tough guy. You can't let no woman do this to you. And next thing you know, you're talking crazy to that woman. And then she's in somebody else's arm and you up here crying, so really, in my view, let's circle it back to investing. I invest heavily in the things that I want. And I know that I can't have the things I want in my life if I don't sacrifice for those things. If I want wealth, I got to sacrifice to get wealth. If I want to keep my family, I got to sacrifice for that. Whatever it is, if I want to be fit, if I want to lose weight, I got to sacrifice for that. I got to submit to that. So people that kind of make you think that you don't have to submit to anything are typically people that are never going to have anything. And that's why, and so the same reason people have a lot of relationship misery is the same reason a lot of people are broke. Why are you broke? Well, you're broke because you don't submit to saving your money. You want to go ball out and be a sucker like all these other fools on TV. Maybe you're broke because you won't submit to the idea that you need to be in the stock market like all the other wealth builders in America, but you want to just follow and do what everybody else is doing. Maybe you're broke because you won't submit to education. I would go to college. In college. I remember I had friends that would not study. I was like, why aren't you studying? You're a black man. They're gonna make you a slave if you ain't got no skill set. If you don't have anything on your resume, if you don't have anything that can allow you to survive and prosper, then they're gonna mistreat you. And then you're gonna say, well, they just mistreat me because I'm black. Oh, of course you're black, you big dummy. That's why you got to show up prepared. You're not just black. See, because you're really disrespecting black people when you say that it's because you were black. That's the thing this is something that I think is fundamentally true. Stop telling me that all this happened to you just because you're black. We know you black, and we know that black people don't get a fair shake like everybody else. We know these things, but this didn't happen to you just because you black. Maybe it happened because you're black and. Maybe it happened because you're black and lazy. Maybe it happened because you're black and unprepared. Maybe it happened because you're black and you waste all your money. Maybe it happened because you're black and you have no discipline. Maybe those are the things that cause this issue. So yes, we know you're black. We know that a lot of things are going to happen because you're black. I got a t-shirt. Did y'all know? I got a t-shirt that says because I'm black. I really do. and I made because I know that we know I'm very race sensitive. I'm a, what they call it, a black identity extremist. I probably fit that description because I every day I wake up and I know that I'm black. So we know you're black, and we know that things will happen to you because you're black, but it didn't happen only because you're black. Because the black man who's unprepared is going to be more of a victim than the black man who is fully prepared. Do you understand? The black man who chooses education is typically going to end up in a better situation than the black man who chooses the liquor bottle. The black woman who chooses to better herself is going to be better than the black woman who chooses not to better herself. The black woman who goes to the gym and eats right is going to end up in a better situation than the black woman who eats chitlins and donuts and twerks all day, right? Like I mean, let's just keep it 100. I don't think you have to look down on anybody for this to be true. But when they come to me and they say, well, this happened to so and so just because he was black, I'm like, no, I get it. Yes, things happen because you're black, and because things happen because you're black, that means you have to be more prepared because you're black. My grandma taught me this. My grandma said, because you're black, you got to be twice as good to get half as much. Because you're black, you got to be on your P's and Q's. Because you're black, you got to have your head on a swivel. You got to watch out for the banana in the tailpipe. You got to realize these white folks don't love you. Because you're black, you got to save your money because ain't nobody going to save you during a financial crisis. Because you're a black man, you need that black woman by your side. Because you're a black woman, you need to honor the good black men in your life and partner with them whenever you can. Because you're black, the rules are different. We know these things. We know these things, but stop telling me that all these things are going to happen to me just because I'm black. There's nothing about being black that says I have to be broke. That is not a rule written in stone. That is a rule written in bad culture. That is a rule written in a society where they mass market ridiculous, unintelligent behavior to your community. They call it hip hop music. It's probably funded by the CIA. That's what they do. They market horrible culture, and then bad things happen, and then you say, this happened because I'm black. No, you're not illiterate because you're black. There's nothing in the book of blackness that says that you have to be illiterate, unprepared, unhealthy, making bad choices, 7 babies mamas, 8 babies daddies, living like a damn fool. I'm not making fun of anybody who's falling for that track. I want to make sure you understand this. This is a sinister thing. But at the end of the day, man, choice and accountability is everything. And in order for you to be free to make the choices you need to make, you got to break away from broken culture. You have to break away from limited-minded people who are going to tell you that, oh, well, you must think you better than everybody. You must think you white. And believe me, take it from a guy who gets roasted all the time. That goofy NBA player, Kwame Brown. Do you remember him? He played, poor guy. He played with Michael Jordan. I think Michael Jordan beat him up for a long time or something. And he did 12 videos about me, and he kept saying I'm uppity because I talk to intelligent black people. And I'm like, why would you want black people to be stupid? Why do you not want black people to be intelligent? What makes you think that black people are incapable of being intelligent? I don't even I was confused. I was like, why? First of all, I don't know this man. Ain't never met this man. This man, he talked about my wife. He talked all this stuff he didn't know nothing about. But it was really funny to me. I was like, wow, you really don't think highly of yourself. You really don't. Maybe that's why Michael Jordan was so mean to you, because nobody raised you to understand that you can be whatever you want to be in this world. And you got to stop walking around letting people make you believe that because you're black, you're supposed to be stupid, or that because you're black, you're supposed to be lazy, or because you're black, you're supposed to be broke, or because you're black, you're supposed to have a messed up family, or because you're black, you're supposed to be traumatized. I hate that. I hate that. We literally have like the trauma Olympics. Well, you ain't really black. You didn't grow up black because when I grew up, we were so poor. We had bologna sandwiches with no bologna. No, no, no. Well, you know what? Well, you ain't really black because when I was 7, I watched my mama shoot my daddy in the face. Right? You ain't really black because when I was little, they evicted us and then we lived in the streets and had to go kill people to make money. Like it's like I get it. We go through hard times. But I personally think that self-esteem is critical. I think that black esteem means that we can manufacture our own black privilege. We can manufacture our own black excellence. I also believe that given that preparation is the key to success, you can prepare for whatever you want. I'm going to end on this. This is the last point I'm going to make. I knew this genius of a black woman who was actually my wife's aunt, and she was a mathematical genius, and she was a wonderful lady, and she passed away not too long ago. And one thing that she said that was amazing to her sons all the time, and she said, "Nothing is hard if you study. Nothing is hard if you study." And she was talking about education. She was talking about school. But what she was talking about was life. That nothing is hard if you're prepared. Nothing is hard if you're prepared. Being wealthy is not hard if you prepare. It's easy, actually, quite easy. Doing well on a math test is easy if you're prepared. Having a good life is easy if you're prepared. Being healthy is easy if you're prepared. If I want to run a mile, it's easy if I'm prepared. So the question, in my view, is do we talk enough about what preparation actually looks like? Or do we only talk about reacting to the consequences of being unprepared? Right? So they come and get you, and then the white man done did it again. He done took my stuff again. Well, did you prepare? What did you do to prepare? You know, and I'm not saying that he ain't sinister. I'm not saying he's not gonna come take your stuff every time, but who trained you to think that as a black man or black woman in a racist society that you did not have to be doubly prepared? This is why integration, y'all trying to merge with white people, has been so devastating to your community, because your grandparents understood that. Your grandparents understood that nobody's saving you. They understood we have no friends. They understood that you got to get your education. They understood that you have to work hard. They understood that you got to be ready. That's what they understood. My grandmother used to talk to me about that stuff because she was a black woman raising 5 kids by herself on a $22,000 salary. What nobody coming to save, Grandma? So you sitting around whining because of what the Democrats or the Republicans didn't do or what white folks are trying to do. She would just kind of look at you strange, like, what did you think they were gonna do? Did you think that they were Santa Claus for? Like, what made you think that these people are really here to help you? They're not here to help you. They're here to take from you. So the question at that point is, what are you going to do about that? So I can tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to be the best husband and father I can be and raise my children to the best of my ability and love my wife as much as I can. I'm going to study and learn every single thing I can possibly learn so that my brain is full of knowledge and skill sets that will help me to be successful. I'm going to save and invest money at the highest levels possible, institution build as much as I can, and do my absolute best at everything I do, because I know that being black should mean being as excellent as you can be on every available moment. It does not mean you're perfect. It just means you're doing your best. I don't know if we are trained to simply do our very, 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 very best. That is a core value such that if your children are infused with this basic idea, they are going to have a 99% probability of being successful at something. This is black culture. That is what black culture looks like in this space. So I want to say thank you guys for hanging out with me. It was real. I love you. And I'll see you all tomorrow. And also, I'll text out that link to the bond funds. I told you investing in bonds is a good way to deal with recessions. That's how you prepare. So I'll send that to you later on. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948 if you'd like to receive that. So text the word morning to 87948. Also, those of you that want to learn stock options, we're in the 3rd week of our coin program. That stands for the Certified Options Investing Network. It's a 12-week intensive. I teach myself. It's a small group. Only 40 people are allowed in the group. And we're going to do another cohort in about 9 weeks. So if you want to talk to someone about joining coin, just go to drboycecoin.com, drboyce blackcoin.com. And also tonight, Dr. Alicia, my wife, who is the head of our Black Financial Therapy Department, is going to be hosting her weekly book club. And I think that she's going to do some relationship stuff. You know, she's trained on that. So if you want to join or get notified when she does things, text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com. This is the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and we are all about investing. We're all about building our wealth. We're all about making good decisions and breaking generational curses and putting our people ahead of the curve. I want to say hello to everybody. I hope you are doing well. This is a Friday night, and I finally got a little bit of time to sit down and have a conversation with you. And so I wanted to talk about this stock market crash. This market was pretty ugly. Bad things happened. Hey, Sherelle, how are you? It got ugly. It got real ugly. And how many of you were kind of feeling the heat a little bit? How many of you saw your portfolios kind of get beat up a little bit? If you did, join the club. It was raining outside. Everybody got wet. Damn near everybody got wet. And for those of you that study stock options with us in the Black Business School, you will know that this is why we buy our put options, because days like today, you're glad to have your puts because it could always be worse than it was. So I want to say hello to Fit Crypto and Michelle Sainsbury, Serge, Janet Milner, Andrea Jackson, Felicia Jackson. Good to see you. And just so you know, I switched up my setup in my background a little bit in my studio. Let me know what you think about that if you like it. And let me know if you can hear me okay. Can you give me a quick yes if you are able to hear me okay? I'm testing out a new microphone. And so I could use your help in knowing if I am communicating properly. All right. So basically, let's talk about what happened today. The stock market just kind of crapped on everybody. It was one of those days, man. You know, things go bad. I saw the big trigger I saw was inflation and the uncertainty around tariffs. Now, I've talked to you guys about tariffs and inflation and some of those issues before. And you can see with the S&P 500, you know, it just got ridiculous and got super ugly, and a lot of things dropped, and it went down 700 points. 700 is a big number for the Dow, for the S&P 500. And it says stock here on CNBC, stocks sold off sharply on Friday, pressured by growing uncertainty on U.S. trade policy, as well as a more grim outlook on inflation. The Dow Jones closed down 715 points. Shares of several tech giants dropped, putting pressure on the broader market. Google dropped 4.9%, Meta and Amazon dropped 4.3%. This week, the S&P 500 lost 1.53%, while the 30 stock Dow shed 0.96%. That's almost 1%. That's a big deal. So what happened here, Paulo, is that basically the market got hit by two major things, and that is uncertainty, which is pretty familiar right now. I mean, by this time, we're kind of used to the idea that because nobody knows exactly how Trump is going to implement his tariff policy, that's created uncertainty. Uncertainty is not the friend of the stock market. Uncertainty will drop the price of any asset. Number two, the inflation numbers came back and they just didn't look good. It says here that Friday's core personal consumption expenditures price index also came out hotter than expected, rising 2.8% in February and reflecting a 0.4% increase for the month, stoking concerns about persistent inflation. Economists surveyed by Dow Jones have been looking for respective numbers of 2.7% and 0.3%. So the numbers were only slightly higher than the expectation, but that's still pretty bad. And so ultimately, that's just that's kind of unfortunate. Now, I see brother Luke Mon. How are you? Out of Lexington. Very nice. The put options cushioned it, just like you said. Yeah. The put options. If you are a consistent buyer of put options, then you made some money off of the decline. But the thing about puts is it's like car insurance. It's not going to make you rich. It'll just protect you from disaster. So my portfolio got hit like everybody else's. I had a little bit of extra cash on the side, so I went and bought some more stock. I've been a heavy investor in Meta lately, especially now. I'm buying the dip on Meta, and so I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm telling you what I'm doing. And Ebony says Ronnie Clay Smith passed away. Stop tagging him. That's my little brother. Oh wow, well, I'm very, very sorry about that. Gosh, my heart goes out to you and your family, Ebony. I hate hearing that. Okay, so let's keep going here. It says, quote, the market's getting squeezed by both sides. There is uncertainty around next week's reciprocal tariffs. Because in case you don't know, Trump has he has this thing called Liberation Day or Freedom Day or something like that, where he's basically got this day where he says he's going to, make America rich again. Again, Trump is a cartoon character for the most part. I mean, I didn't vote for the man or vote against the man. I don't vote for Democrats or Republicans. I voted for Cornel West, in case you want to know who I voted for. And I can just tell you that ultimately, I don't know. I kind of just feel like there is comedy on both sides. Joe Biden looked kind of crazy, and Trump, to me, it was kind of ridiculous as well. And so basically he believes he's going to make America rich again with his tariffs. I could get past the idea of the tariffs because I think tariffs are a fact of life. Countries do put higher tariffs on the U.S. than we put on them. It's almost like your cousin that always borrows money from you, but you can never borrow money from them, and it's not fair, right? It becomes a drain on you. And so I get what he's saying, but the problem is that he's not being clear. He needs to be a leader and be clear about what he plans to do and how he plans to do it. And I don't know why they're not being clear. I don't know why. Maybe it's ego tripping or something, but the stock market is collapsing because of this. The stock market, you had a really good market up through the inauguration. And again, I'm not going to say that it's going to stay this way. I think there's still some hope. There are a lot of analysts who believe that American companies are making lots of money and that's what's going to keep them strong. But this is not helping. This is not helping at all. This uncertainty, it's going to cause long-term problems for the United States. And I think it's something that the Trump administration should be embarrassed about. I think that if you are claiming to have the right to run this country and you think your ideas are the best ideas, well, then show people, lead, be a leader. You're not being a leader right now. It's an embarrassment. So anyway, let me keep going here. Let's see here. So it says here, again, I mentioned earlier, there's certainty around next week's reciprocal tariffs hitting the major exporting sectors like tech, alongside concerns about a weakening consumer facing higher prices hitting areas like discretionary. This is according to Scott Hefstein, head of investment strategy at Global X. So what he's basically talking about is something that really would concern me about the economy, which is the weakening of the American consumer. The American consumer has carried the economy quite a while, for quite a long time. And when consumers start getting nervous because they think they're going to lose their job or they're not sure what inflation is going to look like, then that could be the catalyst that drills us into a recession. So next week will either be an extraordinarily good week, meaning that you're going to see a lot of positive momentum in a lot of stocks, or it could be a pile-on week where we start heading down toward an actual bear market, an actual recession. And that's not going to happen at the same time. The bear market and the recession are not going to be simultaneous. It's one of these things. The stock market looks into the future. It doesn't look at what's happening right now. The stock market looks at what's going to happen later on. So I see LaShawn says, I love the new backdrop. Do you? You like the backdrop? Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. They told me I should get a better backdrop. And I'm not into all I'm not trying to be flashy. I ain't trying to be the flashiest, coolest person on the internet. That's not interesting to me. I like to talk about things that have substance, and that's it. I think there's so much stuff on the internet that honestly is just like goofy to me. And it's like, it looks good, but I need my brain to be stimulated. I want to see something that's going to make me think. I don't really care, too much about the backdrop, but if y'all like it, then that's what's up. Let's do it. Okay. So anyway, by the way, in the Black Business School, we created financial flashcards for kids. So if you have children or grandchildren and you want to get them ahead of the curve, feel free to go to financialflashcards.com and you can get some of our flashcards for your kids and take a look. Also, we have something called a Black Wealth Ambassadors Program, and this is for people that are serious about spreading the knowledge of Black wealth throughout our community, forming community investment clubs, little educational centers in your house, just family investment groups, church groups, whatever it is. So what we do is we offer you the chance to buy our stuff super, super cheap, like 70, 80% off, so you can then resell it and make it into a business. We want to go into business with you. We want to be your business partner. So if you're interested in being a Black Wealth ambassador and teaching the community and also starting that business, just text the word wealth to the number 87948. Just text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. All right, so hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. So as we were talking about earlier, the S&P 500 has been hit pretty hard and it's down quite a bit. And this is pretty ugly. And so I'm going to keep on sort of breaking this down and letting you guys know what's going on. So it says, quote, despite today's sell-off and broader market volatility the past few weeks, there have not been big inflows into money markets. It seems like a lot of investors are trying to ride this out. So what they're saying is that there's still a lot of investors that are insistent on buying the dip. Investors have been trained to buy the dip. And I think buying the dip is good. But then sometimes being overly committed to buying the dip could be a problem, especially if you're headed into a dip that's longer than you expect. So on one hand, I'm a big advocate for patience in investing and knowing that eventually this too shall pass. But at the same time, it may take a long time for it to pass. So what you may want to look at are, you've got some bond funds out there that can give you some exposure to bonds that can get you kind of out of that a little bit, out of the stock market some. And then also you've got things like consumer staples. I don't have the ticker symbol in front of me, but there's like an actual ETF on consumer staples. I think the ticker might be XLP or something like that. And we talk about consumer staples. We've been talking about that for the past few weeks, as I've been sort of letting you guys know that what happened today was kind of on the horizon, that literally, there we go. The ticker's XLP. And XLP is a fund that owns a lot of consumer staple companies. The biggest holdings in this fund, if you buy one share, you get ownership in Costco, Walmart, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, Philip Morris, PepsiCo, Colgate, and Target. So, there's Target, right? So you may not like Target because of the DEI, but you can pick any of those companies individually. And this is one of the things that people are doing in order to protect themselves as the market starts acting a little bit weird. Also, gold is seen as a popular hedge to protect against markets like this. Yeah, I did. Well, I did mention XLP earlier. Yeah, so XLP, it is still relevant. It's even more relevant than before. I know we talked about it this morning in class, but it's super relevant right now. So it says here, Trump earlier this week announced a 25% tariff on, quote, all cars that are not made in the United States, a decision that hurt a lot of auto stocks. And I think it benefited his buddy Elon. I think Elon was protected a little more when they put tariffs on his competitors. And also, I think that when he shut down the EV credit, that somehow helps Elon, because I don't think his company needs an EV credit because they're already making EVs cheaply. So if you're wondering if the game is rigged, it's absolutely rigged. There's no question about it. But then again, I'm a cynic because I've always felt the game was rigged. I've always felt that it's rigged. A few other things happening in the market that you may want to care about is tech stocks, where the superstars going back the last few years. Tech stocks may not be the superstars going forward, so I'd be extremely careful. Robin, should I put my money in? Stop putting money in the market given the current state of the market? I didn't stop putting money in the market. I buy the dips. So remember, you're not investing for the next 3 months. You're investing for the next 5 years, 10 years, right? So 10 years from now, you won't remember anything about this day. You won't even remember this conversation. So if you're really an investor, you try to back up and think about the next 10 years. So I bought stock. I bought a ton of stock today. I bought as much as I could because I buy the dip. It doesn't mean I know what's going to happen. It just means I buy the dip. I don't think about it. I buy the dip. I look at it and say, okay, everything's cheap now. Let me buy the dip. And that's not because I know that the dip is going to end in 2 weeks. That's not because I know what's going to happen in April and May. It's because I know what's going to happen over the next 10 years based on 200 years of data in the stock market. You buy the dip, buying the dip works. Running away doesn't. That's what it is. Okay. So let me mention a couple more things. A lot of retail investors are panic selling. A lot of smart money is getting ready for the rebound for sure. And global markets are being hit as well as U.S. markets. So that's something that's kind of hitting things pretty hard. So some of the stocks you're asking me about, I can't really answer stock questions a lot of stocks right now. We can save that till class. So when we get together for class, we can talk about that. But for right now, I just wanted to come in and touch bases with you guys and let you guys know what I was seeing and what the issues are. And what I'll do over the weekends, I'll mention something in terms of what 4 or 5 things you want to look for going forward in the market this week. It's if you're not sure what to do, I think sometimes doing nothing is the best answer. Waiting and seeing. I don't think you have to act on every little thing that happens in the market. You emotionally reacting to the fact that the market dropped so much today is not really wise investing, because sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up. But if you're an investor, you're just an investor. And that's pretty much the philosophy that tends to work. I know that that's not as exciting as telling you exactly what's going to do or exactly exactly with certainty what's going to happen. But you can't do that. Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. There's been thousands of research papers written where people tried to predict what an individual stock is going to do. Should I buy this stock or should I buy that stock? All the research says that that's not doable. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people on the internet who will lie to you, but they don't have PhDs in this topic. They haven't read hundreds of research papers on the topic. So they're going to say, no, buy this stock or don't buy that stock. That stock's going up. That's going down. They really don't know. They really don't know. So, but if you want to know what I did, I bought a lot of Meta. I like Meta. I think Mark Zuckerberg runs a good company, and I think that he's able to make good decisions. And I believe that Meta has a strong future. And also, just in case their future isn't as bright as I think it's going to be, I sold a lot of poor man's covered calls on Meta. So I made a few $1,000s selling the calls on Meta. So if you want to learn more about stock options and stuff like that, feel free to text the word options to 87948. Or you can also go to drboyceprime.com. I think stock options, environments like this are what options are kind of made for, because they allow you to kind of position yourself to benefit from whatever the market does. A market going down is an opportunity. A market going up is an opportunity. Everything's an opportunity if you know where the opportunities are. So I encourage you to learn that. That's what your financial literacy is going to do for you. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. So you guys like the new vibe, the new background? You want me to stick with it then? Okay. If that's the case, then I'm going to stay with it and we'll do this again. So I got to go upstairs. I got allergies, and I apologize for the sniffling, but I had allergies since I was a little kid. So I'm gonna go upstairs and lay next to my pretty wife, and that makes my sniffling go away. So God bless you. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you so much for listening. And if you want to join us for class tomorrow, then make sure you text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and we will be meeting for class. And the book's behind me. That's my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, you can get a copy, and I'll sign it for you and send it to your house. So take care, everybody. Have a good day. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Peace.